Chapter 1. December 8th, Denver, Colorado, 7:02 p.m. Journal entry 1. This wasn't supposed to be how it began. Damn it. I had just turned the shower on and was preparing to scrub the dirt and grime away that I had amassed during the day on the job. I worked for the highway department, fixing potholes. At one time in my life, I was what you would consider a white-collar worker. I was a human resources generalist for a Fortune 500 company. To put it delicately, I made bank. And then, President Bush saw fit to end my salad days. Was it really his fault? I don't know, but he was an easy scapegoat. After the unemployment benefits petered out, and still with no hot prospects, I took a city job. It was dirty, back-breaking work, and I made less than when I was collecting unemployment. Go figure. I made more sitting on my ass playing the Wii, but at least it was honest work. Never once in the 3 months that I had been working there did I wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat and stress out about having not filled in a hole on Havana Avenue. There were benefits to blue-collar work. Lack of stress being one of them. But I digress. So there I was, sticking my hand into the shower to see if it was the right temperature. I had even begun to spread some body wash on myself in preparation for the invigorating feeling of being clean. Yeah, body wash. You got a problem with that? I have 2 pet peeves in life. Well, shit, if I'm being honest, I probably have about 17, but who's counting? In particular, 2 come to mind, and I'll explain. The first is being dirty. I just hate feeling dirt and grime around my neck. I hate the way my shirt collar will stick just a little bit. It irritates the living crap out of me. The second pet peeve is feeling dried soap on my body. I don't know if any of you have ever been to New Orleans. The water is soft or hard. I don't know which. I always get the 2 mixed up. Anyway, the water just won't wash the soap off of you, so you walk around all day with this invisible film on you. Everything's sticky. Your clothes stick to your body. Shit, your own body sticks to you. Just bend your arm. You can barely straighten it back up. So you walk around all day like a scarecrow with a stick up its ass. Yeah, I know. My wife tells me all the time I have problems. Shit, where was I? Yeah, so there I am about to hop in the shower when I hear my wife scream this blood-curdling shriek. Now you've got to know my wife. She wouldn't scream if I fell down the stairs and broke my arm. Hell, she'd probably call me a klutz and get me into the car for the ride to the emergency room, all the while calling the kids to tell them Dad hurt himself again. She's just not that into histrionics. So when I heard the scream, I knew something bad was up. I stared longingly at the shower I was foregoing as I grabbed a towel and headed downstairs. What the fuck? I yelled. But the rest of my expletive sentence died on my lips as I saw the terror in my 15-year-old son's face. Nothing scares Travis, not even me, and I'm a former Marine. Hell, just last week I watched him tear a phone book in half, and not of some little town in Nebraska either. The kid was starting middle linebacker on his freshman team, and he was scaring the hell out of the starter on the JV team. The boy didn't care who was coming after him, or who he was going after. Well, I guess that's a lie. They have to be living. He never looked up when I came down the stairs. "Mom, lock the door," he yelled. "Lock it!" he screamed again. "I can't figure out the lock," my wife yelled back. I didn't know whether I should laugh or be worried. To be honest, it was a funny scene. My wife frantically trying to lock the security door with no luck, while my linebacker son, who normally towers over his mother, was cowering behind her. I couldn't see out the door from my vantage point. When the front door is open, it blocks off the landing, so I rushed to push it closed, forcing my wife and son away from the security door. I had no sooner shut the heavy-gauge steel front door when I heard the glass pane in the security door shatter. We had to move to a townhome in a less than desirable neighborhood after I lost my job, and security was a big issue. We even had bars across all the lower windows, thank God. I was a millisecond away from opening the door and severely chewing the ass off some neighborhood punk who was going to cost me $100 to repair the glass. "No!" my wife and son yelled in unison. My wife slammed up against the door to reiterate her point. "What the hell is going on?" My adrenaline was pumping. My pet peeves were throbbing, all 17 of them. "Look out the peephole," my wife whispered. I put my eye to the hole, expecting to see some little shit gangbangers out there tearing things up. What I saw was a tongue. "I see a tongue. Some asshole is licking my peephole," I said. Then I laughed a little bit. That sounded a little gross, even to me. My wife didn't see the humor. Her face still hadn't regained her color, and my son looked like he was starting to hyperventilate. My wife told me to look out the window, but she made no move to look with me. I'm not the brightest bulb on the string, but even I knew at this point something was really messed up. I put on my best male bravado and stepped over to the window. I rolled up the shade, and to this day, I don't know how it happened, but I simultaneously felt my stomach lurch into my throat and my balls fill in the abandoned spot my belly left behind. There had to have been at least a couple of dozen dead people milling about our communal lawn. Okay, so they weren't dead in the traditional way. They were still moving, but they were dead all the same. My quasi-nightmare dream had come true. Zombies were afoot. Now, I know this is a sick fantasy, so bear with me. I had always wished for this. I had watched nearly every zombie movie, from the early Dawn of the Dead with the slow, shuffling brain-eaters, to the newer 28 Days Later flicks with the fast, semi-intelligent brain-eaters. Hell, I even liked the films that made fun of the style, like Shaun of the Dead and Boy Eats Girl. If it involved a zombie, I was game. Now, back to the slightly insane part of my fantasy. I guess if you get right down to the guts of it, no pun intended, it would be a way to escape the responsibilities and boredom of everyday life. Forget the 9-to-5 grind, the mortgage, and clothes shopping. It would just become all about survival of the fittest. I had been planning for this day for almost 25 years of my life. I know, pathetic, right? I had a gun safe full of multiple caliber rifles and pistols. I told my wife it was for hunting. I've never even been hunting. Either she was really gullible, or she was just turning the other cheek. We all have our own crosses to bear. I'll be honest, though, my fantasy involved more the slower, shuffling zombies than the ultra-fast Resident Evil kind. Like it or not, it appeared that it had finally happened. I closed the blinds as fast as I could, hoping that I didn't attract any undue attention. My brain was in overdrive. "Tracy!" I yelled a little louder than I meant to. I wrestled with my emotions and tried to calm my flittering heart. "Turn on the TV, please." She was still in a little bit of shock. "Talbot," our family name, "this is no time for ESPN," she responded waspishly. "You know, I would like to know how the Giants did tonight, but I was hoping for the news," I answered sarcastically. "Oh," was all she could muster as the thin film of terror began to peel away from her vision. "Travis." He didn't move. "Travis!" I said a little louder. He finally broke away from his mother's back, confusion and fear still warring for control over his features. "Go look out the back window. If our deck is clear, I want you to make sure the back gate is locked. Now, before you go getting all out of sorts at me, our backyard is about as big as most people's master bathrooms. The kid would be perfectly safe as long as the gate was still closed and our yard hadn't yet been breached." But still, Travis looked at me with pleading eyes. not believing that his own father would put him back in harm's way. "Oh, for fuck's sake, I'll do it," I sighed disgustedly. The relaxation on his face was clearly perceptible. I should take it easy on the kid. He was shaken up, and I was going to need his help before this was all over with. I peered out the back through our vulnerable French doors. We hadn't been able to afford security bars for them yet. "Oh, crap," I muttered. I could see the gate was open. "Nothing to it but to do it right. If I die in a towel, I'm going to be pissed, though." I was able to tell in less than a heartbeat that our postage stamp-sized back deck didn't have any unfriendlies on it. But what I wasn't able to discover from my present vantage point was if anything, or anyone, was on the other side of the gate. It was a full picket gate and did not afford me the luxury of seeing through to the other side. I opened one of the French doors and immediately wished I hadn't. The smell was beyond putrid. It smelled like sour milk mixed with a hint of steaming broccoli, which I hate, and a healthy dose of shit all stirred in for the fun of it. The Walking Dead weren't in my backyard, but they were close. If they came through the gate now, this was going to be a short novella. My towel caught on the next to useless excuse for a lock on the door. I didn't even stop to grab it. Somehow it seemed more noble to die naked like a savage than with a terry cloth towel around my waist. I moved as quickly as I dared when it happened. I felt something warm and squishy give way under my right foot. My first thought was brains, but then the unmistakable smell of fresh dog shit wafted up to my nostrils. I had to vigorously defend against the revulsion that welled up in me. I so wanted to vomit, but I pushed on. I was 2 steps away from the gate when I heard the telltale shuffling. Did the smell of the shit draw them, or were they already close? I threw myself against the gate, quashing down my rising panic, frantically trying to drive the lock home. You know, when you see this crap in the movies, you are always like, "Oh, come on, just lock the gate. How effing hard can it be?" Well, I'll tell you. When your heart is going like a trip hammer, and your arms are shaking like you're on ground zero on the San Andreas Fault during the big one, it's unbelievably hard. I felt an impact as something or somebody pushed against the gate from the other side. It wasn't a concerted effort, which was a good thing. I might have abandoned ship and headed screaming for the house. It was one good push that sent the gate about 6 inches my way. I pushed back so hard that I almost pushed the gate through the backstop, which obviously would have caused its own set of problems. I was able to drive the bolt home, but I didn't hang around long to revel in my victory. "Talbot, get in here," my wife bawled. "Man," I said to myself, "doesn't she realize I almost died out here?" Yeah, I was being a little melodramatic, but I think I had an appropriate excuse. I was about to ask her what, when she pointed to the television. The picture was horrible. I knew I shouldn't have switched from cable to satellite. Why was I getting lost in the details when the situation was so serious? Maybe it was my way of coping, who knows? I tried to minor in psychology in college but couldn't stand it.
The newscaster looked like she had been dragged out of bed to do the report. She probably had been. By all accounts, it appears the threat— oh, for God's sakes, lady, call it like it is. A spade is a spade already— is overwhelming our ground troops. Estimates have it that nearly a third of our country is already in enemy hands and spreading fast. Do not let one of the infected scratch or bite you. In a matter of hours, the virus will kill and then reanimate you. If you or someone you know becomes infected, the only way to stop them is to destroy the brain. Do not approach them. Do not try to reason with them. The worst is yet to come, she continued. It also seems the pathogen is airborne. My heart skipped. Even if someone were to die of means other than direct contact with the infected, they also will become reanimated within a few hours of their death. What does that mean? My wife asked. I knew she knew the answer, but she was dealing with her shock in the only manner she knew how. Denial. It means we're in a lot of trouble, I answered solemnly. What the hell is that smell? She snapped, as she also snapped out of her stupor. She was looking directly at the source of the stink. I wanted to blame it on the zombies, but I had Henry's crap halfway up my ankle. Henry was our English bulldog, and I loved him to death. Before this, I would have even said his shit didn't stink, but I can now tell you that is a lie. Gotta love English bullies. The world was going to hell in a hurry, and he hadn't even left the comfort of his dog bed yet to see what was happening. My son Travis still seemed fogged over, so I wanted to give him something to do to keep his mind and body occupied. Travis, go load the guns, I said. Which ones? He countered. My heart leaped when I realized he was rebounding. All of them, was my reply. Just as quickly as my feeling of elation rose, the spirit of dread brought me crashing back. Where's Justin? I asked my wife. Justin is my middle child. He's 19 and had recently moved home after a brief stint living with his sister up in the town of Breckenridge. He's a good kid with a huge heart. He doesn't always prioritize his life correctly, but then again, how many teenagers do? I needed him here, not only because he's our kid and I wanted to make sure he was safe, but he's a hell of a shot, and I needed the third man of our fire team present and accounted for. Preparing like I had been for the aforementioned zombie invasion entailed taking my two boys to the shooting range as often as possible. I made sure that they were well versed in the ins and outs of handling firearms correctly, no matter the caliber. They could shoot everything from my illegal, fully automatic M16 to my small cannon, my .30-06, to the various .22 caliber rifles and pistols I owned. I needed my flank men. My wife's face dropped. The fear in her eyes made her forget the rancid excrement I was leaving on her carpet. The thump against the front door steeled her resolve. She moved back from the abyss she was heading toward. "He's at work," she answered with a sob. Work was Walmart, and it was exactly 3.7 miles from our house. I knew because on most days I drove his ass to and from. He didn't have his license yet. Refer back to the part about his prioritizing skills. "Travis, how's it coming with the guns?" I hollered up the stairs. "Almost done, Dad," came his reply. The front door shuddered again, but it wasn't going to give any time soon. I slipped the deadbolt in place anyway. "I'm going to get some clothes on." I grabbed my wife's shoulders and swung her towards me so she was staring at me. "We're going to get him," I added reassuringly. She nodded in agreement and muttered the same words she said on our wedding day as part of her vows. "Uh-huh." "Hun," I held her firm, "get some food together." She looked at me questioningly. "We're going to get Justin and then, I hope, come back home. But I want to be prepared. Go get the boxes of MREs." The military had developed these meals ready to eat. They taste like dirt, but all the caloric intake one needs to fend off the undead. Or does the word undead refer to vampires? Okay, so the zombies would be the living dead. Is that better? "Hun, you've got to come back from Tracyville." We sometimes joked when my wife had a blonde moment or just lapsed out of our reality into her own made-up one. Life came back into her eyes, and just like that, she was back. She had a mission, saving one of her offspring. Don't ever get between a mother and her young. "I'm going to get some clothes on, and then we're going, okay?" I questioned. I was a little worried about her, but I didn't need to be. She was back, and nothing was going to deter her. Unless, of course, the damn lights went out. The TV announcer was now telling us we should stay in our homes. No screaming eagle shit, I was about to tell her, when she was cut off in mid-sentence as the electricity failed. Tracy latched onto me.
The sudden quiet was broken only by the occasional thumping on our front door. Those Girl Scouts are persistent, kept flashing across my brain plate. Hey, nobody said I didn't go to Mikeyville occasionally. Dad? Travis half moaned from upstairs. I snapped back. If not for me, then for him. I'm here, bud. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get some candles and a flashlight. I'd been meaning to get that circuit breaker fixed, but I wouldn't be going to Home Depot tonight. Could you hurry? He asked. I could hear the panic welling up in him. There's something to be said about being a survivalist. Most people think we're nuts. Hell, I think that, and I'm one of them.
We're always preparing for what we think is an eventuality. Doomsday, the end of the world, invasions from another planet, when the odds say the worst that might happen is an errant tornado. But one thing about always preparing for the worst is that, well, we're always prepared. Isn't that the Boy Scout motto? I thought to myself. I hauled myself back from Mikeyville again and turned back to my troops.
Travis, next to the left-hand side of the gun safe, on the wall near the floor, you should see a small light. That's a flashlight. Grab it, and I'll be right up. I want to get your mother some light, too. Got it, he answered triumphantly. I could hear the tremor in his voice relax as I saw the beam of light cut a swath down the staircase. I padded upstairs with my own candle. Tracy went to the basement to grab the grub. On the bed, Travis had all the weapons laid out, locked and loaded. There was the M16, then my elephant killer, the 30-06. Oh, stop your PETA protests. I already told you I don't hunt. I continued my visual inventory. 2 shotguns, a .22 caliber rifle and a pistol, my .357 Magnum, my 9mm Glock, and my .17 caliber lever-action rifle. I had over 1,000 rounds for each weapon, and all I could think to myself was, I should have bought more. Survivalism is addictive. You can never have too much ammo. The front door thumped again. Bitch! I said as I grabbed the .357 off the bed. I ran downstairs and peeked through the spy hole, thankful that there was a full moon tonight. Although, was I? Was that the reason the dead were walking around? I didn't know. All I could see was the douchebag that was still licking my peephole, and that still sounded a little disturbing, even to me. I held the Magnum up to the eye slot and pulled the trigger. The explosion was deafening in our quiet home. I looked through the now gaping hole in my front door.
Sir Lix-a-Lot was dead for the second time around, and he was not going to be getting back up anytime soon. He lay on his side on my front porch. The back of his head was just gone. The bullet had entered his mouth and had torn away most of his teeth and that god-awful tongue. There was some blood and a little gristle hanging out the back of his melon, but that was it. His compadres did not even take note of his passing, but the noise sure got their attention. I hastily opened the front door and kicked Sir Lix's foot out of the way so I could shut the security door. Even though the glass pane was gone, the door would still afford some much-needed protection against the zombies' unwelcome advances. The noise of the gun might have the natives restless, but the sight of fresh meat stirred them into a frenzy. The shuffling turned into an ambling, and the ambling turned into a slow trot. Maybe more like a power walk. Okay, they weren't going to break any land speed records, but this wasn't the slow shuffle the visionary George R. Romero envisioned in his documentaries. I had just kicked the zombies dead, undead, re-dead, foot out of the way and shut the door, much more easily engaging the lock this time around, when the first of my uninvited guests slammed up against the metal casing. The bars were intact, but that did nothing to stop the impact of the foul odor that he gave off. I slammed the front door shut, and only then realized I had just killed my first zombie, and I was buck naked.
Chapter 2. Journal Entry 2.
On hearing the shot, Travis had run halfway down the stairs, 12 gauge at the ready. Bless his heart. "Everything all right, Dad?" "Everything's cool. Finish packing up," came my measured response. Tracy yelled from the bottom of the cellar stairs, "What's going on?" I don't know why I didn't tell her the truth. "Accidental discharge," I answered. "Be careful. That's what you said the night Nicole was conceived, and look how that turned out," she said plainly. Are you kidding me? I thought. How does she remember these things? Yeah, we were young when Nicole was born, and I might have been a little overeager in bed, but I'm sure I didn't say accidental discharge. It was probably more like, 1 million millies out. Was still a little shaken from the killing. Sure, it was a zombie, but at one time he was a normal, air-breathing, hamburger-munching individual. I tried my best not to think of the person he had been, but more of the monster he had become. There would be time later to ruminate. Now, however, was the time for action, and Justin needed our help. I went upstairs. Travis had begun to bring the weapons and the ammo boxes downstairs. The fear was wiped off his face now that he had a purpose and protection. I grabbed the first shirt I got my hands on. It was an old widespread Panic concert t-shirt, one of my favorites. I no sooner pulled it over my head, and I froze. The feeling of the collar scraping and tugging against the dirt and dried soap on my neckline made me want to jump out of my skin. It was akin to someone dragging their fingernails down a chalkboard with a megaphone for amplification. I almost couldn't move. I was a heartbeat and a half from saying, "Fuck it," and pulling the t-shirt off and hopping in the shower real quick. But I knew every second counted getting to Justin. "Damn," I bellowed as I pulled my arms through the sleeves, wincing every time the fabric scraped against me. If I had known what kind of shape Justin was in already, I would have just taken the shower. As I was coming down the stairs, Tracy looked up, holding her cell phone to her ear. "I can't get a hold of Nicole. The line is just busy," she stated. Nicole was our oldest child, and by far and away my favorite daughter, and our only daughter. She now lived in the city of Lakewood, having lost her job in Breckenridge, with a man I hoped would eventually become part of the family, Brendan Van Hutchinson. Our family was quirky, and he fit in just right. I was hoping that my wife would have been able to get through to Nicole. It would have been one less worry on my head. From where we lived, Lakewood was about 18 miles away. I had no illusions that getting to Walmart was going to be easy. Getting to Lakewood seemed a logistical nightmare. "Hun, they live on the 3rd floor and Brendan has a pistol and a shotgun. Their place is much more defendable than ours," I said, not sure whether I was trying to make her or myself feel better. She nodded in agreement, but it didn't seem to make her feel any better. The crowd at the front of our house had swelled to about 50. I wasn't going to sit at the window and get an accurate count. I would love to have a kegger with this many people. I'd make a fortune. Even I had to marvel sometimes at how my brain makes some of its connections. "Dad, the car's packed," Travis made known. "You got the food too?" I asked. He just looked at me in outraged disgust, like any normal teenager would. "All right," I answered. I was just making sure. Henry had finally managed to pull himself off his bed. All the activity had aroused his curiosity level, which usually isn't all that high unless it involves a meaty bone treat. Our townhome came with an enclosed 2-car garage. However, it was a detached garage, which was no big deal considering that it was on the far end of our backyard, which put it exactly 10 feet away. There was still some moderate shuffling signs beyond the gate, but it was nothing like the wholesale special going on in the front. I was tempted to climb on the gate and take a peek over, but I couldn't see the upside to it. Henry had followed me out, and he took a moment to sniff at his freshly disturbed pile. He then started sniffing my crap-covered foot. He was able to put 2 and 2 together pretty quickly. He snorted at me as if to say, "Dad, how could you mess with my masterpiece?" I slammed my fist up against the circuit breaker mounted to the wall of the garage. I think I hadn't fixed this yet, because I always felt like Fonzie from Happy Days turning on the jukebox. Power surged back on. Had I been more vigilant, I would have noticed that the entire complex had been in the dark, and the lights coming on had more to do with Jed, who you'll meet later, than with my smooth moves. I went back in the house to shut the non-essentials off, including the now static-laced television, and headed back to the garage. I picked Henry up and placed him in the rear of my wife's Jeep Liberty with the ammo. He wasn't happy about sharing his bed. He snorted one more time before he laid down. My wife came out last, remembering to bring the 8-pack of Powerade we had in the fridge. She stopped short at the garage door. "Why are we taking my car?" she asked, with a slight edge of attitude. "It'll fit more stuff," I lied. Well, I mean, not really. Her car is bigger than my Jeep Wrangler, but that wasn't the only reason. I loved my car. I'd had it for a little over 10 years, and it was almost as cherry as the day it had rolled off the line. And I'd be damned if some brain-eating dead zombies were going to get their gooey parts all over it. I hadn't convinced her with my half-truth. She still stood glaring at me from the doorway. Plus, hun, mine is a stick. There's no way I can shoot and shift gears at the same time.
Now that was an out-and-out lie. I can't tell you how many four-wheel drive excursions I've gone on with my rifle hanging out the window. There were plenty of dead road signs to attest to my accuracy. I know she would have argued some more and eventually won, but the time it would have taken to shift everything over was precious moments more that it was going to take to get to Justin. "Fine," she muttered. "I'll remember this." And I knew she would. She remembered stuff from when we were dating. If we were in the heat of a battle and she felt like she was in danger of losing, she would reach way back in time and pull one of those wonderful nuggets, sarcasm, out from nowhere and hurl it at me. I mean, at that point, all you can do is just stare dumbfounded and say, "Really? You're bringing that up now? How on God's green earth could I have known your aunt was a lesbian?" And just like that, the tides of the battle would have shifted. I might not hear about the car until we were in a retirement home, but you can bet that if they were going to give me the better model wheelchair, she was going to use this as ammunition to nix that. She moved to push the garage door opener when I half lunged to her. "Please don't do that," I pleaded. "Oh, right," she answered. God, it must be so awesome to just forget sometimes. But I wasn't going to say anything. I was already in hot water about the car. She got into the shotgun seat, although Travis was already in the passenger seat behind her with the window rolled down and the shotgun hanging out, so I guess technically he was in the shotgun seat. I started the car before I hit the garage remote. Tracy rolled her window down. I couldn't hold my tongue. "Really?" I asked as I looked at her. "What?" she replied. "It's stuffy in here, and you stink." "Come back," I motioned dramatically. "Please come back from wherever you've gone. Both of you need to roll up your windows, at least until we get moving."
I got another fine out of Tracy, and Travis seemed a little pissed that I was taking his fun away. The garage door rattled open. I couldn't see anything right away because of the disparity between the brightness in the garage and the gloom that was our back alleyway, but the thud that hit our rear end as I backed out was obvious. I was a breath away from opening my door and seeing what I had hit when my neighbor smeared up against my window. It's a good thing I had Henry's shit on my foot. It masked what I let go of in my pants. My neighbor from across the alleyway was a decent person in a bull-dyke-ish way. Don't get me wrong, I liked her immensely. I just always felt like she was sizing me up for an arm wrestling competition, and I would have put my money on her. She owned a Ford pickup truck and wore more plaid and wife-beater t-shirts than your average trailer park resident. She sported a mullet, which hadn't been seen in these parts since 1984.
She also owned more tools than I did, and I ran a handyman business on the side. You get the general picture. The thing that pressed up against my car was no longer Joe. She left a trail of pus and guts all across my side of the car, and slimy green pustules burst from her cheek. I swore a maggot crawled out, but by then I had had enough. I hit the accelerator hard enough to almost put my car through her garage door on the opposite side of the causeway. The thing that I had initially hit dragged itself over to my tool shelves and began to pull itself up. I wanted to get out of the car and kill those two, but more zombies began to pile into both ends of the alleyway. I had no wish to see how many I could run over before the car stalled, so I hit the remote and watched the garage door begin its slow descent, only then realizing that when we got home, we were going to have 2 zombies in our garage to welcome us back. Great. Sarcasm again.
Chapter 3. Journal Entry 3. I was able to get out of the alley before the majority of the zombies could begin to block us in. I winced when I sideswiped one, not because I had hit something, but because I knew from the force of the impact I had just put a dent in my wife's car. I didn't even look over towards her, but the right side of my face was melting from the glare that was directed at it. There were fewer cars on the road than I would have expected for 8 o'clock on a Thursday night, but that was more than made up for by the sheer number of zombies. Most were just milling about looking for something, or should I say, somebody, to eat. Every few hundred feet or so, there would be a cluster of 10 or so tearing something apart. You and I both know what they were tearing apart, but luckily, my brain had enough protective competence to mask over that small, insignificant fact. "Oh, Jesus," my wife muttered as we passed a small cluster, just ravaging some poor soul. I can tell you right now, these variants on the traditional zombies weren't just interested in the brains of their victims. I saw one of the zombies look up from his meal with what appeared to be a thigh muscle hanging out of its putrid maw. "I think I'm going to be sick," Tracy continued. "Then roll down your window. Travis, you too. If anything gets too close, just shoot. Just make sure it's dead first," I suggested. Travis looked at me questioningly. "You know what I mean," I clarified. "Just don't kill something that's still alive." Yeah, I made about as much sense as a Yankees fan visiting Fenway Park. Most of the cars that were on the road weren't moving. They had been abandoned. I had to keep my speed down to avoid the cars, the zombies, and the occasional victim-to-be. "Shouldn't we help them?" my wife asked as she pulled her head back into the car, already looking better now that she'd emptied her stomach. I motioned that she had a little something on the side of her face.
She lifted her hand to remove the offending detritus. Other side," I explained. She missed again. I wiped my face again to show her where it was. "Forget the damn puke," she yelled. "Shouldn't we try to help?" "No," I mumbled. "What? Speak up, I can't hear your altruism," she retorted acerbically. "Listen, if we stop, we become vulnerable, and we don't know if the person we would be helping is infected. We can't take that chance, we have to look out for us," I argued. I'm not sure if my claim was good enough. Was that how I felt, or was I just trying to cover up my cowardice? Yeah, I was scared out of my mind that first day. Is it that easy for you to pass judgment? We're mostly in a standoff with the zombies now, but back in the beginning, when panic reigned supreme, the only thing that mattered to me was me and my family. God, I just hope not in that order. I probably would have gotten another sarcasm-laden "fine" from my wife if not for the thunder that tore through the car. Travis had decapitated a zombie that was approaching our right side while I had slowed to avoid a nasty 5 or 6 car pileup. I don't think that he had nearly the feelings of dread I had when I had killed the zombie at our front door. To him, this was not so far removed from playing Left 4 Dead on his Xbox 360. "Got one, Dad!" he yelled triumphantly, a gleam in his eye. I muttered my congratulations, but all I could think of was some old phrase I had come across in one of my English classes. Take heed your actions, lest ye become like the enemy ye seek to destroy. I didn't have much time to reflect on my misgivings as I turned into the Walmart parking lot. It was worse than my worst fears of how this was going to play out. Cars were strewn across the parking lot. It looked like the longest happy hour in history had just finished, and the patrons were all trying to get home at the same time.
What was worse than the cars were the couple of hundred zombies strolling across the parking lot. I did a quick drive by the front of the store, and I could tell that an almost equal number were inside, meandering about. Well, I bet tripe was going to be scarce. This did not bode well for Justin. I was in a quandary. I just didn't know what to do. I had to look for him, even if he had become one of those things, but I didn't even know how or where to begin. It's not like I could ask one of the zombies if they had seen a zombie that matched the description of my son. Luckily, Travis solved my problem with one simple question. "Dad, why aren't the zombies attacking us?" Travis asked. I wasn't traveling much more than 5 miles an hour, fast enough to keep any of them from catching us, but not fast enough to stop one from coming towards us. It was then that we took notice of a large congregation of zombies merely standing, all of them facing towards the store with their faces, or what remained of them, all upturned. They almost looked like they were worshipping. But what do zombies worship? Is there a god of the tasty brain? Is their Eucharist a tiny slice of dried brain matter? I know. It's sacrilegious, but that's what I was thinking at the time. Even the remnants of the zombies that weren't already together in this impromptu meeting seemed to be heading in that direction. Some of the zombies that were recent accident victims from the carnage in the parking lot were dragging what remained of their former host body to the flock. Every once in a while, I even noticed one or two of the zombies convulsing, as if they were receiving his or its word. What in the is going on here? I asked nobody in particular. I had not so long ago promised my kids that I was going to do all in my power to cut the vulgarity out of my everyday vocabulary. As you can tell, I still have lapses, but I think I deserved a pass on this one. "Hey, Dad!" I heard, barely. Somebody had shouted the words, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out where the voice was coming from. "Hey, Dad!" I heard a little louder as we approached the large throng of zombies. As I made sure to skirt around the unholy gathering, I noticed activity on top of the Walmart. "Holy shit!" I yelled as I slammed on the brakes. "What is it?" Tracy asked with alarm in her eyes. Travis was looking around hungrily for something to shoot, thinking that we were about to come under attack. "Look on the roof," I said incredulously. Tracy leaned over my lap. "It's Justin," she said with elation. I was also happy, but the gears in my head were still turning. How were we going to get him down from there? At least we now knew what had the zombies so enthralled. Justin and a couple of his co-workers had escaped to the roof before it was too late. One of them had grabbed a couple of pellet guns, and from the looks of all the empty beer cans on the ground, somebody had the presence of mind to grab some cases of Keystone Light. So let's make sure we're clear on this. Obviously, the people that managed to get to the roof knew their lives were in danger. They had the presence of mind to climb to a safe haven and even to arm themselves as best they could. So far, so good. But then one of the group decided that they might need some beverages to stave off thirst. Still good. That person, fearing for his life, went to the beer section, which, again, is admirable. Everyone knows beer is the nectar of the gods. But then he grabs Keystone Light? Are you kidding me? I'd rather eat the can than drink those contents. My curiosity was now satisfied. The convulsions some of the zombies were experiencing were caused by pellet impacts. It wasn't enough to kill them by a long shot, but
I will testify to this day that it definitely had the effect of pissing them off.
Zombies, by definition, are murderous. But I'm telling you, they now had a murderous intent to them. Did they want to exact revenge? Were they even still capable of such a sophisticated mindset? Of all the zombie movies I'd seen and all the zombie books I had read, only a small percentage dealt with zombies that had feelings. I did not want the zombies in my nightmare to have feelings. Feelings always complicated things. I'm a guy. Guys don't want to deal with feelings. I got as far away from the multitude as I could while still hoping that Justin would be able to hear me. "Go to the other side of the store," I yelled for all I was worth. Justin just shrugged his shoulders, clearly not being able to understand me. "Go to the other side of the store!" I screamed, my throat burning from the strain. He shrugged again, helplessly. I made over-exaggerated motions for him to move to his right. He answered with an over-exaggerated nod, the light bulb clearly going off over his head. As he began to move off, a fair percentage of the gathered zombies also peeled off, heading in the same direction. Justin noticed this quirk too. He slowly walked back to his coworkers, and the zombies returned to the fold. I watched him hand his pellet gun off to a fat bear of a kid. The pellet gun looked no bigger than a Butterfinger in his hands, and I bet he wished it were the candy bar instead. Then Justin grabbed a beer and walked back towards the center of the roof and out of the line of sight of his devoted followers. "Why aren't they coming after us?" Tracy asked, more surprised than anything. I had been asking myself that same question. Sure, some of the zombies looked our way occasionally, especially the ones that were closest. But they couldn't have cared less if I got on my knees and poured A1 on the top of my head. At least, I think. I'm not willing to truth-check that statement. I thought carefully before I answered. I think they're pissed off. That was the only thing that seemed to make sense. Before Tracy could ask for clarification, I continued. I mean, look at them. Pointing towards the zombies. Obviously, the people on the roof are potential food for them, but hell, we're a lot closer. I think that pellet gun is irritating them to no end. Can they be mad? Do they even have emotions? Tracy asked. Hun, you've known about the zombies for 30 seconds longer than I have. It's just a theory. Maybe they just can't smell us over the exhaust of the car. Let's just keep the windows rolled up in the meantime. This time, no one argued. I drove around to the side of the building where I had motioned Justin to meet us. He was peering over the edge when we pulled up. I rolled down the window. "Justin, is there a way down?" I yelled. Almost instantly, 2 zombies began to shuffle our way. In life, they most likely were twins, albeit not like the kind you see in the Double Mint commercials. Both were more than 200 pounds, wearing midriff shirts that showed off their expanding muffin tops. Whereas the sister on the left was wearing purple spandex, her twin on the right was adorned in the much classier Daisy Duke shorts. In life, this would have been a vision hopefully never to behold, but now, with their purple-mottled flesh and fresh pus oozing out of every orifice, I nearly gagged. You have to love Walmart customers. I don't know if it was the noise or the smell of a meal that had them coming my way. My guess was the promise of food. These 2 didn't ever look like they passed up a chance at something to eat. "Yeah, through the sprinkler room, but that's on the far side of the store," Justin answered. "Travis, keep an eye on the double-fat twins over there," I said nervously. I tore my glance from the approaching horrors. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion. "You won't be able to get out the front. If you went back downstairs, could you go out an emergency exit?" I yelled. "No, those things are in the stairwell leading up here. We can hear them banging against the door," was his reply. "Any ladders up there?" I asked. "No, but there's a ladder section over by household goods," he answered helpfully, or so at least he thought. "Yeah, that's not going to work so much," I replied, remembering the 100 or so zombies still shopping for blue light specials. We were at an impasse. "Dad!" Justin yelled. Travis appended the point by blasting around through the Mossberg. Muffin Top 1 and the spandex went down in a heap, most of her belly liquefied by the impact of the pellets. Her sister screeched. I'm not even sure that's the right adjective. It was an inhuman sound, something only dead, taut, rigor mortis-induced vocal cords could produce. Travis almost dropped the shotgun out the window. Tracy and I could only stare in frightened bewilderment. But what came next stunned me even more. Daisy Duke's girl didn't help her fallen sister up, but she waited until the other one got up of her own accord. The wound was fatal, but fatality only applies to the living. I could see what I had at first thought were maggots roiling around in and about her guts, but at an inch or so long these weren't any ordinary maggots. They were worms of some sort, and I could tell from looking at the size of Spandex Girl, these weren't tapeworms. Those things had to be the cause of whatever was going on here, but I wasn't a biologist. I stepped out of the Jeep with my M16 and emptied a magazine into the two women. Most of my shots didn't even hit the desired target, but I only needed one round in each of their heads for the job to be done. At 15 shots a zombie, we wouldn't make it through the night. I turned the selector lever on the M16 from automatic to single. My hands looked like I suffered from a severe case of palsy. "Dad!" Justin yelled again. I couldn't tear my eyes off the two women I'd shot. Their fat was still jiggling from their impact with the ground. Or was it the worms? I turned and puked. There wasn't much to it. I hadn't had a chance to eat dinner. "Yeah," I answered Justin as I stood back up, dragging my sleeve across my mouth. The metallic, acidic taste in my mouth did little to contain the storm brewing in my stomach. "There's a ladder in the docking bay," Justin responded eagerly. Thank God. I had something else to think about than this macabre scene behind me. "Is it going to be tall enough?" I asked, looking into the car to see how everyone else was doing. Travis had pulled the shotgun into the car and rolled the window back up, but he still couldn't stop from looking at the carnage a mere 10 feet from the car. Tracy had lit up a cigarette. Where she found it, I have no clue. She had quit almost 6 months ago. I didn't think now was the time to berate her for the infraction. If she had another one, I would have taken it right there and then, and I had never smoked. Justin shrugged in response to my question. "They use it for maintenance around the building. It should be," he replied without much conviction. It wasn't the definitive answer I was looking for, but it was what I had. "All right, you follow us on the roof and keep a lookout." Justin pulled back from the edge in response. I got back in the car, handing the empty magazine to Travis. "Could you please hand me a loaded magazine and reload this one?" I asked him, my hand a little more under control. Now I only looked like I had jello for a wrist. I know he was only trying to help, but when Travis said, "Dad, you know you should take it easy on the ammo," I almost snapped. I'd probably still be there chewing him a new one if I had ever gotten started. I put the Jeep in gear, mumbled something to the effect of "smart-ass kid," and left it at that. Tracy was hotboxing her cigarette. If there was a Guinness record for downing a smoke, she was sure challenging that mark. I drove the Jeep to the west side of the building and around to the back. When I got to the rear of the building, I was relieved and apprehensive at the same time. Relieved because there were no zombies around, but apprehensive for a couple of reasons. The first reason being that the dock was bathed in darkness. I couldn't see more than 2 feet into the store. I don't think zombies have the ability to lay a trap, but if they did, this was the perfect setup. My other concern was the overturned semi. It looked as if it had been strategically placed to entirely block off the other entrance into the docks. That meant that, by car at least,
There was only one way in and one way out. It was a narrow entrance, maybe 12 feet across. A 6-foot-high retaining wall ran along the parking lot directly opposite the building. Running on foot was always a choice, but I'd witnessed firsthand the success rate of those on the ground.
Chapter 4. "Tracy, you stay in the car," I said as I got out. "Yeah, that won't be a problem," she answered, dark circles forming under her eyes. If I had a chance to get to a mirror, I could probably witness the same thing happening to me. My life had only been turned upside down for less than an hour, and I already felt like my soul was wrung out. "Okay," I responded. But I meant more in the driver's seat, with the car running. Was that degree of explanation needed? I don't know, but I didn't want to leave anything to chance. "Travis, you're going to have to come with me," I let him know. He didn't seem thrilled with the prospect at all, but he knew what he had to do. His mother, however, let me know how she felt. "You can't!" she yelled. Travis rushed to my defense. "Mom, Dad needs my help." "He can do it on his own," she retorted. "You're my baby." "Hun," I started. "You shut up," she spat fiercely. "Travis is my baby. He's my flesh and blood." "And who am I?" I yelled back. "You're just some guy I met," she shrilled. I physically felt like someone had swung a hammer at my stomach and connected. The feeling was that intense. I was dumbfounded. I staggered back as if the blow had been physical and not metaphorical. Right now, running into the midst of the zombies seemed like a viable proposition. Tracy watched my eyes hollow out. I'm sorry," she cried. She knew she had gone too far. I turned and headed to the darkness of the truck bay. It mirrored my feelings exactly. Travis got out of the car. Tracy motioned to him, but thought better of making any more comments. I heard the car door shut softly behind me. My backup was on the way. I hopped up onto the loading dock and turned to lend Travis a hand up. I turned on my small flashlight attached to my rifle, back to the whole survivalist aspect.
It couldn't penetrate more than 20 or so feet into the murkiness, but except for the occasional upturned box, it seemed we were alone. That was a vast relief because I knew if that shotgun went off, Tracy would be up here in a flash, and our only means of a hasty escape would be unmanned. Shit. The dock was huge. I should have found out in what general direction I should be heading towards. I wanted to go outside and ask Justin, but the thought of yelling back and forth and thus ringing the dinner bell for some unwelcome guests kept me inside. There was that, and I also had the sinking feeling that time was running out. Time felt oppressive. Each second that ticked off added weight to the unseen burden I was carrying. "Dad, sweep the light back to the right. I thought I saw a glint," Travis said. I slowly panned the flashlight to the right. I did catch a flash of light. Unfortunately, it wasn't the glint of an aluminum ladder. It was a watch, and even from this distance, I could tell it was expensive. Oh, why couldn't this be a natural disaster? I moaned to myself. I was surrounded by flat-screen TVs and Xbox 360s and some dead dude's Rolex. That brought me back quick. Attached to the watch was a 3/4 eaten employee of the store, probably a manager by the looks of the watch. As we stepped closer, we could clearly see the small girl child that was chewing through his head. Well, at least he won't be coming back, I thought irrelevantly. The light struck her in the face, and she looked up immediately. Malevolence creased her young features, almost as if to say, "I'll deal with you two after I'm finished here." And then she turned back to the task at hand. Travis and I stopped, and he raised the Mossberg. I pushed my hand down on the barrel and shook my head no.
First off, she wasn't attacking us, and I didn't want the noise to bring any others. And second, the thought of killing a child. Even a child that had nothing of humanity left in her just didn't sit right. But that look, it was predatory. She knew what she was doing, and she was enjoying it. God help us. God help us all. We moved further down the bay, always aware of what was happening to our right, but the steady slurping of blood and the crunch of bone and cartilage stayed constant. We reached the far end of the bay before we came up on the ladder. It was a big ladder, but I didn't think it was going to telescope out to the top of the roof, which I figured to be about 35 feet. "All right, Trav, I'm going to grab the ladder. You're going to have to cover us," I said as I slung my M16 over my shoulder. The ladder made a loud clanging noise as I pulled it off its hooks. The sound nearly made me drop it. My nerves were on edge and my senses were firing on all cylinders. Travis was tense and his senses appeared heightened, but he didn't seem any worse for the wear. We slowly made our way back towards the open bay we had come in through. When we were near where I thought the little girl was, I strained my ears to hear the telltale signs of a zombie eating. It was not a delicate affair. Nothing. I heard nothing. A cold chill, no, scratch that, an Arctic blast crept down my spine. I knew she was closing in, and somehow she was avoiding Travis's sweeps with the flashlight. And then I felt her cold touch against the back part of my leg. I tried to scream. I'm not proud of that, but what came out was more like a strangled gurgle. There was no way I was going to be able to drop the ladder and turn around quick enough to defend myself. I waited for the pain of gnashing teeth clamping down on my calf.
I looked up to Travis, hoping that he had heard my gurgle for help. Maybe he already had a bead on her, and I could be saved the fate of being dessert for some undead tweenie. But the gods were not aligned with me. Travis wasn't even looking my way. He had the light in the shotgun pointed off to our left, where the little monster was now chewing her way through what was left of the manager's spinal column. I chanced to look behind me. What I saw would have blanched my face bone white, if not for the fact that blood was now flowing into my face. Relief and embarrassment commingled as I pulled the ladder's guide wire back up and wrapped it around one of the rungs. "Dad, you all right back there?" Travis asked, as his gun never wavered off the scene he was looking at. "Ugh," I started off brightly. "Yep." I wanted to add more, but a large chunk of self-loathing was stuck in my throat. We were close to exiting when Tracy hit the horn. It wasn't a long blast, but it scared the crap out of me. This time, I dropped the ladder, which rattled Travis. His gun fired, taking out a piece of meat still left on Mr. Department Manager, who would never get the chance to realize his dream of mediocrity and middle management. Some of the shots peppered the little girl in the face. The pellets sank into the soft flesh of her face. Her left cheek sloughed off from the assault, exposing tiny baby teeth stained red and encrusted with the gore of her meal. She rose to meet this new threat, and the sight left a lasting mark on me that still haunts most of my nights. In her right hand, she dragged what appeared to be her dolly, a remnant from her past life. Did she just not have the mental capacity to let go of the dregs from her previous existence? Was there somewhere deep down in the netherlands of her pillaged soul some last holdout? I wanted to know. Travis didn't. He blew her head off. Her small body, adorned in possibly her favorite blue dress, stood for perhaps a heartbeat longer before she crumpled to the floor atop her last meal, still clutching the doll. For all intents and purposes, if you took the blood away, it looked like a happy embrace between a father and his daughter. I launched something from my stomach. What it was, I'll never know because I was empty. It wouldn't have surprised me in the least if I had hacked up a kidney. Travis looked a little green around the gills, but he wasn't suffering the effects nearly as bad as I was. I stood back up, grabbed the ladder, and headed out into the night. There was nothing more in there I ever wanted to see again. I stepped down from the loading bay.
The night seemed blindingly bright after the darkness we had just left, both literally and figuratively. Travis motioned with his gun to indicate what Tracy had beeped her horn about. Coming around the corner was a lone zombie. He was still 100 yards away and didn't seem like a huge threat at the moment, but I was getting the sneaky suspicion this was not going to end well. Tracy was gesturing wildly in the car. "I know, we see it too," I stage whispered to her. It amazed me that I was already starting to call them its instead of thems. It seemed such an impersonal word to describe what was once a human, but it was much easier this way. I was extending the ladder out and preparing to stand it up when I heard a voice from above. No, unfortunately, it wasn't that voice from above. "Dad," Justin said, a little more loudly than I would have hoped. I looked up to acknowledge him. "We're about to have some company," he finished. "Yeah, we saw it," I replied, as I struggled to get the ladder in position. "Yeah, no," came his cryptic reply. "I mean, there's about a dozen of them heading this way." A sweat broke out on my forehead, and it was only partially because of the exertion. "How much time?" I grunted.
The ladder was in place and it was a good 10 feet short from the top. "A couple of minutes at the most," he riposted. "Oh, great. This just gets better and better," was my response. Things just were not going as planned. And then I full out laughed. Maybe I was close to the edge, I don't know, but it was a laugh I could have lost myself in. Who the hell plans for this? I finished with my semi-hysterical outbreak, thankful for the relief it spawned.
"Dad, you all right?" Justin asked.
"I'm as good as I'm going to get," I retorted.
"Get somebody, preferably 2 people, to come and help you." He looked at me quizzically. "They are going to have to lower you over the edge, and you're going to have to drop to the ladder." "No he started. "I mean, no way. That's got to be a 20-foot drop to the ladder. I'll never make it." "It's 12 feet max," I told him. "You'll be fine." "I don't know about this," he hedged. "Justin, we don't have time to argue. You either get on the ladder within the next minute or so, or we have to leave." I forced the issue. I could see Justin mentally began to weigh his choices. I wasn't prepared to let him prioritize. "Justin," I started. "So I know you have beer and a pellet gun, plus you have a safe haven." I could see him nodding. He was thinking the same thing. Then I started with the negatives. "How much food do you have?" I asked. "Food?" was his response. "Yeah, you know, the stuff you put in your mouth, chew, and swallow," I answered. I was being on the dickish side, but I didn't have time for diplomacy. The first zombie was within 20 yards, and his teammates were now rounding the bend. "Well, Tommy has a box of ring-dings, and Bill has a power bar or 2, and," he reasoned. "Are you kidding me?" I screamed in my brain. "Calm down. Breathe. Count to 10. Scratch that. That'll make it 5. 1, 2, 3. Get some help now," I demanded. "That food won't last the night."
As for your safe haven, do you have any blankets or tents or stoves or anything that will keep you warm? He just kept looking at me like I was nuts. "Justin, you guys won't make it 2 nights up there. If you don't die of the elements, you'll die of dehydration in at most 4 days. "We have beer," he said triumphantly. "How long is your 30-pack going to last you?" "Through the night, maybe," I finished cynically. "Dad, I've got to think about this. That's a huge drop," he responded. "Okay, fine. I'll give you until..." I pulled up my sleeve to look at my non-existent watch. "Now, get your ass down here." He still hesitated.
If for a second I thought I could bridge the gap from the ladder to the roof, I would have done it, just so I could grab him by the ear and get him. "Oh, shit," Justin moaned as he moved to align himself with the ladder and begin down. "Get your friends to help you," I yelled up. He was finally doing what I wanted him to do, just not in the manner in which I wanted it done. Isn't that about typical for teenagers? Too late for that, Dad," he added as his legs swung over the edge. "They just broke through the door." I didn't need any more clarification than that. "Give me a second while I secure the ladder." Justin let go of the roof just as I was attempting to secure the ladder's footholds. Somewhere in my semi-panicked mode, I heard distant screams, and then it sounded like the world was blowing up. Justin fell and entirely missed the first 2 rungs. The ladder clanged and swayed violently as he caught himself on the 3rd rung, his feet swinging wildly. He almost lost his tentative grip on the ladder when the Mossberg let go with a 3-round burst, which was impressive considering it was a pump-action shotgun. The closest zombie lay in a heap. What was left of him wouldn't feed a runway model.
His backup, however, had swelled to around 20. The first group was about 60 yards away, and the second group had just come around the corner. We were about to have one humdinger of a get-together. Justin was halfway down the ladder when I swung my attention back to him. I looked past him to notice the fat kid with the Butterfinger gun peering cautiously over the edge. I wanted to get Justin down and just plain haul ass out of here, but I couldn't do it. "Wait till Justin gets off the ladder, then swing your legs down. We'll hold it steady," I yelled. Justin looked up to see who I was talking to. "Tommy," Justin yelled, "you can do it." "They're up here, Justin. They just killed Bill. I guess that means we won't have to come into work tomorrow," Tommy said. His eyes had that hollowed-out look I was growing to know so well. Justin had finally hit terra firma. "Justin, you've got 30 seconds to convince your fat friend to get his ass down here, or we're leaving," I whispered harshly. Tracy beeped the horn again. I turned viciously. "Do you think that's helping?" I barked. She wanted out, and so did I. But I wasn't leaving the big kid unless I had to, although I think we had passed that point a minute ago. "Tommy," Justin called. "Come on, man. There's no time to figure it out. They're up there. Let's go." Bill's distant screams finally subsided, and I don't think it was because he got away. That steeled Tommy's resolve. He began to swing his huge bulk over the edge, still gripping the pellet gun. Images of the little girl clutching her doll welled up inside me. "Let go of the pellet gun, Tommy," I snapped, more for me than him in all likelihood. "It isn't going to do you any good down here, and you're going to need both hands to hold on to the ladder." I didn't think anybody but the man of steel himself was going to be able to stop that bulk once it got in motion. The more I began to think it through, the less I liked the idea. The odds were good that Justin and I were about to become human pancakes, sandwiched under the enormous bulk of Tommy. I was about to grab Justin and have him abandon his post, no sense in both of us dying in this vain attempt, when the ladder vibrated slightly. I looked up. Tommy had grabbed the first rung and was beginning his descent. "Holy crap," was all I could mutter. My amazement was short-lived, however. The zombies that broke through the door on the roof were looking over the edge. I wanted to shout at them triumphantly that they had lost. "No more dinner for you, nya nya nya," when the first of them simply walked off the roof, followed by a second, and a third, and then a half-dozen. The snapping of multiple bones ricocheted off the Walmart wall, sounding like small arms fire. It was deafening. It was sickening. Tommy made it down the ladder, and the 3 of us just stared at the horror that was unfolding in front of us.
Most of the zombies had landed on legs that were now shattered beyond any use. Some had ended in a swan dive, never to rise again. The ones with the shattered legs and spinal columns started to pull themselves along with their arms or used their chins on the ground in a vain attempt to move. Whatever locomotion was available to them, they used to try to get to us. It was like watching the Terminator. Sadly, we were the Sarah Connors in this remake. Tracy's horn blared again. Travis had finished reloading and was firing again. Our reverie broken, we ran for the car. "Get in!" I yelled, as if anyone needed the instruction. Tracy scooted over so I could drive. Tommy's enormous bulk ended up on the hump seat in the back. He looked like a huge bowling ball, and my boys unhappily looked like two bowling pins pushed up against the windows. "Sorry," Tommy said as he tried his best to reduce the crushing effect of his immensity.
We were staring down 30 or so advancing zombies and had 15 or so mostly disabled zombies to our rear. Tommy extended his ring-ding glazed hand to me. "I'm Tommy," he said with a beaming smile, mostly white teeth except for the chocolate stuck up on his gum line. I sent my hand back. This wasn't the time, but it was a conditioned response, and besides, I didn't see any reason to dispense with civility. "I'm Dad. Mr. Tal—" "Oh, forget it. You can just call me Mike," I said. "Mr. Tal, what's that smell?" Tommy said as he still gripped my hand. I pulled back and grunted. "Dad stepped in Henry crap." Travis smiled. "Great, just great," I mumbled as I put the car in gear and gunned the engine. I know Jeeps are tough, but how many bodies can I hit before I do irreparable damage? I'm sure the Chrysler Corporation never planned for this. I did my best to go around the edges of the oncoming horde, but with only 12 feet of width, I only had so many options. Tracy ducked down under the dash as best she could. I could tell she was glaring at me in response to the damage I was about to inflict on her car. She'd have to wait. I could only deal with one deadly problem at a time. Justin yelled, "Look out, Dad! I think you're going to hit them!" I honestly wanted to stop the car and thank Captain Obvious. If he hadn't forewarned me, I might just have gone and hit the zombies without ever realizing I was going to. The impact was more jarring than I think any of us were prepared for. I didn't know a human body would have that much effect on a 2-ton SUV. I guess it was because it was dead weight, and yes, even in my head, I got the rim shot sound effect. By the time I'd plowed through the 4th or 5th zombie, it looked like we had gone through a car wash designed by Stephen King. Pieces of bone, flesh, and congealed blood littered the hood and the windshield. At some point in this zombie smash-up derby, I had the wherewithal to turn on the windshield wipers and the washers. Even I was impressed with myself until Tracy let the wind out of my sails. I saw her hand pulling back into the relative safety under the dashboard. I was feeling good that we would make it out of the parking lot, but I didn't think Tracy's car was going to make it much further than that. The radiator was shot, and steam was pouring out of the front of the car. I could hear the serpentine belt whining as it was being shredded against some foreign object. The car was bucking wildly like we were on an unbroken horse. It felt like either the engine or the transmission was about to drop onto the ground. In all likelihood, it was going to be both. But even at the blistering 15 miles per hour that I was making, I was still putting distance between ourselves and the pack that followed. The car made it halfway home before it just plain died. Chapter 5. Journal Entry 5. Any semblance of a chance I thought I had of getting to Nicole's had vanished. After the damage from the 2nd or 3rd zombie hit, and with the addition of Tommy to our load, I didn't know how we would have fit her and Brendan in the car. But still, my heart sank. Sure, I'd saved one of my kids, but one was still out there. And to top it off, I wasn't completely sure about the saving part. We were a good 1.5 miles away from Sanctuary, and there were still a bunch of zombies on the loose. I tried the ignition a couple of times with no success. I would have kept at it if it weren't for the fact that the sound would be attracting some undesirables, and we had to leave. We could hear sirens and some small arms fire off in the distance, even some small explosions. Homemade bombs, I mused. I should have thought of that. I got out of the car quickly. Motioning everyone else to do the same, I opened the trunk to a yawning and stretching Henry. "Damn it," I said in frustration. We had more guns, food, and ammo than we were going to be able to carry. Add that to the fact I would have to lug Henry because he couldn't walk more than 200 yards before he would begin panting like a sex offender at a cheerleader convention. I know to everyone else he's just a dog, and right now it's survival of the fittest. But I would no sooner leave him to die than I would one of my kids. Tommy had finally gotten his immeasurable bulk out of the car to look in the trunk. "What's the matter, Mr. T?" he asked with a huge grin, the smile broadening when he noticed the boxes labeled MREs. I wanted to yell at him, but he just seemed so damn happy, so instead I answered him dejectedly. "Well, Tommy, we just have too much stuff to carry, plus the dog, and I have to figure out what to leave behind." Leaving most of the ammo seemed the logical thing to do. It was by far the heaviest. No food meant starvation. We could leave the 5-gallon water jug, too. I figured we'd still be able to get water through the pipes, at least for a little while longer. So it was Henry, the firearms, whatever ammo we could carry in our pockets, and the MREs. "Could you take the slings off the rifles, Mr. T?" Tommy said, his infectious grin never leaving his face. I should have known how strong the kid was just by the way he caught his bulk on the ladder. I shook my head in disbelief as we walked away from the car. He had fashioned a couple of crude carrying devices with the slings. He had the 3 boxes of MREs strapped to his back. Off to his sides, he hefted the 4 cases of ammo, and in his arms lay a slumbering Henry. He probably could have carried me too, and not even have lost a step. It would have been a beautiful fall night. The crispness in the air always hearkened me back to my youth and the start of school. But the smell, the fetid odor of the dead and the living dead blended together to create one humongous wave of putrid stink. It pervaded everything. Only Tommy seemed to be immune as he walked on, seemingly unencumbered by the undead bouquet. The first mile or so went by unremarkably. We heard things, mostly screams, in the distance, but never anything too close. Things got radically difficult once we had about a half mile to go. I was asking Tommy for the 10th time if he wanted some help. He was telling me for the 10th time that he was fine. But he stopped short, and the smile melted from his face. I followed his line of sight, and if I had been smiling, I would have stopped too. It didn't look like an ambush. It looked more like a convergence. The problem being, we were the attraction upon which they were converging. We were almost entirely surrounded. The only breaks in the zombie lines were caused by either natural occurrences like the fast-running stream on our left or the large block wall that surrounded the Isuzu dealership parking lot on our right. Otherwise, this looked like a textbook besieging. We were outnumbered easily 50-1. Good thing they didn't know how to shoot. "There's no way they pulled this off without some communication," I said out loud just to hear my thoughts manifest themselves. "Mr. T, do you want me to put Henry down so I can shoot?" Tommy asked. "Not yet, Tommy. We're not going to stay and fight. Justin, I want you on my right side, a step or 2 back. Travis, I want you on my left, the same step or 2 behind me. Tracy, Tommy, you 2 stay close in behind us." Again, with the superfluous directions, both of them were already close enough to tell if I was wearing boxers or briefs. "Okay, boys. We're not going to worry too much about what's coming behind and to the sides of us.
We're going to concentrate our shots to the front and slightly to our left and right. Understood? I asked, looking both of them in the eyes to make sure we were on the same page and to gauge their readiness. They were both scared, but they knew what had to be done. When the zombies were within 50 yards, I gave the signal. The signal involved me shooting. The front line of the zombies crumpled under our withering fire. Acrid smoke filled the air. Heads burst, limbs were blown apart, a river of thickening blood flowed in our direction, and hair fluttered down. But still they came, fearless, relentless, but most disturbing of all, quietly. There was no battle cry, no gallant speeches, just the slow, steady, mindless march of the zombies. Kill or be killed, we fired on. The barrel of my M16 shone a dull red. I knew I was moments away from making a deadly-looking paperweight. We were making headway, but it was much too slow. Our frontal assault was nearly complete, but to our sides and rear, the zombies had halved their distance, some even closer than that. Our break towards freedom was close, but not close enough. I slung my M16 over my shoulder, the barrel grazing my cheek on the way.
The smell of my burning flesh seemed to excite our opposition more. I pulled out my 9mm Glock and began to shoot zombies that had closed to within 50 feet. I motioned for the boys to keep shooting to the front. We had to have dropped half of them, most of those fatally, but the survivors still pressed in. I then noticed something strange. Some of the zombies started to leave the fray. It was in 1s and 2s at first, and then it was in 5s and 10s, and just like that, we found ourselves alone in the road. The tattered remnants of what attacked us were now heading for new quarry. I watched as 2 men emerged from a small copse of trees about 100 yards to our right. They started running for all they were worth towards a nearby golf course, the zombies in pursuit. Not hot pursuit, mind you, but definitely trailing them. Sweat was pouring off my body. Sweat into the zombies. It could be the next big workout fad. Maybe I'll run it by Richard Simmons. One of these days I was going to get a psych eval. "Dad, what just happened?" Travis asked. Justin was hopped up on beer and adrenaline. "We're just too badassed for them," he cheered just a little too loudly. I thought about it for a second before I answered. "I think Justin has it mostly right. We weren't worth the losses, and they found an easier food source and went for it." But that still raised a lot more troubling questions than it answered. I would have to dwell on it eventually, but for right now, I wanted to get out of this killing zone. There was several questions I wanted answered. Who was going to answer them was a different question all on its own. How had the zombies pulled off a coordinated attack? That the attack was coordinated, I had no doubt. We had been completely surrounded. And why, when they were so close to taking us, did they stop? Because if they were scared, they never once betrayed their emotions. I looked like hell, and I smelled worse.
If I kept this up, the zombies would think I was one of their own. The remaining distance to the house was covered in a subdued silence. Even the gregarious Tommy was quiet. We knew how close we had come to feeling death's cold embrace. Henry slept on in Tommy's arms. As we approached our townhome complex, I had the boys once again spread out into flanking positions. Our complex was roughly 10 square acres. It housed over 300 units and was surrounded by an 8-foot-high stone and cement wall. There were 4 entrances, 2 on the northern side and 2 on the southern. The security of the complex was part of the reason we had moved here. The other was monetary. We couldn't afford anything better. The 2 northern entrance points had large card-activated chain-link fence gates. The 2 southern-facing gates had nothing. That made no sense to me. Did the designers just hope that a criminal, upon seeing the northern gates, wouldn't try another avenue to gain entry? Although the residents would be up a creek if said criminal came this way first. I'd like to have said they were getting ready to install the gates, but I'd lived here for almost 2 years, and I hadn't seen hide nor hair of a construction crew.
A large RV had been toppled on its side, completely covering the first entrance. It was placed with entirely too much precision to have been an accident. There wasn't a gap on either side. This passageway was closed. We would have to walk another 200 yards to the next opening. Hope surged. It appeared that a defense had been mounted at the Little Turtle housing community. As we got closer to the next entrance, I saw a school bus, this one still on its wheels. The passenger side of the school bus covered most of the entrance. The only parts that were vulnerable to entry were towards the front end and underneath the bus itself.
This would have been unsettling if we were dealing with a conventional enemy, but that bulk was going to stop 99% of the zombies that attacked it. Smart bastard, whoever thought of that, I thought admiringly.
"Stop right there," a voice shouted at us. "I'm not in the mood for this crap," I yelled in response. The cocking, clicking, and other sounds of multiple firearms being made ready got me in the mood in a hurry. "What about now?" I heard the dry voice from within the bus ask. The boys were confused. Sure, they had fought valiantly against the zombies, but once again we were outnumbered, and this time outgunned. "Justin, Travis," I said as I turned slowly. "Put your weapons on the ground. Slowly." I did the same. "What business do you have here?" the raspy voice asked again. I knew that voice. "Jed? Jed, is that you?" Jed was a member on the board of directors for our HOA. I hate HOAs. Never before have I had so many people interested in my personal business. Jed had once written me up for putting my trash out at 5:30 at night when the bylaws said we couldn't put the trash out until 6 p.m. I couldn't even fathom how he caught me. He lived clear on the opposite side of the complex. I hated that man, but right now I wanted to kiss him. "Yeah, it's Jed. Who might you be?" came the terse reply. "It's Mike Talbot, Unit 103. Still no acknowledgement. "You remember, we had that heated discussion about my trash going out early." Heated discussion didn't even begin to describe how this event went down. I had called him every filthy name I could think of, and I was a former Marine, so you know I had a deep arsenal. I was eventually thrown out of the meeting, and not of my own accord. I was bodily removed. It's not one of my prouder moments in life, and I eventually sucked up my pride and went to his house to apologize. He had blanched when I showed up at his door, probably thinking I was going for round 2.
We weren't exactly friends after my mitigation, but the hostility was gone, or at least buried under a few layers of civility. He grunted. That was his acknowledgement. So maybe a few of those layers had been removed during this first night of death. "Are any of your lot bitten?" he asked. "No," was all I could reply. "Byron, move the bus," Jed commanded. "Thank you, Jed." Relief washed over me. My legs had nearly given out. Again, he grunted, but he loved this. He loved being in control. Right now, that was fine with me. I could almost guarantee that he was the one who had orchestrated this defense. As we were making our way through the small opening, I looked up to meet his eyes. Jed said offhandedly, "Your daughter and her fiancé are here." My wife and I both let out a cry of relief. A big, shit-eating grin came across my face. "Open that door," I told Jed, pointing to the emergency hatch at the back of the bus. He looked at me questioningly. "I'm going to come up there and give you a big kiss." I started pulling on the handle. Jed was throwing his weight into the other side, thwarting my attempt at entry. "Get your queer ass out of here, Talbot," Jed bellowed. "I ain't having no pasty-assed man kiss me." I let go of the emergency handle. "Fine, Jed. Have it your way," I said as I was heading away. I noticed a small smile curve his lips. It was gone as quick as it had come. "Talbot!" he yelled to my back. I turned. You having second thoughts about that kiss? The offer still stands, I answered coquettishly. Be at the clubhouse tomorrow at 7 a.m. and clean yourself up. You smell like shit, he voiced. I waved. Thank you, Jed, came my solemn reply.
Chapter 6. Journal Entry 6. Our weary band of travelers headed for the front door. Sir Lick-a-Lot and the rest of his merry gang were nowhere to be seen. Must have been one hell of a firefight, I thought. My greeting for Nicole was brief and intense. I think I would have sobbed with relief if I wasn't so exhausted. She gave her mother a huge hug and then bounded to me for the same. We embraced for a second before she pulled away, nose crinkled in disgust. I know I smell like crap, I know, I said before she could beat me to the punch. I wanted to go soak in a hot shower in the worst way. It almost hurt. But once Nicole got to talking, not much was going to divert her. We briefly recounted the highlights of our Walmart rescue. I completely skipped over the little girl, trying my best to hide her in a remote fold in the darkest corners of my brain. It was my turn now to ask how Nicole and Brendan got here. I settled in and made myself comfortable. Even on a regular night, Nicole would give me every detail of their journey, down to the minutia of what color vest the cashier was wearing at the gas station. I nodded to Brendan. He nodded in return. She had most likely already recounted the entire trip for him, and he had been there. He sat down heavily on the love seat. Stress that had been etched on his face was only just now beginning to ease. So luckily, she began, we were already on our way over. We wanted to get some of the boxes we have piled in your basement out to our new place. Travis interrupted from the kitchen. I could hear him open the refrigerator and then close it quickly, obviously not having found what he was looking for. I'm going to get drinks. Does anybody want anything? He yelled from the kitchen. Everyone had a request, even Tommy. Do you have any Yoo-hoo? He asked. I shook my head. We'll get some tomorrow if we can, I answered as I saw the disappointment on his face. Pepsi will be fine.
Tommy's head was bowed. Coke all right? Travis asked. I guess that'll have to do, came Tommy's reply. I heard the back door and then the screen open and shut. I was listening to Nicole's account when I abruptly jumped off the couch like my ass was on fire. My foot caught the edge of the coffee table as I went down screaming. Screaming not from the pain, but for what laid in wait. My man fridge was located in the garage. At one time it had mostly been stocked with beer, but it had become a lot easier to just put all of our beverages in there. Coke, juice, extra milk, whatever. Tracy's face froze as she saw the sheer look of terror flit across my features. "What's the matter?" she shrieked. I scrambled to gain purchase. I distantly heard Tommy. "Coke's fine, Mr. T," he bawled, reacting to my dread. I was in a nightmare. I couldn't move fast enough. The ground was sucking me down. Gravity became a fiend. I weighed too much to move effectively. My feet were slipping and sliding on the area rug, but I finally gained purchase. Unfortunately, once I hit wood, I had too much thrust and slammed into the wall as I turned left into the hallway. I heard more than felt the snap of impact as I dislocated my shoulder. The pain was blinding. The pain was clarifying. I was soaked in sweat running down the small hallway that connected the living room to the kitchen. By now, everyone in the house was close on my heels, trying to discover my intentions. I made it to the kitchen. Now I had to make a hard left through the family room so I could finally make it out the back door. The gore on the soles of my sneakers made it nearly impossible to get traction on the linoleum. I moaned, a deep and mournful sound. Travis was half in the house holding the screen door open with his left hand, seeing my whole comedy of errors. "Holy shit, Dad, you all right?" "No swearing," Tracy scolded him.
And now I did sob, some from the pain, but mostly in relief at the sight of my son. "Zombies in the garage," I mustered before my tunneling vision rapidly began to close. "Holy shit!" I said no swearing, I heard from a million miles away. I awoke about 10 minutes later, according to Nicole. Brendan, set your shoulder back, Nicole said. Concern crisscrossed her face. I sat up, waiting for an explosion of pain to rip through me. I was grateful for the moderate throbbing that met me instead. Travis was all I could manage as I tried to break through the cobwebs that spidered through my thoughts. I'm fine, Dad, I heard from the other side of the kitchen counter. Tommy had taken up nearly my entire field of view. You all right, Mr. T? You know you still smell bad, right? Tommy said as he tried his best to put on a brave face. Help me up, big guy. As I extended my hand out, he almost pulled that one out to match the left as he launched me to my feet. I swayed for a moment as my blood did its best to catch up with my movement. Tracy was at the kitchen table, head in her hands, fresh tears staining the tablecloth. You all right, hon? I asked as I stayed close to Tommy, using him as a balance beam. Just relieved. She looked up. I knew it was more than that, of course it was. But what was the point of pushing it? What are the chances that anybody grabbed the garage remote out of the car? I looked at everybody, including Nicole and Brendan. I was that desperate. Everyone slowly shook their heads in negation. I'll be right back, I said as I headed to the front door. I just want to tell Jed to expect some noise. I could hear shuffling in the garage, but it was damn near impossible to ascertain their location. Who's to say that one of them wasn't right up at the door waiting for some unsuspecting person to stick their arm through? It would take me less than 2 seconds to open the door, grope wildly for the garage door wall switch, and then pull the door shut. But how long would it take a zombie in waiting to bite on my arm? I put on 3 sweaters, a heavy parka, and a set of work gloves. So unless these zombies had fangs, I should be able to do what needed to be done without becoming infected. My hope was the added bulk wouldn't burden me too much. I did not want to sacrifice speed. Dad, do you want me to go with you? Nicole asked as I headed out the back door. I could cover you with a gun, she added. I looked down at her trembling hands. A palsy victim would have been appalled. No, I think I might be safer if you stayed in the house. She looked both hurt and relieved. I love you, sweetie, I said as I pulled her close and kissed her forehead. Justin came with me, standing right outside the closed back door, rifle not aimed yet, but at the ready. Travis, Brendan, and 2 guards from the bus gate who came to help finish off this mission waited about 10 feet to the side of the garage in the alleyway. I walked over to the garage entrance and took a couple of heavy breaths in preparation, listening one last time to see if I could make out the zombies' respective locations in the garage. I glanced over to the kitchen window. Tracy and Nicole were looking out, watching. Tommy's bulk in the background was unmistakable. The tension of this moment was lost on him as I watched him playing with one of Travis's old toys. I looked again and crossed the yard, passing Justin. Before he could ask the question that was on his mind, I walked back in the house. Nicole and Tracy both stared at me in confusion. I walked over to Tommy. Hey, buddy, what you got there? I asked. A spaceship, he said with a sparkle in his eyes. Where'd you get that spaceship? I asked. He seemed to like this new game. It was on the floor of Mrs. T's car, he answered. It must have been flung off the visor with all the impacts the car had been through. Do you think I can borrow your spaceship for a minute? I asked. Yeah, no problem. I figure it's yours anyway. I found it in your car, he answered. Thanks, buddy. I grabbed the garage remote and headed out the back gate to get rid of our unwanted guests. The 6 of us were lined up in a row. We knew they weren't going to come out sprinting, but we were all poised as if that was exactly what was going to happen. This didn't feel right. All the zombies we had killed so far had been a kill or be killed scenario, and we hadn't known any of them. This just seemed like cold-blooded murder. I don't think a court in the land would convict me of killing a dead person, though.
This was much more personal. Jo had been my neighbor. I had drank beers with her and talked sports, and yeah, even women. It had been a little strange to talk to a woman about what they found attractive in another woman. I was staring down the gun sights of my M16, about to kill someone that I considered more than an acquaintance. God damn it, I considered her a friend. That inconvenient truth wasn't going to make it any easier. Now remember, I said to everyone, we wait until they come out of the garage before we start shooting. I didn't want anyone putting a hole in my Jeep. Everyone nodded in agreement. Killing in the heat of battle was one thing. Lying in wait and calculating death was a whole different story. The garage door rumbled up. We didn't have long to wait. Both of the zombies had been lurking by the door. Whether they had heard us, or more than likely smelled me, it didn't matter. They walked out the door and into a hailstorm of fire and lead. The scene was a staccato burst of fire and shadow. The strobe light effect disoriented me. It made everything appear as if it was happening in slow motion. Jo's right arm was literally blown off.
I watched in fascinated horror as the bits of bone and tendons flew in an arc, the wild, flashing light highlighting their ascent and then rapid descent. And yet she still came forward. Merle, as I was to later learn his name, didn't make it a foot out of the garage before Justin had put a .30-06 round through his belfry. Merle's head swelled to twice its normal size, trying to make accommodations for the bullet. When his noggin blew, it looked like someone had placed an M80 in a watermelon. That was the simile I held on to. It allowed me to sleep at night. And still, Jo kept coming. Travis seemed to have the stomach for this killing. His shotgun was slowly dissecting her, but the final blow hadn't landed yet. I hadn't even turned my safety off yet, and still she came. I flinched every time the shotgun roared. Brendan walked up to Jo, a mere arm's length away, and shot her dead on. No pun intended. The .380 round thankfully wasn't as blisteringly strong as Justin's round, so we were all spared the sight of Jo's brain bucket scattering across the alley. Her head lashed back violently, and her neck snapped loud enough to rival the Mossberg. She crumbled to a heap no more than 5 feet away from me. "I'm sorry, Jo," I said to her collapsed form. The 2 men from the gate produced some body bags and made short work of disposing of the bodies. I didn't stick around to compliment their efficiency. I walked into the garage solemnly, too distressed to even comment on the bird shot that peppered my passenger side quarter panel. This night just wouldn't end. It was 10:30 p.m., and I still hadn't had a shower. Chapter 7, December 9th, 6:45 a.m. Journal entry 7. I woke up with a start. I had to pry myself off the bed. It wasn't just that I was still bone weary, which I was stuck to the comforter I had plopped down onto the previous night, where I had immediately fallen asleep. I didn't even want to linger on what was keeping me so affixed to the quilt. I was trying to convince myself that I had fallen into a vat of cotton candy. That illusion, however tenuous, was broken when a bit of bone fell out of my hair. My eyes were adjusting to the vestiges of light that were seeping in from and around the drawn shades. Tracy was not here. I sat up with a start. What was going on? Then it hit me. The putrid stink of death. They had made it past Jed's barriers and were now in the house. My gun was right next to me. I jumped up and out of the bed, anxious to see who, if anybody, could be saved. Fear gripped my chest in a vice. I could let air escape, but I didn't have the capacity to let any in. I was on the verge of panicking. All that I held sacred in this world was in trouble,
and my worthless ass had been sleeping. I could hear no sounds of disarray, but that did little to stem the rising tide of trepidation that threatened to dash me against the rocks of sanity. The living dead don't make much noise. I heard crunching. Bile involuntarily rose in my throat. I would choke on vomit long before I was able to help anyone. I flew down the stairs, turning the corner of the landing in one deft move. Henry greeted my heaving body, bone in his grinning mouth, short, stubby tail wagging a mile a minute. "Well, hey there, sleepyhead," my beautiful, beautiful wife said from the kitchen as she sipped on a cup of coffee. Dark rings circled her eyes, but I don't think I had ever beheld such a sight. I laid the rifle down, approaching my wife for a hug and kiss of reassurance. "Oh, hell no," she said as her eyes lit up in alarm.
I stopped dead in my tracks. What was amiss?
"There's no way you're hugging me smelling like that," she laughed. "Your stench is what made me wake up this early. Go take a shower, and if you can at least get to the point where you smell better than Henry, I'll think about kissing you." Henry looked up to my wife with a hurt expression as if to say, "Don't compare me to that guy, he stinks," and then went back to the delightful chore of chewing on his steak bone. Relief poured, no, gushed through my system. A wave of euphoria momentarily made me lightheaded. Thankfully, I was already halfway back up the stairs. What the hell was going on with me? I was having feelings. I had sobbed, and now I was swooning. A couple more days of this crap, and I was going to need some Tampax. I took a brief but intensely hot shower, hoping that I would be rewarded with a renewed and cleansed soul to go with my clean body. When I emerged from the steam and swept my hand over the mirror to wipe away the condensation, I noted that I looked a whole lot better than I felt. Last night's ordeal had aged me beyond my years. I looked to all concerned to be 43. I, however, felt to be about 63. No more time for reflection. I walked out of the steamy bathroom into the relative coolness of our bedroom. The reddish glow to my skin lit the way. I dressed quickly, delighting in the feel of my t-shirt not sticking to my neck, back, or arms. I wanted to revel in the cleanliness a little longer, but I was already running late for the town hall meeting. I grabbed my jacket from the hook at the bottom of the stairs and was about to head out. Tracy yelled from the kitchen, "Do you want some breakfast before you go?" "No time," I shouted as I turned back to get my rifle. It wouldn't do to go anywhere without it anymore. The old American Express ads moved into my hemisphere of thought. "Don't leave home without it." "Thanks, Carl Malden," I murmured to myself.
"I made scones," Tracy teased. I stopped short, lucky to not twist an ankle with the forces I used to turn around. "What kind?" I asked, hoping beyond hope. Not the cranberry almond, not the cranberry almond, not the cranberry almond. My fingers crossed like a third grader's. "Blueberry? With glaze?" I asked, my voice tremulous. She nodded. "Yes!" I pumped my fist in the air. "I might be able to spare a minute or two," I said as I closed the front door. "I thought so," she answered as she poured a glass of milk. The meeting was being held in the complex's clubhouse. It was a sturdy-looking structure, an A-frame that would probably look much more at home at some alpine setting than here in Aurora, Colorado. I showed up to the meeting 20 minutes late. "Nice of you to show, Talbot," Jed said from the dais at the front of the committee room. Everyone present turned to see. I got a little detained," I answered sheepishly. "What is that on your mustache?" Jed said, straining to get a better look. "Is that blueberry?" he asked incredulously. I licked it away furiously before he could confirm his suspicions. "Where is everybody?" I asked, trying to change the subject,
only realizing too late that I had just made matters worse. The room was usually standing room only, and that was if we were only going to discuss the mailbox placement. This seemed infinitely more important, and there were dozens of available chairs. Jed let the blueberries go. His shoulders slumped. "This is all that's left," he answered. I sat down with a thump into one of the many vacancies. "Oh, dear God," I muttered. Jed was a crotchety old fart, but his community had been turned asunder, and he was having a difficult time coming to grips with it. This was the fastidious man who scolded children for sledding on the snow-covered hills, fearing that they might tear up the grass underneath.
And now his assembly was reduced in one night to a third of the mass it had been. It had been a shock to him, but the tough old badger was going to make sure the rest of us made it through the turmoil. I was impressed, considering he was prior army. I wouldn't have thought he had the intestinal fortitude for this. But he had already gone far above any of my expectations. While everyone had been running around like chickens without heads, he had the northern gates shut, guarded and appropriated an RV from the Millers, who were here and still glowering. He had also somehow got hold of a bus to close off the last gate, all the while assembling a team to go house to house, not garage to garage, to dispatch the enemy. I was amazed, and that offer of a kiss was still valid if he ever decided he wanted it. I had done everything humanly possible to save my family. Jed had thought on a much broader scale. The first part of the meeting had been a sounding of the bell ceremony for the little turtle fallen. I was thankful I had missed that. I had no wish to hear the names of the dead. They were just about to get to the meat of the meeting, sarcasm intended, when I showed up. Jed continued. "I know it's going to be difficult to guard so much area." There was no reason for him to verbalize the reason. There were so few of us now. "We have to keep 2 people at each of the fenced gates at all times, and I'll take ideas on how to shore those up. They were never designed to stop a determined pedestrian. No need to worry about the southwest gate. The RV isn't going anywhere." Old Man Miller got up to protest. "You didn't say anything about turning it over on its side when you borrowed it, Jed," Gerald Miller sneered. "That was mine and the Mrs. Vacation Home," he yelled, as loud as his oxygen tank-fueled lungs would allow. Jed looked like he was about to blow a gasket. That was the same look that got me going and thrown out of the town meeting a few months earlier. "Jerry, where exactly are you and the missus planning on going to vacation now?" Jed stated, placing the emphasis on now. "Well, we could have used it to escape to Florida," Jerry said dejectedly. "Oh yeah," Jed stated sarcastically. They didn't hand out any flu shots in the retirement capital of the world. I had missed the news broadcasts that were still operational. They had decisive evidence that the flu vaccination was the culprit and not voodoo mysticism, as many of the more superstitious types, me, had reckoned. At this point, though, what's the difference? A zombie's a zombie. I don't care how it got to the point of wanting to eat my brains. I just wanted to make sure that didn't happen. Jerry didn't make any more interjections. He pouted as best he could with an oxygen tube coming out of his nose. "Okay, now that matter is closed," Jed said as he looked straight at Jerry. "I'd like at least 4 people at the bus gate. I'm worried about the clearance. The zombies that showed up last night showed no inkling that they even noticed there was a way in under the bus. I'd say let's flip the bus, too." Jerry loudly harumphed. "But I want it mobile in case we need to get it out of the way quickly. Plus, we're going to have cars coming and going all the time," Jed added with a stern glance in Jerry's direction. One of the residents, an older lady with white hair that I always saw walking her corgi, asked, "Why don't we just seal it up and be done with it?"
I thought she answered haughtily for one that lived so close to the fringes of lower-class society. Maybe her rich husband took off with a young floozy and only left her with that ankle-biting little pecker Welsh corgi. Need to. Jed had brought me back from my little inward detour. Get supplies and food.
And we might need it if we have to leave in a large group in a hurry, he continued. Now I know nobody is going to like this part. I want to assemble teams of 5 to scour all the unoccupied townhomes. This is going to be a lot of work, but we need to figure out where we are at. So grab all the food, gas, weapons, ammo, batteries, whatever you think we can use. Bring it here to the other smaller conference room, and we'll go from there. Also, look for a couple of larger stepladders. I want to use those as guard towers. I stood up to ask a question. Jed didn't look happy about it.
The floor recognizes Michael Talbot, Jed said, wiping his hand over his brow.
Jed, fellow survivors, I started. Some winced at that, maybe because they hadn't thought of it that way, or maybe they just didn't want to. I've got a couple of questions.
We figured that Talbot or you wouldn't have gotten up, Jed sarcastically stated. I was going to take back my offer to kiss him if he kept this up.
What's our stance on interlopers?
Jed had thought of everything but this issue.
I mean, I continued, what are we going to do with... I thought for a second. The word still didn't sound right when it came out of my mouth. Refugees? This wasn't Grenada.
Jed thought for a second. He didn't want to come to a snap decision.
I guess that's unavoidable, Jed stated to no one in particular. On one hand, it will ease up the load of responsibilities and burdens we will have to bear.
Miss Whitehair, with the canine ankle-biter, spoke out.
Responsibilities? Burdens? Guard duty? I want no part of that, she said frostily.
Wrong answer, I thought.
Without missing a beat, Jed said,
Mrs. Deneau, when will you be leaving then?
Her face lost more color than her hair. Even her dog looked like he had been pistol-whipped. She didn't respond in any fashion. I took that to be she was agreeing to Jed's will.
Back to the refugees, Jed said. I could tell that even he was having difficulty with that word. Eventually, it will become more and more problematic to house and feed them. We'd be all right for the first 100 or 2 until it began to tax our resources. But if we start taking people in, we can't get to a point and then start turning them away. I mean, we could, but I don't want to be that person that turns a family away because we're out of space. If we open the doors for one, we open it for all. We may get to the point where we will run out of empty homes and we'll have to open our own houses too.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mrs. Deneau interjected. I will not open my doors to any strangers, especially if they're not the right color.
Mr. Hernandez stood up, angry as all get out. Even Tommy would have been able to tell where this was going.
Sit down, Don, Jed said sympathetically to Mr. Hernandez.
Is it really worth arguing with her? Mrs. Deneau glowered. This wasn't one of those touchy-feely moments like in the movies where Mrs. Deneau reluctantly saw the errors of her ways and eventually accepted a black family into her home as they overcome all obstacles set in their way. She lived as a racist bigot bitch, and she would probably die as a racist bigot bitch. C'est la vie. Mrs. Deneau was happy Don hadn't said anything. She liked it a lot better when they stayed quiet and mowed the lawns. I sucked in my breath as I watched Mr. Hernandez do his best to control the rage that was threatening to boil over. Jed didn't like Mrs. Deneau any more than anyone else at the meeting. He was probably wondering if she had become this difficult before or after her husband left her. Tension mounted. The pressure was palpable. That was, of course, until the nightmare began again.
Where someone had dug out an old World War II siren, I don't know. All I know is when the siren went off, I got to taste my scone a second time. And believe me, it wasn't better this go-around.
Most everyone got up, unsure of what we should do next. Eyes invariably shifted to Jed.
Just hold off until the siren stops, and then we should hear some directions, he stated. Just how many air raid sirens had this man lived through? The siren cut off as if it was placed underwater. Then we heard, faintly at first, and then with more vigor as the message passed on from sentry to sentry. Zombies at the gate! Zombies at the gate! You idiots, Jed mumbled. Which gate? As if in answer to his question, Northwest and Northeast gate, all hands! Jerry, Mrs. Deneau, and a few of the older folks didn't move. Hell, I thought darkly. Most of them already look like the Walking Dead, without the walking part. I wanted to pull Jed aside and tell him that we had already been infiltrated, but I somehow didn't think he'd find the humor in it. I grabbed Jed's arm. Do you want me to go get the boys? It would delay my arrival by 10 minutes, but I'd be bringing more firepower with me. How many rounds you have for that fancy gun of yours? He asked, looking down at my M16. 4 full clips, so 120 rounds, I said as I began to shuffle my feet. Adrenaline had started to surge. I needed to direct this energy, and quickly. Ants in your pants, Talbot? Jed mused. When was the last time I'd heard that? When I was 10? Go to the gate and see how bad the threat is. They'll either come running when they hear the shots, or I'll have a runner sent. I was halfway out the door when I turned. Thanks, Jed, I told him. For what? Came his grizzled reply. For a chance, I finished before dashing out the door. I ran as fast as I could to the northern end of the complex. I knew this wasn't the proper approach. My slamming heart was going to make it difficult to steady my gun. There was no need for the rush. There were no more than 20 of them, and half of them had been cut down before I got there. I saved my rounds.
Well, at least the question of what to do with refugees was answered. The zombies had been chasing a small family, a mother, father, and 2 kids that didn't look much past 2 years old. As we let them pass the barriers, relief was imprinted on the father's face. Fear and worry had corroded the mother's features. At one time she had been a very attractive lady, but the events of the past night had gnarled everything about her. I felt sorry for her and would have liked to have comforted her, but I was having a difficult time stretching the boundaries of my altruism. I only wanted to get home to my own family. I wasn't sure how much time I had left with my family, and I didn't want to squander one precious moment.
Chapter 8, Journal Entry 8. The next few days went by without too many problems. Our numbers swelled by a whopping 21 souls. We had hastily erected a 6-foot-high cinder block wall with mortar over the northeast gate. Some had argued to do the same on the other fenced gate, but Jed had argued back, and rightfully so. If we needed to leave in a hurry, we would need a way to get out. Personally, I didn't think it was going to matter by that point, but I didn't want to argue about it. We strengthened the northwest gate by placing 2 minivans against it. They were parallel to the gate and parked rear hatch to rear hatch. They were close enough to the fence to scratch the paint, but the previous owners weren't around to complain. The bus gate was the most difficult of all to bulwark. Obviously, we wanted to make it impregnable to the zombies, but also mobile enough so that we could leave in an instant. It was our first new resident that came up with the idea. Alex Carbonara, a medium-sized man in his 30s, had been a carpenter in his previous life and was used to finding ways to work around problems. We had mostly left him off the revolving guard duty because his wife had yet to snap out of her catatonic state. There was no way he could safely leave his children at his new home with a non-responsive spouse. So it was in this free time that he had first pondered and then drew the design for his movable wall. It was a 6.5 foot high by 20 foot long wall built on wheels and placed on a track. It was ingenious. He placed studs every 10 inches as opposed to the standard 18 for added strength. Covered with drywall and with small wheels attached to the bottom, with some muscle power, the gate could be retracted to either let someone in or out, as the case might be. We were as fearful of gangs or desperate mobs as we were of the zombies.
Normal humans would have an easy time breaching any of our defenses, so as much as we wanted to cut down on the number of sentries, we just didn't dare. Every 100 yards or so we had either a tall step ladder or a small sliding ladder set up against the wall. These were manned 24/7. I spent nearly 6 hours a day on guard duty. I didn't mind so much at the gates. The camaraderie heralded me back to my days in the Marines Corps. The time on the ladders, however, was excruciating. When I got off the ladder at the end of my shift, my feet and legs throbbed in pain for almost as long as I had been on it. When the opportunity to go on a supply run came, I jumped at it. A chance meeting with zombies seemed much better than the known pain of the ladders, modern society's newest form of torture. Thank God for Alex. He had already come up with a design for small gun towers to take the place of the ladders. The raid was set up specifically to search for food and batteries and that type of stuff. But when Alex came to us with his list of building materials, we promised to make sure to leave room in the van. Who knew what invaluable contraption he was going to come up with next? 6 of us went out in that van. Between all the guns and ammo we carried, I didn't know how we were going to fit any food in here. Me, Justin, Travis, Brendan, Alex, he left his kids with Jed and his wife, and a slightly built man that barely looked like he could hold up his rifle. Spindler was his name. He said he had been a principal once upon a time in a town called Walpole or something like that. I didn't like him much, but as long as he helped and didn't become a liability, he was fine with me. Tracy and Nicole were not thrilled that we were heading out, but I assured them everything would be fine. We hadn't seen more than a dozen or so zombies in the last 2 days. "Mike, you've seen the news," Tracy pleaded. And I had. That was all that was on.
There were 2 television stations left, and it was all news all the time. It was horrendous. There was nothing else to report on except for zombies. Even the commentators seemed bored with the subject. "Another mass killing in Ohio." "Yawn, big stretch," the newscaster would state. "Film at 11. Stretch. Obviously, the yawn and the stretch are figurative, but that was the implied tone. What wasn't implied, however, was that no matter how seemingly easy we had it at the moment, the worst of it wasn't over. The zombies were still out there, and wherever they went, havoc, death, and destruction followed. "Trace," I consoled, "Lowe's and Safeway are less than a half-mile from here. We'll be loaded up and back within the hour." It ended up being a lot longer than an hour, and incredibly more dangerous than I had said or figured. And like every Star Trek away team, we ended up losing a crew member. We left by the minivan exit. It was on the side closest to our destination. Across from the gate, on the other side of the road, was a Jehovah's Witness Freedom Hall. I was wondering how many of the devout followers that went to this church were lucky enough to get one of the coveted 144,000 spots in the Promised Land this last week. When I reined in my cynicism, I noticed someone standing at the far edge of the church parking lot. My heart beat a little faster. Why was somebody just standing there? Something didn't seem right. I told Alex, who was driving, to go into the church lot. He was not happy about any detours. He was thinking that Jed was most likely as good a babysitter as his near-comatose wife. But when I pointed out what I was looking at, he readily agreed. We were within 25 yards, and still she didn't run away or amble towards us. We could tell it was a woman from the slight build and long hair, but beyond that we had no clue. "Alex, get about 20 feet away and let's see what's going on," I said.
"This doesn't feel right, Mike," Alex said, echoing what we were all thinking. As we got closer, I could tell that in life, This woman had been downright beautiful. Even in death, there was a certain majesty to her. Her long, raven black hair hid the majority of sores on her face, but her uncovered arms showed the ravages of the disease she was carrying. I could see her arms rippling even though it didn't move a muscle. Justin had lined up his shot. "Dad, do you want me to kill it?" he asked. I knew deep down in my subconscious she was dangerous, as any beautiful woman was, and she felt worse, much worse. But I couldn't find it in my humanity to kill if we weren't in danger. She made no threatening move whatsoever, her eyes watching us warily, and that shook me, because I knew there was more than some rudimentary intelligence going on. We sat there and just stared. "Dad?" Justin asked again. He wanted this standoff done. "Put the gun down. Alex, get us the fuck out of here," I said, never tearing my eyes from her. I heard Spindler gasp, so I know he saw what I did. The zombie woman nodded once, as in, thank you for not killing her. I shuddered, but nobody else in the van was the wiser. Looking back just a few short weeks later, I wish I had let Justin shoot her. When I got my composure back, I was able to rationalize the nod as stress-induced or just perception problems. I knew better, though. I'd wished Spindler hadn't seen it, too. It would have made it a lot easier to brush this away if there hadn't been a corroborating witness. "Alex, drive behind the Lowe's store," I said with a quaver in my voice. Luckily, everyone else was too busy scanning the area to notice the octave change. "Mike, you heard Jed. We need to get food first and then worry about the wood for the turrets," Alex bemoaned. Yeah, Jed would say that. The old geezer hasn't done one shift on those god-awful things. I can barely sleep because of the pain in my legs.
Alex opened his mouth to say something, but I cut him off.
"Come on, Alex. I know what I'm doing. How much food do you think we're going to fit in here anyway? Go to the back of the store. I can almost guarantee they'll have a big rig there. We'll fill it with all the supplies and food we'd need for a year." "Mike, I don't know how to drive a rig," Alex pleaded. "No sweat," I said as I put on my best bullshitting smile. I drove one back in my Marine Corps days. He eyed me a little dubiously. If he had stared at me a little longer, I would have cracked and just forgotten the whole damn plan. My whole half hour of driving a big rig had started as a dare from a fellow Marine friend of mine. We had been drinking all night at the base watering hole and had just started walking home to the barracks. We had passed the armory and a giant camouflaged truck sat in the parking lot. "Bet you can't drive us home in that," my drinking buddy Chuck Blaylock dared. "Can't so," I blustered as I began to squeeze my way through the locked gate. "What the fuck are you doing?" Chuck asked, almost as if he had already forgotten what he had dared me about. He had. Unfortunately, my short-term memory wasn't as bad. I got up into the cab and turned over the ignition, which allowed the glow plugs to warm up. There was no need for keys. Like all military vehicles, there was no such thing as keys. It would do no good if, in the heat of battle, the driver was killed or blown apart and the keys disappeared with him. You get my point, right? So within half a minute of getting through the gate, the truck roared to life. I lurched the truck forward. "Crap, there's a bunch of gears," I mumbled. I was paying more attention to the shift box than I was the gate. I barely looked up as I crashed through it. The truck stalled. Chuck hopped into the cab from the passenger side. "'Bout time," he said, and then he started snoring softly.
The barracks was only 2 streets over, but I was so inebriated I had lost all sense of direction. When the 8 trailing military police Hummers had pulled us over, I was 10 miles from home, had destroyed 3 cars and 1 guard shack. All in all, not a great ending to a great night. At my court-martial, the officer in charge of the proceedings, Colonel Larrett, went easy on me. First off, because the truck I was driving hadn't blown half the state away. Unbeknownst to us, the truck was packed with C4 explosive. I could have served life in prison at Leavenworth for that alone. When it was all said and done, I had lost 2 stripes, demoted from sergeant to lance corporal, 3 months' pay, and 1 year of confinement to the barracks. Chuck lost a stripe just for getting in the cab. They also sent him to another duty station, Okinawa, Japan, so we couldn't be together to cause any more havoc. I was going to miss Chuck to no end, but this beat a life sentence at Leavenworth, and because of the hard labor, a life sentence at Leavenworth equated to 7 years. So long story short, technically I had driven a big rig, even if I had no recollection of it. As it was, there were 3 trucks parked at Lowe's. 2 were still mostly full, and the third looked as if it had just finished offloading. That was going to be the one we wanted. We fanned out on the loading bay, thankful that this one was lit up like a spring day. The light was welcome. The sights, however, weren't. There had been a brief but intense fight here. Some zombies had re-died, and so had a bunch of truckers and dock crew. They had fought with tire irons, chains, and even a floor tile stripper. Gore littered the floor. The only thing alive in here was the incessant buzzing of the flies. Curiously, the flies, which I thought of as one of the nastiest creatures on the planet next to cockroaches, wanted nothing to do with the zombies.
They covered the remains of the humans, but not a one alit on any of the zombies. Even flying cockroaches knew better. I was thankful that it was early December and not a hot, sweltering day in August. The smell was already fetid. I couldn't begin to imagine what the smell would be like heated up to 98 degrees. I would have liked to have pulled the bodies out of the bay and onto the parking lot, but I didn't see the point. There were bound to be a lot more bodies in the store itself, and stopping to dispose of all of them would just be eating into precious time. I left Spindler to guard our rear echelon while the rest of us went forward to check out the store. When I swung open the large swinging doors, I soon discovered the inside was much more malodorous than the airy bay. I motioned for the small party to retreat. Confusion and fear crossed their features. I calmed my tumbling stomach by pulling in great breaths of the air I had previously thought was fetid. "We're going to need Vicks or something like that to put under our noses," I said, when I felt like I could finally speak without bits of discharge intermingling with my words. We hunted for a couple of minutes, never finding the coveted Vicks. Travis discovered some cologne in one of the metal desks that lined every bay. We made some makeshift bandanas and soaked them in the cologne. So we went back to the swinging doors looking like the best-smelling bandits this side of the Mississippi. The redolence of Ode to Death will haunt my olfactory nerves for the rest of my days. The one good thing about the swinging doors, besides being able to prop them open and get air, was that it had allowed the zombies to escape. In the long run, that may have been bad, but for right now, it was a welcome blessing. We did, however, do a thorough search of the entire store before we began our supply run, just in case there were undead lurkers still roaming about. I had the unenviable task of finding the keys to the big rig. My biggest fear was that the drivers were all zombified and had just walked off, keys and all. The dock workers were all dressed the same, blue jeans, light-colored shirts, and blue smocks. All I needed to do was find some fat men with jackets on. It's stereotypical, but I was in a hurry. After a few minutes of looking, I was rewarded, or more likely punished. I had found my quarry. There were 2 men on the loading bay that fit the description. I was looking for the one that was a little less decomposed than the other. I flipped the first guy over. The left side of his face had been removed. Jagged strips of flesh were all that remained. His left eye had been chewed in half, like a bad Entenmann's chocolate. Something had bitten into it and decided they didn't like the flavor and had left it for someone else. My stomach wasn't going to be right for a week after this. Stop looking at his face, I silently screamed at myself. This was much worse than the impersonality of passing an accident on the side of the road. This was high-def death brought to you in 1080 dpi. What is wrong with you? Does that mean I'm in trouble when I refer to myself in the third person? Isn't that some form of psychosis? I think I was trying to stall with myself. I'm a borderline germaphobe. I didn't want to have to touch what was left of this person. There's no telling what diseases he was carrying. If I had been someone else, I would have punched them and told them to get moving. This internal dialogue was not getting my family or me out of danger any quicker. That thought got me moving, but when I plunged my hand into his pocket, I was compensated with the liquefaction of Jared's. I had to name him something. It somehow seemed easier than fat dead guy. Fat tissue. I pulled my hand out only to find it attached to a 2-foot-long, sinewy, snot-like substance.
All the Clorox wipes in Lowe's weren't ever going to make me feel clean again. I did, however, have the luck of the Irish on my side. Clutched in my disgusting, disease-riddled paw were keys, and hopefully not to some stupid little Hyundai out front. I stiffly walked into the store and found the cleaning supplies. I felt like I was on autopilot. I was moving, but no one was steering the ship. I dumped a bottle of Pine Sol on my arm. It smelled horrible. It burned my skin. It was bliss. When I had emptied the bottle, I wiped off most of the gunk with cleanup towels, just a fancy name for paper towels. I then dug into the disinfectant wipes that promised to kill 99.9% of all germs and even some viruses. I could only hope that zombieism wasn't in that 0.1%. I began to come back from the obsessive-compulsive abyss. I didn't want to be that guy, the one that sits in a corner continuously rubbing at his now bleeding flesh with a small mountain of used wipes at his feet. It was close, but I felt like I had passed the worst of it. I went out to the truck that we were going to be using and tested the keys. They worked, which was a damn good thing because I'm not sure if I could have stuck my hand into any more glistening, decaying flesh again today. I walked back past Spindler, my face just a few shades lighter green than it had been. "Wimp," he laughed. I think he thought he was being funny. If I wasn't concentrating so hard on not puking, I would have responded. I didn't even shake my head in disapproval. The vertigo would have been too much. We were nearly completed at Lowe's. I was on my last haul dragging a pallet mover loaded with wood, nails, caulking, and some other odds and ends when I saw Spindler toss his cigarette out the bay. His hands were shaking as he went to pick up his rifle. "Useless," I muttered. Who the hell stands on guard duty against a deadly enemy and puts his rifle down?
I would remember next time to bring someone else.
I heard the engine long before the useless Spindler gave the warning. I stopped pulling on the pallet jack and started racing over to the open bay, unslinging my gun on the way to assess the new threat. Spindler started to slide away. I knew it. I knew he'd be useless in a fight. "Get your ass over here," I said quietly but laced with menace, "or I'll shoot you myself." He sneered, but grudgingly did as I ordered. I could tell from the self-serving calculation on his face that he was trying to gauge which threat was worse, me or the incoming vehicle. The Ford F-350 slowed to a stop about 25 feet from us. I couldn't see into the windows because of the way the sun was shining. Why the hell were visions of Snoopy and the Red Baron racing through my head? The seconds ticked by. I could hear Spindler sweating. The drops were cascading to the floor. It wasn't going to be long now, no matter how much he feared me, before he went running into the sunset. "Why did you come on this raid?" I asked, not meaning to say anything out loud. Spindler jumped at my words. "It's my van," was his response. I looked at him, but when I realized he wasn't going to continue, I prodded him further. So? He licked his lips nervously before he continued. I had a Cadillac once. I loved that car. It caught fire. His choppy delivery was grating on my nerves. Again, he didn't elaborate. This time I didn't care. I was saved from more conversation when the passenger side door of the truck opened. My rifle wasn't at the ready, but my grip intensified. Spindler began to bring his to the ready position. The foot that was stepping out stopped suddenly. I grabbed Spindler's barrel and shoved it towards the ground. He got the message, but that didn't mean he was happy with it. The cowboy boot-covered foot once again began its descent to the pavement.
The largest man I had ever seen in my life stepped out of that truck. Not as in Fat Man from the Monty Python movie The Life of Brian, but rather of the Arnold Schwarzenegger variety from The Terminator. He would have looked intimidating even if he hadn't been carrying a Gatling gun. A Gatling gun? Who gets a Gatling gun? My brain asked in overdrive. It had to have weighed a couple 100 pounds, plus all the ammo, and he hefted it as if it were no more than a paintball marker. If he opened fire, we'd be dead before we could think about it. While we were mesmerized by the gun, his friend stepped out of the crew cab door. He was a good-sized individual also, but compared with his steroid-induced partner, he looked like Pee Wee Herman. He carried a more traditional weapon, if you can consider a saw a traditional weapon. A saw is a light machine gun, but at 65 pounds, it's still no slouch to carry around. We were outgunned and nearly cut down when Spindler dropped his rifle. Lucky for us, our two rivals weren't prone to panic. They both tensed, but neither fired. The bigger man laughed. It was a mean laugh, though. His watchful eyes never left mine. Obviously, he was sizing up the only threat left to him. "That's my store," he said matter-of-factly. Why I let my smart-ass mouth rumble sometimes, I don't even know. My mother always said it was going to get me in trouble. "Do you mean literally or figuratively?" I wanted to laugh when I saw him thinking about my words. He hadn't a clue as to what I had just asked him. Both?" he said, realizing he may have just said something stupid. I was laughing inside, but I knew if I gave a hint of that internal merriment away, he would step over my blown-out brains to get into the store. "Any chance we can share, big guy?" I asked, but I fathomed the sheer bulk of this guy let him get whatever he wanted. "The name is Durgan," he bellowed. "Not big guy."
What the hell is his hang-up? Okay, Big Durgan. Is that a first or a last name? I wondered. There's plenty of store here for the both of us. You don't get it, puny man. This is my store. The veins in his forehead threatened to burst as he yelled, "Damn it, where's a good zombie when you need one?" It was then that I noticed the woman zombie we had seen at the church. She was standing a couple of 100 yards behind the men in the truck, seemingly watching this melodrama play out. I didn't have time to waste worrying about her now. I had bigger fish to fry at the moment. I heard liquid pattering to the ground next to me. What I thought was more sweat from Spindler turned out to be piss plunging from his bladder. "See, your little friend agrees with me," Durgan said, laughing his fake laugh again. "You have until the count of 3 to leave before I make you look like." He turned to his friend, and I heard him mumble, "What's that cheese with all the holes in it?" "Swiss," came the stage whisper reply. Now I know why the brain-eating zombies left these two idiots alone. "Before I make you look like Swiss cheese," Durgan shouted triumphantly. I knew I had to act fast. We needed these supplies and we needed this truck, but my time was running short. I was not convinced that Durgan could count as high as 3. "1!" he screamed. Who the hell was he yelling at? We were 20 feet away. Spindler took off like a shot, out the bay and away from Durgan. Pussy, I sputtered. 2! Durgan yelled even louder. Fight or flight, fight or flight, flight or... I stared in amazement as I watched steroid freak number 2 try to brush away a speck on his shirt. The laser dot didn't move, and then a second one joined the first. Durgan also had 2 on him, but was slower to realize it. Durgan, number 2 groused. No response. Durgan, he bawled. Durgan turned a little. What? Can't you see I'm a little busy right now? He growled.
Look at my chest, man, number 2 nearly cried. Look at yours. Both men were painted with 2 laser sniping dots on their chests. I wasn't sure where the help was coming from because none of our small party had laser scopes, but I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. I seized on the opportunity. I'm not going to give you until 3, big guy, I said condescendingly. He sneered in reaction to my words. Put the guns down now, or you're dead, I warned softly. Number 2 reacted quicker than Spindler had. He was already halfway back in the truck. Now! I yelled. Durgan hitched his hand toward the trigger slightly, a murderous intent in his eyes. Finally, he seemed to realize he wasn't going to win this Mexican standoff. This isn't over, he bellowed in ferocity. So this is what a pissed-off bear looked like. He never did put the gun down, but I wasn't going to push my luck as they both got back into the truck. Debbie, drive! I heard him yell, even with the windows closed. It must have been deafening in that enclosed space. I was thankful they had left. I had no desire to detain them. I let out a sigh of relief as I walked back into the bay to see who my allies were. Alex and Justin were as tense as I was and were just now shouldering their weapons. It was the mischievous grin of Travis, however, that had me laughing like a crazy man. In each of his hands, he carried 2 laser leveling devices. Thanks for that, I said as I went over and clapped Travis on his back. No problem, he answered, but I could see the pride in his eyes. Where's Spindler? Alex asked. He took off at the first sign of trouble, was my response. Spineless, worthless piece of Alex kept saying, but he was out of earshot as he was moving away to gather the last bit of his haul. All right, guys, I said to Travis and Justin.
Let's finish up here. I can't imagine Durgan has many friends he could bring back with him, but I don't want to find out. Right. Justin was in complete agreement. Travis nodded, still grinning. He placed the leveling devices in his pockets and went to help Alex and Brendan pull the load into the truck. Finally, we were ready to head for home. I pulled myself up into the cab of the big rig. Alex drove the van up alongside me. Travis was sitting with him, and Justin was with me. Are we going to look for Spindler? Alex asked, looking up at me. My first response wanted to be, fuck no! But that didn't seem very humanitarian of me. Instead, I came out with, he knows where we're going. If he has balls enough to come back, he'll meet us there. I guess we'll never see him again then, Alex laughed. Little bandejo. I was starting to stress out a little. Driving an 18-wheeler had seemed a whole lot easier when I was drunk. Staring at all the knobs and switches and 12-gear stick shift seemed terrifying at the moment. I couldn't tell everyone they had just wasted 2 hours of their time for nothing. Sweat broke out on my forehead. Justin calmly looked over at me. You don't know how to drive this thing, do you? Captain Obvious strikes again. I ground the living shit out of first gear. It smelled like it did when I would blow up my toy models with firecrackers when I was 12. There's nothing like the smell of burned plastic in the morning. I was paraphrasing from Apocalypse Now. Okay, so I wasn't doing the movie any justice, but it was helping to calm my nerves. My brain works in mysterious ways.
Just ask my wife. She'll tell you. The truck lurched forward 5 feet and stalled. I did the same routine 3 more times. I didn't have a true reference point, but I figured this was what it felt like when those crazy cowboys hopped on one of those mechanical bucking Broncos.
I was hopping around that seat like I had eaten 5 cans of Mexican jumping beans. Justin was having a blast. I wasn't having nearly as much fun. I had only just gotten my stomach completely under control about 15 minutes previously. Alex waited about 50 feet ahead of us. I wanted to wave him forward, my fear being that I might not be able to stop this behemoth once I got it going. On my 4th attempt, I was finally able to get the truck into second. That probably had more to do with the fact that I had burned the first gear completely out, rather than any newly attained skill. Thank God, Safeway was only 500 yards away. As it was, it took me all of 10 minutes to get there. As there was no way I was going to back this thing into the rear dock, I pulled up to the front doors and did what I did best. I stalled it. Well, that was something special to behold, Alex said as he got out of the van smiling. Sweat was pouring off me in sheets. Justin had broken a land speed record for car sickness. He puked as soon as he could scramble out of the cab. Not so funny now, is it? I asked. Travis is riding home with you, Justin answered between heaves. Okay, guys, you know the drill, I started. Justin, you stay out here and keep watch. Blast the truck horn if you need us. Alex, Trav, you stay with me while we check this store out. Chapter 9. Journal Entry 9. Justin was wiping his face and getting ready to climb up on the truck hood to get a better vantage point as we entered the store. The smell was antiseptic. I was in heaven for a second. Don't move, came the voice from above. Someone was using the store's PA system. We stopped moving. We don't want any trouble, came the anxious voice. I don't know why he was so panicky. We were the ones being drawn down on, or so I thought. Who could possibly live in this day and age and not arm themselves? I should have known some pacifists would survive Armageddon. We don't want any trouble either, I responded, not knowing where to direct my voice, so I found myself talking to the nearest speaker in the ceiling. We just want to get some food and get back home. Home, the disembodied voice said with a whimsical lilt. Yeah, we live at the Little Turtle Complex and I began and didn't get a chance to finish. Little Turtle, came the excited reply. My aunt lived there. That's great. I was beginning to feel like we could connect. Yeah, Jane Deneau, he added eagerly. My hopes sank. If the nephew was a 10th like the aunt, we were dead where we stood. I'm not sure from what vantage point I was being watched, but he must have seen my face fall at the mention of his aunt. Oh, you must know her, he said. I know she's an uber bitch, but she's all the family I have now. If you put the guns down, we can talk. I replied. We're not having the best day today. I would feel much more comfortable if we held on to them. I will send these other 2 back outside, and I will re-sling my gun. That's the best I can offer. That'll have to do, was his curt reply. When Travis and Alex had gone back out and my weapon was back on my shoulder, a little man, no more than 5 feet 5 inches tall, came out from behind the customer service desk. He wore Coke bottle glasses, had a receding hairline that had probably earned him the nickname Five-Head. I'll explain. It's like 4-head, only his is so big it's a 5-head. So it's not the funniest joke in the world, and it is at the expense of another, but you gotta admit it's still humorous. He had on penny loafers, khaki pants, a shirt and a tie, and a Safeway smock that had his name. Store manager Thad adhered to it. How you doing, Thad? As I extended my hand out. How did you know? He quickly realized his mistake and blushed as he looked down at his name tag. I couldn't believe this guy was still alive.
A field mouse would most likely send him shrieking into the night. Bad example. That would probably send me shrieking into the night too. "How many of you are there, Thad?" I asked as he finally closed the distance between us and took my proffered hand. "4." He winced. I may have gripped his hand a little too tightly. I was still a bundle of nerves. "May I say something, sir?" he began. "Mike," I answered. "Mike?" he asked. "Yeah, Mike Talbot's my name." "Mike, please don't take this wrong." He looked a little embarrassed at what he was about to say, and he didn't want to offend me, but he held true to his convictions. "You really do smell bad," he finished. I noted he had a distinctive, not oft-used English accent buried in there somewhere. "Yeah, I get that a lot," I said, as I put my non-offending arm around him. He visibly relaxed. I told him about why we were here, and about the little turtle complex, and that all of them were welcome. There was still plenty of room to be had. Thad called out to the rest of his cohorts, who turned out to be 2 of his co-workers and 1 customer. From behind the aisle with the canned fruit came a woman in her late 50s. Sores covered most of her arms, and she had some on her face. I gripped my rifle a little tighter, thinking she might be one of the undead.
When that didn't appear to be the case, I wondered how she could possibly be developing a case of scurvy in a grocery store. She nodded in my general direction and headed back down the aisle, picking at a sore at the bridge of her nose. Thad whispered to me, "She's been doing that since this whole mess started. A sore no sooner closes up and she picks it open." I shuddered in revulsion. The germaphobe in me was going to make sure that she wasn't in the same vehicle as me when we headed back. From right behind me, where he had been waiting behind the shopping carts, came a giant of a man carrying a tire iron. I would have thought it was Durgan, but this man was a soft chocolate color. He unnerved me to the core. Give me a zombie any day. "Sure glad I didn't have to use this," he said as he smacked the iron into his open palm. Alex and Travis rushed in thinking it was a gunshot. It was that loud. "Ah, yeah, me too," I said honestly. "That big fellow's name is O'Henry, but we all call him Big Tiny because," Thad stated. "I get it," I said, looking straight into Big Tiny's sternum. "BT for short," the big man said as he walked a little way past us to get a water out of one of the end cap coolers. I noticed he had a small smirk on his face, as if happy that his size had visibly flustered me like it did. The last to show herself was the lone customer in the store when Thad had prudently locked the doors from the horrible nightmare that raged all around in the parking lot. Her name was Beth, and she was in her late 30s, early 40s, shoulder-length auburn hair, green hazel eyes, and a heart-shaped face. She was attractive, but there was something else about her. I had an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. I knew her somehow, but I had never laid eyes on her before, at least not in this lifetime. Anyway, there was no time to solve mysteries. With 4 extra hands, the loading of the truck went exceedingly smooth.
I made sure that we also did a thorough raid on the pharmaceuticals. You never knew when you were going to need a Percocet or 2. Penicillin. The truck was stuffed as full as it could get, but the grocery store was still brimming with supplies. I would have liked to go unload this shipment and come back, but it was already beginning to darken, and I had not the least desire to be out here any longer. We could come back tomorrow, zombies willing. I climbed back into the truck. Thad was in the process of getting in on the other side. When I stared ahead through the windshield, I felt like I had been punched in the gut. Standing not more than 100 feet away was the zombie woman, and she was holding something. I was having a difficult time discerning what it was when she held it above her head. Oh, Christ. I opened my door and evacuated my guts. Thad had just adjusted himself in the seat before he had looked.
Oh, dear Father in heaven! More power to Thad. He didn't get nauseous. But then again, he didn't know the person that head used to belong to. "Dad!" Travis yelled. "That zombie has Spindler!" I jumped down off the truck. I wanted to run up to her and scream, "What are you doing?" and "Why are you following us?" My gaze kept returning to the head in her upstretched arm. Eyes rolled up so only the whites showed, tongue lolling out like a dog on a hot summer's day. Ragged flesh around the neck showed the numerous bite marks it had taken to separate the head from the body. There was at least 6 inches of blindingly white spine that hung down past the ropes of skin and vein. She dropped the head, and even from this distance we heard the sound, mostly because I think all of us were holding our breaths. The skull cracked with an audible pop, and as luck would have it, Spindler's head, of course, rolled to a stop upside down, looking at us. I looked back up to her face, my mouth hanging open like a giant Venus flytrap.
She nodded once and turned to walk back through the alleyway. I shouted at her,
"What does that mean?"
not expecting any reply.
"Is that what you're going to do to us?"
And then it dawned on me. Is that your brand of payback for us not killing you? She had been watching the exchange with Durgan. She had seen Spindler turn tail and run. I was scared all the way down to my meat and potatoes. This involved a much higher brain activity than must-eat brains. She was displaying signs of justice, albeit a Thailand version, but a form of justice all the same. It took all of my control not to run to her and demand an answer. She had helped, of that I was sure. Spindler was a spineless little piece of shit, but he wouldn't blindly run into a lone zombie. No, he was cornered, or more likely, I thought, herded into a trap. The little pecker left me in the lurch, and I had fully intended on busting his nose when I saw him back at Little Turtle, but I never would have wished on him what had happened. Big Tiny started to walk towards the end of the store to the alleyway that buttressed between the grocery store and a bar. "BT, I wouldn't do that," I told him. "I know you wouldn't," he said condescendingly. "Go ahead. But I'm sure she has friends. Lots of friends," I said as nonchalantly as possible. His step faltered a beat, but he kept steadily onwards. Without turning back, he asked, "How many friends do you think she has?" A minute quaver in his voice. "At least a dozen or so." "How many do you think you could kill with that tire iron before they overtake you?" I challenged. His pace slowed, but he didn't want to let up now that he was committed. I had to find him an out so he could save face, especially in front of the women. "BT, I'm sure you could take out the zombies, but it's getting dark, and I want to get this truck home and unloaded before midnight," I temporized. Even from 70 feet, I could see the relaxation in his shoulders. "Yeah, you're right, man. I am tired. Stupid zombies."
He chucked his tire iron and turned to come back. The bar clanged and slid to the foot of the alleyway, not more than 5 feet away from the woman zombie and a couple of hundred of her closest friends. Evil oozed from the mouth of that darkness, and I was happy to be leaving. As powerful as the déjà vu had been upon seeing Beth, so too was the feeling that we had just averted a major disaster. It would have been easier to use the whole parking lot to turn the truck around, but I didn't want to be anywhere near the alleyway in case I stalled, which was a viable possibility. The truck ride home wasn't nearly as stomach-turning as my previous attempt. Either I was getting better or I was too distracted to care, although Thad was looking a little green, but that could have been from our encounter moments before. I waited by the bus gate, waiting for them to open it. "Any zombies with you?" Jed's familiar voice rang out. "Open this gate, old man, before I ram this truck through that stupid bus," I responded. Jed waved the bus to move, and the sliding wall retracted.
Smiling a little, the old bastard was having a great time busting my balls. Great, just what I needed. And then the more I thought about it, I think he was right, but I wasn't going to let him know. Damn it. I stalled the truck halfway through the entrance. "Nice driving, Tex," Jed shouted. "Shut up, you old fart," I yelled, fresh sweat busting out on my forehead. "Should I just put up a neon sign that says open?" he yelled back. Now he was laughing, and I was so flustered I flooded the damn engine. The guards were looking up and down the street. They were nervous. We hadn't had this large a breach since the night it all went down. I was finally able to get it started, and all the way in, the bus almost slammed into my rear end in their haste to get the gate closed.
I pulled the rig up to the clubhouse for the offloading, and I hopped down. Jed bustled over, beaming at our haul, including the 4 newcomers. However, he was a little put off when he noticed our returning party was one fewer than the departing one. "Spindler?" he asked. I shook my head subtly. There must have been something to the look in my eye because he didn't press the issue. I had other things on my mind to contend with, the strange zombie woman being at the forefront. I would wait for tonight to speculate on that, though. I quickly gave Jed an account of our run-in with Durgan and then waved one of the little turtle women over, Joanne Orfice. She was the unofficial, official welcome wagon. "Hey, Joanne, we've got 4 newbies," I began. 3, Thad stated firmly. I looked his way. My eyebrows arched up as if to say, "Really?" "Look," he said, "she might not be the nicest person in the world, but she's family, and she's all I've got left. Don't worry, I know where she lives." He headed off into the twilight. From zombies to Mrs. Deneau, I was weighing the choices. 3 then, I finished. Joanne moved closer towards our small group. "Oh my God," she stopped short. "What is that smell?" I'm leaving, I said. This was preferable to an explanation. But before I left, I had to ask one question. "Beth, have we ever met before?" She said no, half a beat too quick. Great, now I would spend half the night in a fruitless attempt to try to figure out where I knew her from. Joanne smiled, and the 2 women began to talk animatedly. When BT stepped from behind the tractor trailer, Joanne looked up with a worrisome expression across her face. I laughed a little. "Don't worry, he's harmless," I yelled back as I added extra speed to my step to get the hell out of there. I could hear Big Tiny growl behind me.
Chapter 10. Journal entry 10. I opened the front door to our home. Tommy was waiting by the door. "Hey, Tommy. How you doing, bud?" I said, smiling at him. It was impossible not to, with his giant grin to match. "Hey, Mr. T, how you doing? Everything go all right?" he asked expectantly. I had no wish to recap the horrific events of the day with Tommy, and he didn't need to know either way. This was all just small talk anyway. I knew what he was fishing for. "Yeah, not so bad, bud," I said as I pulled off my small rucksack. I thought for a second he was going to start dancing on his tippy toes. That alone would have made the trip worthwhile. "Hey, Tommy, I found these while we were getting ready to leave," I said nonchalantly as I tossed him a Yoo-hoo and a Butterfinger. In all reality, it was the first 2 items I had sought out. "Thanks, Mr. T," he said as he wrapped his arms around me. It was a hug of the innocent, something that was going to be sorely missed in this brave new reality. "Please, call me Mike, Tommy," I pleaded. "Okay, Mr. T," he answered as he took a bite of his Butterfinger right next to my ear. The noise was loud enough to startle Henry, who had been sleeping on the couch. The same couch I wasn't allowed on if I even looked dirty. I waited for Tommy to finish his Yoo-hoo, which he was gleefully slugging away on, before I asked him a question that had been bothering me the better part of the day. "Tommy," I said. He looked up. "Do you have family?" The merriment in his eyes clouded over in distress with the swiftness of a storm at 14,000 feet. I was sorry I had asked.
If I had known the pain I was going to put the boy through, I would have left it alone. "My parents are dead, Mr. T," he said solemnly. With the finality and certainty with which he had answered, I was wrongly under the impression that it had happened years ago in some tragic fashion, like a car accident or a building fire. I didn't press.
I had all the answer I wanted, even though it wasn't the right one. But Tommy continued. "I sent a message and I haven't heard anything back." I stared hard at him for a second, straining to bring my thoughts back in focus, and then I let out a small whoosh through my teeth. "Tommy, that's all right," I said happily. "Cell phones are not working. They probably just didn't get your message." I felt hopeful. I couldn't stand the thought of this big, happy-go-lucky kid being depressed. That would be like the sun wearing a veil. Tommy stared at me like I was going nuts. "I don't have a cell phone, Mr. T. I kept losing them, so Mom said to save my money." I had a dozen questions I wanted to ask him, but Tommy fixed all of his attention on his butterfinger, as if to say in a passive-aggressive manner that he was done discussing the matter. When I saw the sunshine come back into his eyes, I let it go. I walked into the kitchen, shaking my head a bit, trying to get a grasp on the conversation Tommy and I had just had. I chalked up our miscommunication on intellectual lack. Mine, not his. I figured while I was heading this way, I might as well get a kiss from Tracy. "Get out of here," she begged. "I could smell you coming. You're going to make the food spoil." And then she flicked a noodle at me. "Yeah, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye," I said dejectedly as I turned around to head upstairs and take a shower. I took a shower hot enough to melt skin. Well, maybe only on a wax figurine, but it was still plenty hot. I toweled off and changed into some clothes that weren't going to need to be destroyed. I caught the aroma of dinner cooking, and it smelled heavenly. But the pull of my bed was stronger. You know how people say that they were asleep before they hit the pillow? I never believed a word of it, at least until tonight when it happened to me. Right behind sleep came the nightmares. I dreamed of my daughter. Not Nicole, of course. It was the woman in the field. She was wearing the tattered blue dress from the little girl at Walmart. She was running to greet me. I had been away, but couldn't remember where I'd been. As she approached, her mouth began to grow disproportionately to her size, and lined in the gigantic maw were razor-sharp teeth. She kept getting closer. I wanted to scream, but it was frozen in my throat. Spindler walked up beside me and asked, "Do you want me to cut her head off?" I was shocked. He was holding a sword. I was nodding yes, but mouthing, "No, she's my daughter." "Wimp," he said as he walked away, twirling the blade in the air. I couldn't peel my eyes away as I watched the blade twist faster and faster, catching and reflecting the sunlight. Weren't we just inside? The blade had ascended as far as it was going to go and began its long, graceful descent. I shouted to Spindler, "Get out of the way!" I distracted him long enough for the blade to do its work. I watched his head roll on the floor, trying to ascertain how so sharp of an instrument could leave such a jagged edge. I looked up at my daughter, who was not my daughter. She was right in front of me. Her breath was noxious as she stood eye to eye with me, although I knew she was at least a half-foot shorter than I was. Her arms reached out to grab my hands. I was frozen. I accepted her cold embrace. "Do you want to play?" Nothing was frozen this time. I awoke screaming, but my distress was covered up by the sound of small arms fire. Justin was halfway up the stairs when I got to the bedroom doorway. "You get your brother and keep watch on the house," I said to Justin. "And tell Brendan to get his boots on. Me and him are going out to see what's going on." Justin was about to say something, and I had a gist of what it was going to be.
No, I shook my head.
You and Travis have had enough excitement for the day, and I need to know your mom, sister, and Tommy are safe.
That soothed him, but it didn't appease him. Rifle fire was still chattering away. Something was even more amiss than you would normally derive from gunfire at night. Nobody had sounded the alarm. Jed was going to have someone's ass for this lack of discipline. Then I heard a sound that was almost as nightmarish as the nightmare I had just woken from. It was undeniably the sound of a machine gun, something that none of us besides me had access to in this complex, and I was holding mine.
"Shit!" I yelled. "Everyone but Brendan upstairs. It's a raid. If anyone comes in this house without announcing themselves, you shoot first. You got that, boys? I'll lock up on the way out. No one is getting in without making a lot of noise." Quasi-intelligent zombies were one issue to deal with. Determined humans with weapons were another. The brrr of the machine guns went off again. I could hear screaming and the sounds of confusion coming from the direction of the clubhouse. Well, it probably wouldn't be too difficult to tell where to look for stuff to raid with that giant semi sitting out there. And then it hit me. I knew without a shadow of a doubt Durgan and his merry band of insane idiots were behind this. The machine gun I was hearing must be that menacing-looking Gatling gun Durgan had been toting. Obviously it wasn't for show, as I had hoped. Brendan and I were halfway to the clubhouse when we came across our first victim. I didn't know him well, but he was at all the meetings, usually in the back. I think his name was Bob or Hank. Ted, maybe? Oh, who gives a crap? His neck looked like it was cut with a machete. Whoever had done this was incredibly strong and had been trying to sneak in silently. Damn Durgan. I'm going to blow his head off, I thought viciously.
As we crept in closer, we could hear the moans of the wounded, some crying out for their moms. I knew from my previous combat tours that those would be the ones that wouldn't make it through the night. Durgan's Gatling gun lit up the sky like a Christmas tree on roids. It was impossible not to find him. He was about 40 feet away from me and looking in the other direction, so when I stepped out from behind my tree, I didn't expect him to wheel on me with such precision. I watched in hyper-slow motion as the barrels began their circular route. Bullets began to blaze, first into the grass next to the tree I had been hiding behind, and then into the tree Brendan was cuddling like it was his long-lost lover. I heard the discernible sound of the tree snapping. It was coming down, but for the life of me I couldn't remember how big it was and if it would crush me should it hit me. The only thing that saved me was my Marine Corps training. The moment I stepped from behind that tree, I had started firing. My bullets found their mark a moment before Durgan's had. It wasn't a headshot, but it was just as effective. I had sheared his right leg off, right above the knee. Blood gushed from the wound as he went down hard. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Is there any chance I could get a CAT scan in this post-apocalyptic world? Focus! My introspection and celebration were short-lived, as I felt the buzz of hot lead incredibly close to my head. Brendan began to pop off rounds with his .380, but with an effective range of about 25 feet, odds were we were in more trouble than our opposition. My clip was empty, and I wasn't even sure of much more than our assailants' general direction. I pulled Brendan down behind the small fallen pine tree. The branches wouldn't do much to stop a bullet, but it kept our positions concealed. "Brendan, I only brought one magazine, and it's gone," I told him. The look on his face was a Kodak moment.
Dejectedly, he turned to me and said, "Yeah, I popped off about 5 or 6 rounds. I've only got about 4 rounds left myself." We could hear more screaming. Most of it was coming from the clubhouse, but the majority of it was coming from Durgan himself. The language he was using was making me blush. I wanted to take Brendan and back away so we could first off get out of harm's way, and secondly, to go get more ammo and preferably a better gun for him.
I looked up just high enough to see over the trunk and was welcomed by an angry assault of hornets. Well, more like MK-46 7.62 rounds, but you get the general idea. One of Durgan's flunkies had us pinned. I tried not to let my apprehension show in my voice. I think moving out of here isn't going to be an option, I told Brendan. I kind of figured, he replied cynically. We were pinned, low on ammo, and the damn cavalry was nowhere in sight. Where the hell is Jed? I asked of no one in particular. Oh no, Brendan said as I watched his face fall. What? What's the matter? I asked. Unless the zombies were taking this opportune time to attack, I couldn't understand what had him in such a funk. I then followed his line of sight. Oh no, you have got to be kidding me, I yelled. I think I said something that more resembled Durgan's vernacular than my own, but it got lost in the translation. Coming towards us was Tommy. He was advancing as stealthily as a 250-pound hulking kid can. Needless to say, he sounded like a bull in a china shop during an earthquake with cowbells strapped to its back. Am I making myself clear enough? Is that a bow and arrow? I asked incredulously. I knew what it was, it just wasn't registering. We had been vacationing in Estes Park. Oh man, had to have been 10 years ago, back when Justin was the ripe old age of 9. We had gone into a sporting goods store and Justin had fallen in love with a kid's bow and arrow set.
It was the type with the practice arrow tips. It was a safe toy, unless of course you played William Tell. When we got back to the cabin and Tracy saw what I had bought him, she ripped me a new one. It sucked that I had to wipe 2 holes for a couple of weeks, but Justin was stoked. Was that too graphic? Sorry. Anyway, back to my backfill story. Like any kid, he played with it for a good 2 weeks before he became sick of it. I think there were 2 arrows left that weren't either broken or lost. I had put it up in the garage almost a decade ago and hadn't thought about it since. How Tommy found it and why he was coming to help us was a different story. I so desperately wanted to yell out to him to stop and go home, but I didn't want to bring undue attention to him either. But how the hell they didn't see him coming was beyond my comprehension. I was already mourning his passing in my head. I was going to miss the kid. He was like a ray of sunshine in an otherwise dark and desolate world. He got to within 10 feet of our location. I was frantically gesturing for him to come and hide with us. I even rose a little to get him when the angry hornets came back. He just looked over at us and was smiling. Butterfinger mess spread all over his face. He then pulled the drawstring back so far on that little bow I thought it was going to snap in half. He let go. The arrow flew. I knew without a doubt in my mind that arrow was going to hit home. It was divine intervention, pure and simple. I heard the telltale thud of impact. Whoever that arrow had hit hadn't even had time to cry out in surprise. "Hey, Mr. T!" Tommy yelled, waving happily. "Do you think they have any Twinkies in there?" He gestured toward the clubhouse. I stood up slowly, still half crouching and waiting for someone else to pepper my location. When no one did, I turned back to Tommy. I didn't know whether to kick his ass or kiss it. I know he wouldn't have understood either gesture. So I just held out my arms wide. He rushed forward for the offered hug and nearly toppled me over, which would have completed the mission the raiders had attempted. I so wanted to yell at him. But that huge grin and the fact that he had saved our lives, well, that factored into my decision not to. "Yeah, there's Twinkies. Come on." I put my arm around him and let him pass the worst of the carnage so we could rummage through the food. Little Turtle residents were now scrambling in the aftermath to help the wounded or offer solace to the dying. I wasn't a medic or a priest, so I stayed with Tommy while the whirlwind of activity swirled around me. Jed came in a few minutes later to assess the situation. "Good work, Talbot,"
he said as he slapped me on the back. I heard what you did. Most of these snot-nosed hard-asses, he sneered as he said that, were running in the other direction. I'm glad you've got some mettle in you. We wouldn't have made it through the night, much less anything further. I slightly nodded my head in acknowledgement, but then pointed to Tommy, who was gleefully stuffing 2 Twinkies in his face simultaneously. Crumbs littered the floor at his feet. He's the real hero, Jed. He took out a machine gunner with a bow and arrow. Holy cow! Jed whooped. He shook Tommy's hand and was a little taken aback by the stickiness of the creme-filled Twinkie center that cemented the shake. You're a hero, boy, Jed finished as he wiped his hand on his pants. Thank you, Tommy said, spitting blonde orts, smiling with his teeth all sugar-coated and gummed up. Let's get you home, Tommy. I'm sure Mrs. T is worried about you, I said. You've toof, he finished. Yeah, probably a little worried about me too, I concluded. Jed called out to us while we were leaving. Emergency meeting in about an hour. I'd like to get this area cleaned up a little first. I waved over my back, letting him know I had heard. I wouldn't be sleeping much tonight anyway. Tracy almost ripped the front door from its hinges when we came back up the walkway. Brendan had already come home to tell them where Tommy was and that we were all right. Are you crazy? What were you thinking? Are you hurt? Why didn't you just get your yoo-hoo? Where did you find that damn bow and arrow? She was rapid-firing questions so fast I couldn't even keep up. Tommy's eyes at first furrowed and then began to water. It was safe to assume he wasn't liking Tracy berating him. Don't worry, kid, I said as an aside. She'll peter out in a minute. It was funny watching this waif of a woman tongue-lash a person more than twice her size. The glistening in Tommy's eyes broke Tracy's anguish. She immediately rushed forward, giving Tommy a big hug, getting swallowed up in his arms. What, no hug for me? I asked, dejectedly. She pulled away from Tommy and directed the full force of her assault at me. How could you? You're a grown man. You should have known better. What were you thinking? Oh, that's right. You weren't thinking at all, were you? I was backpedaling as fast as I could to avoid the finger of doom she kept thrusting at me. Tommy's words of encouragement did little to help me. Don't worry, Mr. T. She'll peter out in a minute, he yelled as he began to dig into his pockets for another sugary snack. When Tracy finally looked like she wasn't going to thrust her finger through my sternum, I pulled Justin aside. Justin, how do you know Tommy? I asked. There were questions that needed answering. Whether Justin was going to be able to answer them was a different story. He's just the retard. He saw the scowl forming on my face, so he amended his words. He's just the door greeter. And, you already know he's a little slow. Yeah, I figured that part out, but there's something more to him, too, I said.
Now it was Justin's turn to look perplexed.
Good. Now I wouldn't be alone. Did you go and get him when the zombies started attacking the Walmart? I asked. Even if I had thought to, I didn't, Dad. My section, gardening, is at the complete other end of the building. We barely made it as it was, and to be honest, I don't think I've ever said more than hi to him. Although he gives me a damn sticker every time he sees me. He loves those stickers, Justin said with a smile. And come to think of it, Dad, Tommy was already on the roof when we got there. He's the one that unlocked it for us. Would he have access to the roof? I asked. Justin looked at me incredulously. Dad, I'm not even sure if he knew there was a roof. There was more than meets the eye when it came to Tommy, and hopefully I'd have enough time to figure it out. I had a few minutes before Jed's emergency gathering, and I just wanted to ask Tommy a thing or two. Tommy was in the midst of quaffing down some M&Ms. I didn't even remember liberating those from the store. Hey, Tommy, can I talk to you for a minute? I asked.
He looked up and a bunch of the M&Ms rolled to the floor. Tommy looked like he was having an internal battle with himself whether he should pick them up. Henry took care of the matter before it began to weigh too heavily on him. He pulled his gaze off Henry, maybe just a little miffed the dog had eaten his candy, but then Tommy gave Henry a big kiss on the forehead as an offering of apology for having had a bad thought. Henry in return licked his face, which Tommy delighted in. But personally, I think the lick had more to do with the smattering of Twinkie all over Tommy's face. "Tommy," I said again, hoping to reel back his attention. "Hey, Mr. T," Tommy answered. "Oh, right. Yeah, you can talk to me for a minute." I figured no sense in beating around the bush, so I asked him straight out.
Tommy, how did you get on the Walmart roof the other night? He was thinking hard. I almost believed I could hear the wheels creaking in his noggin. And then, when he came out with the answer, it was like it was no big deal, something he had been dealing with his entire life. The voice told me. Goosebumps ran up and down my arms. "The voice?" I asked, hoping for some elaboration. "Yeah, you know, the voice. The one that tells you to do things," he explained, digging into his bag of candy, thrilled when he pulled out a blue M&M. The way he said it gave me the impression that he thought everyone had a guiding voice. "Did you hear this same voice earlier tonight when you came to help me and Brendan?" "Oh, yeah. I was going to get my Yoo-hoo and I stopped with the refrigerator door open." "Are you mad because I left the door open? I forgot about it once before." "The voice told me where to look for the bow and then the arrows and that I had to come help you quick because you were in a lot of trouble." My mouth must have been hanging open because he just kept going. "So you're not mad about the fridge door being open?" I snapped back to reality. "The door? No, I'm not mad about the door. You saved my life, and Brendan's too. I don't care if a few popsicles melt." Tommy's expression became one of alarm. "Not the popsicles," he said as he started to rise, I believe to go shut the fridge door. I grabbed his arm. "Don't worry, Tommy, the popsicles are in the freezer," I said, doing my best to calm his nerves. His face relaxed. "Oh, okay. I only left the fridge door open," he finished. "Back to the voices," I started, realizing he was once again paying at least some attention to me as he dug around in the bag looking for some more blue M&Ms. "Voice," he muttered. "Huh?" came my reply. "You said voices. There's only one. Don't you know that?" he said, but not in a condescending way. "Well, I do now," I told him. Tommy just looked at me funny. I absolutely was intrigued. My need-to-know meter was through the roof at this point. "Does the voice sound like God?" I asked conspiratorially. "No," he answered as he shook his head. His eyebrows creased as if to say I was nuts. "Jesus?" He shook his head again. "The Archangel Michael?" "Who?" he asked, a look of disfavor crossing his face as he pulled a green one out of the bag. Well, if that wasn't the voice, then there was no real reason to explain who Michael was. "Tommy, who does the voice belong to?" I asked. Tommy leaned in real close and whispered in my ear, making sure no one else heard. I sat back in my chair hard when he told me. I was searching his face for any signs of deception or amusement. I found neither. The voice Tommy heard in his head belonged to Ryan Seacrest. Oh, that's rich, I thought to myself. I had just moments earlier been locked in a life-or-death gun battle, and I now found myself on the verge of laughing hysterically. I knew the voice wasn't actually Ryan Seacrest's, but that didn't stop Tommy from believing in it wholesale. Something was going on. I couldn't wait to see what Ryan had in store for Tommy next, as long as it didn't get the kid hurt. I gave him a big hug, which he reciprocated in spades,
and went to get something to eat before the meeting, shaking my head and muttering, Ryan fucking Seacrest, all the way to the kitchen.
Chapter 11. Journal Entry 11. The mood at the meeting was, in a word, depressed. We had lost 8 of our small community, and none of them were Mrs. Deneau, I thought sourly. There had been 5 raiders, 4 were killed, 1 wounded and subsequently captured. You guessed it, my old pal Durgan had lived. Okay, Jed began. So now the question is, what do we do with the prisoner? Kill him! Shoot him! Put him outside the gates! Came an assortment of angry replies from the group. Jed was trying his best to restore order, but the crowd, mob, wanted nothing to do with it. 8 of their own had been killed, and they wanted good old-fashioned Western justice. Talbot, this is the second run-in you've had with this guy. What's your opinion? Jed opted to turn the discussion over to me. Thanks so much, Jed, for dumping this mess on me, I thought sourly as I stood up. Jed, Durgan is dangerous and probably insane, but there isn't anywhere here that we could lock him up. Even if we did, we would have to spread our already thin resources to guard him. I'm also not much for cold-blooded murder, so I guess I haven't solved anything. I sat down dejectedly. Jed scowled at me as if to say, thanks for nothing. I shrugged. I wasn't getting paid the big bucks to make the difficult decisions. Well then, we're just going to have to set up a court system. I know that man killed our friends and neighbors, but I will not condone a lynch mob. What gives you the right? He killed my best friend! More than one resident yelled their agreement with Don Griffin, the man that had shouted out. We know the outcome of the trial already. Let's just skip the formalities. The yells of agreement were louder and contained more voices. It appeared to me that Jed was quickly losing ground in his tenuous hold on power. I don't know why I stood again. Part of me thinks it's because my whole life I've bucked the system. Society says go right, I go left. I've always been a rebel, even if only in my mind. Listen, I shouted. I waited a few seconds for the murmurs to die down. You know, Jed and I don't always see eye to eye. That received some laughs, most people remembering an easier life when the biggest problem was the correct time to put out the trash. But he's right, this time, I emphasized. I would like nothing more than to kill Durgan, but not like this, not in cold blood. Mr. Griffin, I asked, could you, even now, as mad as you are, walk up to that man and kill him? I didn't want him to have enough time to ponder the question. He was still pissed, so I hastened on. Of course you can't. You're not a murderer. I know it's cliché, but do you want to step down to the level of that man? I spat out the last word. It tasted funny on my tongue even as I was saying it. Jed's right, I said with less vehemence. We have to hold on to our civility, or we just become a pack of rabid dogs. The crowd wasn't overly enthused with my speech, but the dissension had died down, and I think if put to a vote, even Don Griffin would acquiesce. Jed thanked me with a slight nod. All right, we will meet tomorrow to discuss who will preside over the trial, who will defend the accused, who will prosecute, and who will sit on the jury. There was still some grumbling in the audience, but it didn't look like Jed was going to have his power usurped tonight. Jed continued. Okay, now we have the more pressing concern of having to figure out how to defend against invaders. I honestly thought that zombies would be our only threat. For that, I take full responsibility. I had the misconceived notion that any survivors would be thrilled at the prospect of joining our small society, not destroying it. If 5 armed men can cause this much destruction, we have to come up with another plan. How about putting their severed heads on pikes outside the gates? Griffin griped. Apparently he wasn't quite done.
Jed did the best thing he could.
He ignored the comment. "Listen, folks, I made a mistake," Jed said dejectedly. "We are going to have to be more vigilant, and more vigilance means more guards." That did not sit well with the natives. "We already spend most of our day doing guard duty. What's the sense of living if all we're doing is defending against dying?" said one of the gentlemen I had seen around the complex walking his basset hound during better times. There were other irritable words, but Basset Hound Man had pretty much hit the nail on the head. Jed put his hands up in a placating manner before he began. "This is just temporary. I've already been talking to Alex, and he has come up with plans for guard towers, and thanks to Talbot, we now have the equipment and supplies to build them. They will be about 15 feet tall, with a retractable ladder, armor plating, and lights. Because of their height, the guards on duty will be able to cover a wider range. This will mean less guards in the foreseeable future. We have also had ideas about heightening the wall, but materials are going to be a factor. So if anyone can think of something, I'm all ears." I stood up again. I didn't get the same reproachable look from Jed I had received the first time. "I think I know what we can do, although I'm not all that thrilled about it. There's a National Guard armory about 7 miles from here. Their entire enclosure is surrounded by Dannert wire. We could cut it down and place it here. It will be close, but I think there will be enough." For those of you who don't know what Dannert wire is, picture it as beefed up barbed wire. This stuff is nasty. It literally has razors positioned on it every few inches. The team that was going to have to retrieve this stuff was most likely going to need blood infusions when the task was completed. Like a dumbass, I had volunteered.
Why didn't I listen to my drill instructor from boot camp? He told us flat out, don't ever volunteer for anything. If you're picked, you go, but don't ever volunteer your worthless lives. Words to live by. Nice going, Talbot. All right. Now that we know I'm going, we're going to need a few more people, some to guard and most to help haul this stuff. Clearly, these people had never been to boot camp because I got more than enough volunteers without any serious cajoling. A couple of things. Bring the heaviest gauge clothing you can. This stuff will slice through denim like a shark through water. I'm not kidding. Next, does anyone know how to drive a truck? Thank God someone answered, because just thinking about driving that behemoth again made my stomach turn. Excellent, excellent, Jed continued. Tomorrow is going to be a very busy day. Alex will ask for volunteers to help build and erect 8 towers. 3 towers each on the west and east sides and 1 on each of the gated sides. We've got the folks going with Talbot. We'll need 10 or so people for food distribution, and on a more lugubrious note, the guy next to me asked what in the hell lugubrious meant. I had no clue. I was in remedial English in high school, so I just shrugged. We will need a burial detail for those of our family and friends that have fallen. I tuned back in to Jed's instructions. Don Griffin immediately shot his hand up. I'll go, he said sullenly. He was my friend. The remainder of folks already not on one of the other work details raised their hands also. All right, folks. Let's let this night be done, Jed finished. Chairs squeaked, backs popped, soft sighs emanated from the crowd as the meeting came to an end. I walked up to Jed. He wasn't a spring chicken when this carnival ride began. He was looking every bit of his age and then some. You been getting any sleep, Jed? I opened with. He rubbed his eyes in response. Jed, you can't do it all.
You can't be mayor and sheriff and a soldier. That's too much, I empathized. What, because of my age? He shot back. He softened when he saw the look of semi-shock on my face. I'm sorry, Talbot. You've been an unexpected ally during this crisis. You're right. I am tired.
I'm dead tired. No pun intended, he said as he pointed a bony finger at me. I'm afraid. I moved in to comfort him. He shrugged me away. Not for me, you pansy. I always knew you Marines were a fruity lot. I laughed, and so did he. The expression looked more natural on him than the scowl I had always thought was permanently fixed to his face. Now, if you're not going to get all soft on me, I'd like to continue. I'll try to keep my hands to myself, I assured him. I'm afraid for our little community we've got here. The TV reports say that humanity is on the brink of extinction. Oh, you know how the news exaggerates, I cut in, trying to lighten the mood. He wasn't having any of it. He continued joylessly. There are other holdouts out there, and eventually we'll find a way to get in touch with them. But right now, we have to stay alive. And if it isn't against those soulless zombies, we also have to be on guard against humanity's worst offenders. So maybe the zombies don't have any clue what they're doing. On an aside, I wanted to interject a differing opinion, but wisely or not, I kept it to myself. But that animal, Durgan, he is the epitome of evil. I saw him. He was laughing while he was killing folks. Laughing, Talbot, he almost screamed. It almost doesn't seem worth it. If that's what we're trying to save, let the damn zombies have the place. Holy crap, I didn't think I'd ever hear Jed getting ready to throw in the towel. He must be a lot more tired than he looked. Jed, I'd be inclined to agree with you, I said slowly. He looked at me with his head slightly tilted as if to say, Bah, you'd never agree with me. I pushed on.
There have been days, even before all this atrocity came raining down, that I wanted to just give up. But there are more important things in this world than just me. I trudge on because of my family and because of my friends, and most of all, I paused for dramatic effect. Because of you. I raced in real quick and gave him a kiss on the cheek. See you tomorrow, Jed, I yelled as I raced out of the meeting hall. Something clattered close to my heels. Fucking fruit, Jed said softly, smiling as he wiped his cheek.
Chapter 12, December 13th. Journal entry 12. I woke up early, dressed, and got out of the house as quickly as I could. I had made up my mind last night. I wasn't bringing the boys, but I hadn't told them yet. This was going to bite me in the ass. I could already feel the teeth marks. The added stress of having to look out for their welfare weighed heavily on me, and I was looking forward to not having that burden. Yeah, they were better under pressure than me, at least for this situation, and their aim was nearly equal to mine. The idea of zombies being real had not completely set into my reality. Justin and Travis, however, had not only grasped the implications of this corporeality, they were easily sliding into this new lifestyle. I take no small measure of responsibility for their transitional ease. My psychoses had to have spilled over. I'd been preparing for some form of Armageddon for the better part of 3 decades. And the other factor has to be the video games that are rife with otherworldly monsters, including, but not limited to, zombies. They'd been prepared and partially desensitized. I trusted them implicitly. I just couldn't handle the apprehensiveness of looking out for them. Besides, truth be told, if anything ever happened to one of the kids, Tracy would kill me. And I'm not talking that ha-ha figurative shit either. So I left the house early, my breath leaving vapor trails behind. I carried enough ammo to almost be a hindrance, but it was a comforting weight all the same. Looking back on this day, I wish I had volunteered for the grave-digging party. That would have been a clam bake, comparatively. The truck was already idling with the heat going, for which I was thankful. I was beginning to feel the bite of the cold through my thin gloves.
I wasn't going to wear anything heavier that might hinder my access to the trigger. I walked up to the 4 people that were huddled by the front grille of the truck.
I rightfully assumed they were the wire-gathering team. I didn't know any of them, even though I'd seen them around the complex in one fashion or another. There was Jen, the feminine partner in the pairing with Joe, the neighbor we had slaughtered coming out of my garage. That nightmare still ranked in the top 3. She wasn't nearly as outgoing as her former lover, and I had never said more than pleasantries to her. I always thought it was a waste that she was a lesbian. Come to think of it, maybe that's why she avoided me. Maybe she had been able to pick up on my lascivious thoughts. She wasn't looking so good these days, though. The deliberation she was giving the mourning process had aged her considerably. Her elfish features had diminished. If I'm being honest, it's not so much that her looks weren't still there. It was more like her soul was hanging by a thread. The light behind her eyes had dulled, leaving nothing more than 2 dimmed irises. The blackness that threatened to envelop them was not more than a heartbeat away. Next was Carl, who nodded to me. He was an older guy, mid-50s maybe, always in his garage working on his motorcycle with the door open, whether it was 95 or -5 degrees out. He was quick with a wave and a smile. Come to think of it, I've probably waved to this guy a couple of 100 times in the months I've lived here, and never once have I said hello. Strange. He had 2 pearl-handled revolvers holstered to his belt. He looked like he knew how to use them, but I would have hoped that he was carrying more firepower. Oh well, his call. Next was Ben. He was older than Carl. He was probably pushing 65 or 70. Great. I was now dreading my decision to not bring the boys. I'd seen Ben around a few times. I don't think he went out too much. He was always walking his golden retriever who looked older than him. I'm not sure which one of them went slower. Neither one was in any great rush to get anywhere.
I'm no Carl Lewis, but if we had to run for it, I'm not sure Ben, or Carl for that matter, could outpace the zombies. Last but not least, okay, by sizing him up, maybe he was least, was someone's nephew. He muttered something about an uncle or maybe elephant trunk, but I wasn't able to pick it up and I wasn't concerned enough to get clarification. His name was Tipper. I know. What kind of name is that? Tipper looked like a cokehead. He twitched more than Tom Arnold when Roseanne was yelling at him. I didn't trust any of them. Even though this was my idea, I now didn't want to go. I was more than half tempted to turn around until Ben started to speak. Got the truck all warmed up for us, he drawled. Everyone in our small party turned and deferred to me. I just wanted to go home and eat one of Tommy's Pop-Tarts. Let's get going, I said instead. I inadvertently shivered. Whether from the cold or someone walking over my grave, I wasn't sure, but it seemed more the latter. The truck rumbled by Don Griffin's small burial detail. They were headed out the northern gate, shovels in hand and a small cat backhoe trailing with a cart in tow. It wasn't until I actually saw the cart that the impact of what Don was doing hit. I hadn't thought about where the bodies would be buried, although it seemed logical that they shouldn't be interred in the complex. There was a small field across the street, well within the protective firing zone of the guards. Still, I didn't think it was wise to leave without weapons. I mean, who would go and bury the burial team if something happened to them? We swung out and away from the group, heading first east and then north. It would, in a normal world, be about a 15-minute drive with traffic and lights, though we now had neither of those to contend with. We had switched them out for zombies and bandits. A shitty exchange rate, if you ask me. The drive was relatively uneventful, if not almost downright enjoyable. Ben knew how to handle the truck. Now if I could just get Tipper to shut up, I might be able to think. Hey, Mike? I winced. Tipper kept going. Do you think we'll get to kill some zombies, huh?
I want to kill me some zombies. I was pretty messed up the night it went down. I slept through the whole thing. He grinned sheepishly. My friends call me Mike, I said, lacing as much menace as I could through each word. Hey, Mike, so how come there aren't any more zombies around, huh? Where do you think they all went? Do you think they died? Or do you think they went somewhere else like Seattle, huh?
Tipper kept at this pace for most of the ride until, mercifully, Jen spoke.
Oh, shut up, you little twit, she yelled. Decent people stop between questions so the person they are talking to has an opportunity to answer. Huh? Tipper said, tilting his head like a dog. But then I guess there's nothing to worry about, is there? She continued mockingly.
Tipper finally shut up. Maybe he was coming down. Now that I knew I had less of a chance of being interrupted, I figured I might as well pass the time talking. I looked longingly over at Carl, who was fast asleep, and wished I were too. I've been wondering the same thing. If these are traditional zombies? Jen arched an eyebrow. I know, what the hell is a traditional zombie? I snorted. Sorry. If these zombies are like the ones in stories, then they are not going to die without a little assistance from us. As I hefted up my rifle to show as an exclamation point, Jen's grip tightened on her own. Tipper had his back towards us, attempting to hide his habit. The telltale sniffing gave him away, that and his acerbic personality. Jen shook her head in disgust. I would have been amused if we weren't heading to a potential hot zone. More like a lukewarm zone, I said as I stepped off the truck and into the parking lot of what used to be Rocky Mountain National Guard Armory 17.
Huh? Jen asked quizzically as she shouldered on by.
Nothing. And let me know if I'm in your way, I said cheekily. I will, she responded without turning around. Someone's sense of humor had gotten up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, I thought to myself. Carl was rousing himself out of sleep, buttoning his pants back up and putting his jacket on before he stepped out. Then was busy securing the truck. Okay, I thought. 3 out of 4 accounted for. Then I had a slight panic attack. Where's Twitchy? I said louder than I meant to. In the cold, still air of the morning, it sounded like a shout. Jen turned. Who? She asked. Tipper, I clarified. The reply was quick and forthcoming, but not the one I wanted. Look. Oh, fuck, get it off! Tipper screamed. Jen and I both turned in horror. Carl was just coming down off the truck and gaped along with us. Tipper had walked up to the front door of the armory, which looked like it had been blasted off its hinges with a tank. Who knows, maybe it had been. But what was captivating our attention was the zombie attached to Tipper's head. Blood was streaming down the side of his face as he howled in a combination of terror and pain, the two of them staggering from side to side in a macabre dance. I brought my rifle up, but I knew at this distance and their commingled movement, I could not get a clean shot off. I never would have guessed if I hadn't seen it myself, but Carl was moving with all the speed and agility of a man half his age, unholstering his pistol as he went. Within moments, he was within safe firing distance of Tipper and his new dance partner. The zombie paid no attention to Carl as the pistol was neatly placed against its head. If I thought my voice was loud, the Colt 45 shattered any of those illusions. The open entryway to the armory amplified the effect. The noise was deafening, but not to Tipper. His right ear went down with the zombie.
Tipper was clutching at the gaping, bloody hole where his ear used to be, screaming for all he was worth.
Shut him up, Ben was saying frantically. He'll have half the zombie population here in a minute. Yeah, as opposed to that small cannon fire, I said sarcastically. Jen was walking over to Tipper to try and console him, but Tipper was having none of it. He kept pushing her away. She had finally had enough. Either let me see the damn wound, or I'm going to have Carl finish you off, Jen yelled.
Carl was busy wiping the gore off his gun and didn't notice that he had been involved in Jen's plan. But it was effective enough to shut Tipper up. He was sniffling and close to blubbering. I wanted to call him a baby and tell him to shut up, but when Jen finally calmed him down enough so she could examine the wound, I didn't say anything. I was too busy holding my bile down. The zombie had bitten the ear clean off, but the ear had not come off without collateral damage. It had stayed mostly attached to his face when the zombie went down. The force had torn half of Tipper's cheek off. So not only was there the exposed ear hole, but also the muscles that lined the side of his face. He looked worse than the poor bastard lying on the ground. Torn tissue sprayed blood as he swung his head from side to side in obvious agony. I thought the best thing we could do for him was to shoot him and put him out of our misery. I mean, his misery. "Ben," Jen yelled, "are there any rags in the truck?" I didn't see the point, and I let my opinion be known. "Move away, Jen," I motioned with my rifle. "Are you crazy?" she spat back. "What good is a bandage?" I said dismally. "He'll be one of them in a few hours." "You coward," she screamed. "I can stop the bleeding and I have some aspirin." "And then," I said, lowering my rifle. I just didn't have the stomach for it.
Tipper was doing his best to hide his tall, wiry frame behind Jen's petiteness, his misery forgotten for a moment under this much bigger threat. Ben was watching the standoff when, for the second time that day, I thought my eardrums were going to burst. Jen stood stock still as blood and gore from Tipper's demolished head sprayed all over her. "What the fuck did you just do?" she was screaming at me. I was looking down at my rifle. "I didn't do a damn thing, did I?" Carl was walking into the armory. "He would have been one of them soon enough. I did what I had to do." And he offered no further explanation. Jen still had not moved, at least not in a lateral direction. Even from this distance, I could see her shivering from either fear or rage. Then hopped back up into the truck looking for a rag, but now for a different reason than before. He came down from the cab with a roll of paper towels. I grabbed his arm lightly before he passed by. Ben, after you get her cleaned up, could you stay out here on guard duty?" He nodded sternly. I think Ben was doing his best to not let the situation affect him. If so, he was doing better than I was. I hastily passed Jen, who was too intent on the gore running down her face to pay me any attention. I wanted to catch up with Carl before something else happened. The blown-apart doors were only the beginning of the destruction to the armory. The inside looked as if an F5 tornado had swept through. Maybe that isn't right. It was more like an F3. There was still some stuff lying around, rows upon rows of empty racks that at one time contained M16s were now empty. As I walked to the left, I discovered even more foreboding news. The heavy stuff was gone too. You could see where there had been a few 50 caliber machine guns, about 10 SAWs, light machine guns, and 2 rocket launchers that were now missing.
Just wonderful. There was a band of somebodies out there, more heavily armed than an average battalion. Getting razor wire seemed like less of a priority. Whoever had all this stuff wasn't going to be stopped by any glorified chicken wire. "Hey, Talbot," Carl beckoned. "Could you come over here and help me with these?" I walked over to the armory repair station. Carl was rounding up about a dozen or so M16s in various states of disrepair. I looked at him questioningly. "We should be able to get at least a couple of these working with all these parts," he answered me without even looking up. Seemed like a worthwhile venture to me. I shouldered my weapon and grabbed a handful of rifles. There was loose ammo all over the place. Whoever had been here before us must have been in a hurry. Maybe they were leaving town. That would be awesome. They had spent enough time to clean out every working weapon and the vast majority of ammo,
but it appeared as if some of the cartons had fallen and spilled out on the floor. They hadn't warranted those bullets important enough to pick up. There had to have been at least a few thousand rounds on the ground alone. God, how many did they take with them? As I walked out into the brightness, it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. Ben was just finishing getting most of the viscous material off Jen. They both looked more than a little green-tinged. "Jen, when you're done here, could you go into the armory and start grabbing all the ammunition that's on the floor?" I asked. I'm not a psych major. I didn't know if I should approach her in a caring tone or a conciliatory one, or any other damn method. I needed a job done, and that's how I went about it. "No," came her monosyllabic reply. I stopped short, one of the rifles threatening to fall out of my arms. She started back up again. "I'm not going in there, and I'm not staying out here. I'm getting back in the truck and lying down." I wanted to throttle her. We were all a little thrown off by what had just happened, but we had a mission to think about. That's what you get when you take civilians on a military endeavor. "Jen, we have more to think about here than what just happened to Tipper. He messed up by running ahead and trying to be a hero. We have to get the remainder of this ammo and wire for the people back home," I almost pleaded. We were already one person short. If Jen flaked out now, we'd be out here for hours longer than I had expected. She turned to look at me, and fire flashed across her eyes. It was more likely sunlight reflecting off her sky-blue irises, but the effect was staggering nonetheless. "See, that's where you're wrong, Talbot. I don't have anyone at home. There's nothing for me there. I lost everything. I don't care whether we all live or die. I just don't care." "Then what the hell did you come out here for?" I yelled back. She flinched a little, but nothing worth writing home about. "Revenge! I thought I could exact some sort of payback for what they did to Joe and to me. But I know that's useless now. They just don't care. No, it's even worse than that. They just don't know. They are mindless, one-track mind killing and eating machines. They're almost as bad as men," she shouted. Wow, I guess there isn't going to be any heteroconversion there. Men and zombies were near enough equals in her mind. I didn't want anything more to do with Jen. She was a pulse away from going into shock, and I had enough problems. I didn't bother answering her as I headed for the back of the truck. A few seconds later, I heard the cab door shut as I exited the rear of the trailer. I hurried over to Ben. "You have the keys?" I asked him apprehensively. "Oh, you betcha," he replied. "Any chance you could pick up the stray ammo?" I pleaded. "I'd love to, Talbot, but I've got a bad back. I couldn't bend over to save my life," he replied. "Wonderful," I said scornfully. Ben looked a little taken aback. I had no desire to stroke his bruised feelings. "Keep guard, then." Carl had made a stack of rifles that he wanted to take with us. I guess I was the muscle. Carl had at least understood the necessity to grab all the strewn ammo and was down on his hands and knees pushing a large ammunition container in front of him as he filled it. Damn, that thing was going to be heavy when he was done. I had grabbed another stack of weaponry when I heard Ben's shrill cry. I rushed out into the blinding light. Ben was pointing and trying to speak, but I couldn't make it out yet. He was about as useless as Tipper, and as we all know, Tipper was dead. "Zombies!" Ben finally vocalized. My sight was finally catching up. I saw a small contingent angling our way. The noise or the smell of meat must have garnered their attention. Didn't matter which at this point. Jen sat up in the truck and locked the doors. What have I got myself into? Ben was shaking so bad I thought his pants were going to fall off. Carl had followed me out when we heard Ben scream. Thank God for Carl.
Of all the people here, he was going to be my only true ally. He assessed the situation in a crack. "Talbot, why don't you shut the gate? I'm going to finish gathering the bullets," he said, and then turned and walked back into the armory. "I love that guy," I said out loud. There were 6 zombies heading towards us. If I crawled backwards on my back to the gate, I would still have had plenty of time to roll the gate closed. But zombies were zombies, and they still scared the bejesus out of me. I jogged over to the gate and closed it. Then I wrapped the remnants of the remaining chain around the fence, just in case that by some grace of the devil they were able to figure out how to roll it back from where it came. We were effectively down 3 out of the 5 people we had started with, but I wasn't going home empty-handed.
I went back into the tractor trailer and grabbed the small ladder that we had placed in there so I could start the job. I cautiously approached the fence. The zombies didn't seem discernibly closer. I climbed the ladder and fished out the wire cutters that I had in my jacket. This was not going to be an easy task considering the thinness of the gloves I had put on for protection, or lack thereof. That and the fact that my goggles kept fogging up were making this a difficult venture. I had learned over the years that it is infinitely better to wear protection, no matter how cumbersome, rather than find ways to staunch the flow of blood from one's body. Over the years as a handyman, a do-it-yourselfer, and a general klutz, I had racked up more emergency room time than Tim the Tool Man Taylor. Please tell me you know who he was. Let's see, where do I start? I have broken a rib from installing an attic fan. I nearly cut off my index finger with a compound miter saw installing flooring. Put a drill bit through my thumb. Bruised my eyeball throwing a bunch of trash away at the dump when the errant cord from a toaster hit me. Cut a vein in my hand and sliced my head open while changing a light bulb. Sliced my leg open with a box cutter, you guessed it, while cutting a box. There are at least a dozen more instances over the years. I'm just listing the lowlights. So these days, most of the time I like to err on the side of caution. If there is some sort of safety gear for the task at hand, I want it. I'll take fogging up goggles over loss of sight any day. I was busy wiping said goggles for the 3rd time and had already cut loose almost 50 feet of wire when I felt the impact of the first zombie hitting the fence. My ladder shuddered and my heart skipped a beat or 2. I had almost forgotten about the persistent little buggers. Now Hector was looking up at me, arms outstretched, mouth agape. He was a heavy-set Mexican man, small mustache, big belly. I'm not being racist. His name was Hector. It said as much on his name tag. That, and he used to work at Tire Discount, and he smelled as if he hadn't showered after 5 shifts at the physically demanding job. Flies were buzzing around him, but notably not on him. The flies seemed to be attracted to the sweet smell of decaying meat that emanated from his mouth, but they were not enticed enough to get any closer. The oddest fact that struck me was not that a zombie was less than 5 feet from me. It was that flies were still around in early December. I wanted to put a round in Hector's bloated melon, if for nothing more than to get his putrid-smelling ass away from me. But I had no inclination to see if the noise would attract more of his kind, or anybody else's kind for that matter. So I kept cutting with the wire clippers, stepping down from my ladder to shift it over every 5 feet, and climbing back up. And always Hector followed like a lovelorn puppy. Hector's friends had stayed at the gate to try their luck with Ben, who had only moved enough to get a better look at the zombies that wanted to eat him. For all intents and purposes, it looked like a world-class staring competition. On and on it went like this for another couple of 100 yards, Mr. Shuffles keeping consistent pace with my wire removal. My goggles had fogged for the umpteenth time, so this time I took my gloves off to get a better wipe down of the insistent miasma. After completing my job to a satisfactory level, I put my goggles back on and then began to pull my gloves on. The cold was having an adverse effect on me, and I lost my grip on the second glove. As I reached over to try to grab the falling glove, I compounded my troubles.
The wire cutters that I had stowed in my jacket's breast pocket also fell as I leaned away from the ladder at an angle, and both items hit the ground and bounced, tumbling under the fence.
They ended up at Hector's feet. I swear, if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Any chance you could hand those back to me? I asked Hector. He only replied with a soft moan. Yeah, I didn't think so. I climbed down the ladder. His eyes never broke contact with mine. The glove and the cutters were less than 6 inches away on the other side of the fence. I can easily reach under and grab them, but if I somehow got hung up, Hector would get his mid-morning snack after all. Noise be damned, I was going to shoot him. I'd learned enough painful lessons over the years to not tempt fate. I began to unsling my rifle when Hector did something I was not expecting. He bent and recovered the glove and the cutters. With some motor skill difficulty, he brought the glove to his nose and sniffed. Maybe he still smelled meat on them. He took a bite, ripping right through the thumb. He chewed for a moment and swallowed, then realized, to his disappointment, that it wasn't his desired nourishment. He dropped the glove. The wire cutters became Hector's next fascination. He started turning them over and over in his hands. He handled them like a newborn wearing mittens might. But I couldn't help thinking that this tool was somehow stirring some long-forgotten memory in what used to pass as a human mind. His bluish-purple hands finally got the tool into a potentially usable fashion. He then began to thrust the cutters at the fence. I wasn't sure if what I was seeing was real or not. Was he trying to cut the fence? My mind whirled as the implications started setting in. Hey, Carl, could you come here for a minute? I yelled over my shoulder.
I was afraid that if I looked away for more than a fraction of a second, Hector would miraculously figure out how to use the cutters and make his way through the fence before I could turn back around.
Talbot, I'm a little busy,
Carl shouted back. Seems there were more rounds than I had expected. Carl had been busy picking them up and loading them into the trailer.
Yeah, still, you might want to see this, I said determinedly, still not taking my eyes off Hector. At one point, the cutters made contact with the fence, but Hector did not have the dexterity to close the pliers to do any damage. He moaned at that point, and I would have sworn it was because of frustration. Carl was walking over, wiping the sweat from his brow with a bandana. Lost your pliers? He said matter-of-factly. You know, you and my son, Captain Obvious, have a lot in common, I said dryly. Just shoot the bastard and get him back, he said as he began to turn around. Yeah, I figured out that part all on my own, Dad, I said dryly. Look at what he's doing. Carl got closer. Well, I'll be damned. He's trying to cut the fence. Well, ain't that a kick in the pants? Shoot him and get your pliers back. Still right about that. But don't you find that just a little freaking scary? I asked him. What? Look at him. He can't even make the damn things close. He's not getting in here anytime soon, Carl pointed out. It's not whether he can operate the cutters. It's that he is trying at all. It's like he's remembering a lost skill or trying to attain a new one, I answered. So what? Carl asked impatiently. So what? I retorted sharply. If they have the ability to learn. The statement was left verbally unanswered, but literally answered as we both turned to look when we heard the telltale twang of a chain link being cut. Hector appeared to be attempting to smile, but his rigor mortis locked lips would not upturn no matter how hard he tried.
What was not difficult to see was the light of accomplishment in his dead, flat black eyes. Well, doesn't that beat all? Carl said as he approached Hector. For the third time today, I thought I was going to go deaf as Carl's magnum went off. Any excitement that Hector felt was short-lived as his head exploded. It happened so fast he never even dropped the cutters. Brain matter showered down, hitting the hard ground. It sounded like the beginning of a sleet storm. An eye lazily rolled on the ground,
finally coming to rest and perpetually looking to the heavens. Carl was halfway back to the truck when Hector's body finally slumped and partially rested up against the fence. I was beginning to feel a lot like Ben. I was having a hard time moving. A couple of the gate zombies started heading my way. It would be a minute or two before they got here, but still I rushed to pry my pliers out of the cold, dead hands of Hector. It would be ironic if he had one of those old NRA bumper stickers, although I didn't think it applied to hand tools. Was this the first sign of shock? How the hell would I know? I'm the one asking myself the questions. My lost glove was within retrieval distance, but it was covered in quickly freezing visceral. I was going to have to take my chances with frostbite and the Dannert wire. The germaphobe in me couldn't stomach the thought of putting that glove on again. I shakily climbed back on the ladder and began anew. Carl had forced Ben back into action. Ben was using zip ties to bundle up the wire on the ground. This would make it easier to put into the truck and then to install once we got back to Little Turtle. Jen had yet to come out of the truck. Hell, as far as I knew, she hadn't even peeked over the dashboard. Carl relieved me after he finished loading the rest of the ammo and any salvageable gun parts he could get his hands on. I was thankful for the opportunity to rest.
My ungloved hand was frozen, but what was worse were the multiple cuts on my hand. The pain was irksome, sure, but the frenzy it caused in the zombies, that was worse. Every time one of the fat globules of hemoglobin splashed to the frozen tundra, the zombies would fall to the ground and tear up divots of sod to eat my offering. It was more than a little disturbing. "Get your hand warmed up and then get rid of those things," Carl said, with no more compunction than if he had asked me to take out the trash. "What about the noise?" I asked with some dread. Killing zombies to save my ass was one thing. Killing them like that made my blood run cold. "What about it? Use your little pea shooter," he said, pointing to my M16. "It's a lot quieter than my Colts are, and we've been here for over an hour, and we still only have 5 of the original 6 here." I saw his point. It's just that I didn't want to. "Besides," he continued, "we now have way more ammunition in your caliber than we do in mine." Again, I understood his damn point. I grabbed the keys from Ben and headed for the truck. Jen looked pissed that I was invading her space as I climbed into the cab to turn on the heater. I couldn't have cared less. Those that didn't pull their own weight were chattel and didn't deserve my consideration. "Are we leaving now?" Jen asked hopefully. I merely revved the engine a little more, hoping the heat would kick on sooner rather than later. "Are we leaving?" she asked again. This time she leaned over, grabbed the gear shift, and shoved it into gear. The truck lurched forward and stalled. I was thrown forward and almost broke my damn nose on the steering column, as I was already leaning forward, trying to garner some heat. Both Carl and Ben were looking up at me, puzzlement on their features. I shrugged an over-exaggerated, sorry gesture. I hissed at Jen, "You touch that shift box again and I'll break your fucking wrist."
She pulled back as if I had slapped her.
"If you're so concerned about getting out of here quicker, maybe you should be helping instead of hiding." Defiance was on her face, but defeat was in her features. She wanted to lash out, but she didn't have the intrepidity to go through with it. She settled back into her uneasy crouch. This time, however, she sat with her back to me. My hands began to defreeze by small degrees. The pins and needles effect gave way to nails and tacks, and then finally to spikes and stakes. The pain was more intense than I was expecting. I must have been close to frostbite. As the torture began to subside, I looked around the cab. I knew I had seen a pair of work gloves. They were cheaply made and would do little to stop the bite of the razor wire, but I hoped that it would at least keep some of the bitter sting of the cold away. I stayed a few minutes longer than I needed to,
gathering my reserves to go deal with our unwanted transients. "Damn it," I said as I shut off the truck. Jen jumped a bit but didn't turn around. My feet had no sooner hit the ground when I heard the telltale sound of the lock being engaged. "Useless," I said, a little louder than I needed to. I was having a difficult time empathizing with her. Here we were in the fight of our lives, and she had just given up. The side of me that didn't want to kill, not even zombies, spoke up. "How would you feel if Tracy had become a zombie?" "Don't even think it," my internal dialogue continued. "Or one of your kids? I'm telling you, shut up!" "Well, damn you. I'd probably want to curl up into a ball and die." My masculine side finally iterated. My feminine side mocked. "You can still kiss my ass." I aimed my rifle and fired off 5 rounds, killing all of our non-human visitors. My feminine side had been stilled. The ensuing quiet was only briefly interrupted by the twang of wire cutters severing through wire holders. Carl hadn't so much as turned to look as I had mowed down the noxious audience. My breathing had quickened as if from heavy exertion. Sweat formed and quickly began to freeze on my brow. I had yet to put the rifle down, gravity finally taking over and pushed the barrel towards the ground. Ben, noticing my distress, came over. "You all right, Talbot?" he asked with concern. It took a moment for me to acknowledge his presence. I turned towards him, my pupils dilated, my face as pale as the breath I exhaled. "I could get real philosophical with that question, Ben." And that was my only answer to his inquiry as I went to the ladder to see if Carl needed any assistance. Ben scratched his head and began zip-tying the coils again. Not much was said as the 3 of us worked. I know at least for me I was thankful for the lack of speech. It was much nicer to be lost in the hard work. Carl and I switched off on climbing the ladder. My legs were burning from the strain of going up and down, and I would have said something, but Carl didn't so much as utter a heavy sigh, and the guy was 20 years my senior. There was no way I was going to let him know I was hurting. Between my shifts on top, I would help Ben coil and then pull the coil into the truck. We had a system, and it was going well. I was thinking at this point we wouldn't have to spend the night. The remainder of the day was eerily quiet. No more zombies, no other people, and not even any animals. I could understand why there were no people. Either they were zombies, dead, or fled. The animals had most likely taken off too. Please don't let there be zombie rabbits. But if the animals had fled because of the zombies, where were they? And as if my questions materialized into reality, I smelled them first. At first I had thought Carl had let one rip, but unless he had eaten rotten fish tacos the previous night, it couldn't be him.
I must have turned a shade of green because Carl finally broke his vow of silence.
"What's the matter, Talbot? You look like something's disagreeing with you. It's not all this hard work, is it?" he asked, laughing a little at his own humor. I didn't have to answer him. I watched as his face took on the same hue as mine. "Oh, sweet Jesus." He magically produced a bandana, as only people of his generation can, and began to tie it around his face to block at least some of the odor. Then had at this point just emerged from the back of the trailer. "Oh, jeez! What is that smell?" he yelled. "Talbot, we've got 50 more yards of wire to go," Carl began. "Do we cut and run, so to speak, or stay and finish? But from that stench, you know we're not dealing with some onesie and twosie lost zombies. That smells like the mother lode." "Cut it," I said as I made the executive decision. "All this wire does no good if we can't get it there. I was wondering why there were no animals around here." My last words fell to the ground without an ear to pick them up. Carl had already ascended the ladder to this time cut the wire itself and not the holders. "Look out below!" Carl yelled a moment too late. The razor wire sliced past my face at an alarming rate, a couple inches more to the right,
and my facial features would have been neatly severed from their resting place. I looked up at Carl more in shock than anything. He shrugged a bit and said, it didn't get you, did it? Quit your belly aching. I didn't know which was worse, the close call or the smell. I wanted to give Carl a little what for, but speaking meant that I would have to suck in more of the foul, stench-laden air. I flipped him the finger and he laughed. So much for making a statement. The armory sat on a lot by itself and afforded luxurious views on all sides. The closest homes were across Buckley Avenue, and a small greenway lay between the street and the houses.
All in all, it was about 500 yards away, and it was from there the zombies began to spill forth. At first, only a few ambled out, then half a dozen, and almost within a blink of an eye, there were hundreds. They stood in the greenway, some swaying like abhorrent stalks of corn. Their numbers swelled. Standing room became a premium commodity as their numbers increased, and still they didn't move. We lost precious time as the three of us just stood in awe, wondering what kind of manifestation we were witnessing. Of course, it was at this point that Jin decided to peek her head over the dashboard. The détente was broken by her shrill screams. Like the prince's kiss to Sleeping Beauty, the noise got the zombies moving, and in turn, so did we. We had about 150 yards of wire that still needed to be loaded into the truck, and I was a moment away from having to cut it loose when the zombies made it to the sidewalk. Again, they stopped. "What are they doing? Are they afraid of traffic?" I said aloud. "Maybe they're looking for a crosswalk," Carl snorted. Of us all, he looked the least nonplussed, as if this were just some normal, ordinary occurrence. We kept loading the wire, and I kept a wary eye on the zombies, waiting for any indication they would make their move. It didn't happen. Ben asked me what they were doing as we closed up the rear of the trailer. I wanted to scream at him. How the hell would I know? Do I look like a fucking zombie expert, you dumb, hillbilly, illiterate turd? Instead, civility got the better of me, and I shrugged. Hell if I know, I told him instead. Jin's cacophonous voice assaulted all of our ears as soon as we entered the cab. She was somewhere between sobbing and screaming her desire to vacate the premises as soon as possible. "Oh, for the love of God, girl, shut up," Carl said evenly. His words had the desired effect. She shut up almost immediately, although she switched to an almost as bothersome half-hiccup, half-hushed sob. I think the screaming was better. This was the sound of the defeated. The truck started on the very first turnover attempt. I was figuring that was good news. At least it wasn't going to be like those low-budget horror slasher flicks, where the heroine either can't start her car or trips over a non-existent tree root. Thank God for small favors. The truck roared to life, but we weren't moving. "Please don't tell me the transmission isn't working." I gave voice to my concern. Carl and Ben both turned to me in unison, as if on some unseen telepathic command. "What?" I asked. Fear began to mount. A few more seconds of this, and I might end up on the floor mat with Jen. I don't to this day know how they did it, but Ben and Carl, as if it was choreographed, simultaneously looked out the windshield at the same time. I followed the path of their gaze. Realization dawned. "The gate? You want me to open the gate? Go through the damn thing," I half yelled. Jen bawled a little louder. Ben spoke up verbally this time, instead of any more unnatural synchronized motions. "I don't want to take the chance of puncturing the radiator, or a tire, or having the damn fence hang up underneath. Sides, they're all across the street." I looked at Carl for some sympathy, but didn't find any. "That's what you get for being younger," he quipped. "Son of a bitch," I said as I opened the door and jumped down.
Jen immediately reached up and locked the door. I heard Carl mumble something to her as he undid the latch. The zombies weren't moving forward, but every set of eyes turned to me as I walked towards the gate. I was deeply unnerved. I once had illusions of being a rock star, but if this was what it felt like to have all eyes on you, then fame could find a different resting spot. There was jostling in the back as some of the zombies in the rear were trying to gain a better vantage point to see what was on the menu. Not one of them stepped into the street. It was as if they were made of wood and the street flowed with lava. I could have most likely recited the Gettysburg Address, done a little dance, possibly a crossword puzzle or two, and even relieved my aching bladder before the fastest of the zombies could cover the distance to the gate. I swung open the gate and spun back toward the truck. I walked quickly, proud that I hadn't broken out into a panicked run, but it was close. I hopped back up into the cab, thankful the door wasn't locked, and still nothing stirred, not even a mouse. As the truck swung on to Buckley Avenue, the zombies' heads turned in harmony. As we passed, they began to step out onto the street. For the first quarter-mile of our trip, zombies began piling out of every imaginable nook and cranny. There had to have been thousands of them as they ganged up behind us. It looked like the beginning of the world's slowest marathon. Ben laughed as he said, "The dead sons of bitches aren't going to catch us." "Yeah, at least for another 7 miles, came my pensive reply. Ben's smile dropped off his face. Even the stoic Carl looked like he had eaten something that didn't sit well. Jen, however, was clueless. What's in 7 miles? Came her quavering question. Home, I answered, as I looked in the side mirrors. Oh, God, Jen groaned. Except for the occasional gear grind, the remainder of the journey home was unremarkable. Each of us, in his or her own way, was contemplating the reality which had just been driven home. No pun intended. Ben, stop, I said. No response. Ben, stop this truck, I yelled a little louder. How Ben was even concentrating on driving, I don't know. He was so far down deep in thought. Carl nudged him. What? Ben asked, sounding a little irritable.
Talbot wants you to stop the truck, Carl said, for which I was grateful. I might have yelled it a little louder than was considered polite if I had to ask for a third time. Ben shrugged. Fine, he muttered, but I ain't turning her off. Fine, I said over the rumble of the engine. What if we don't go back? Ben and Carl looked at me both with expressions of confusion on their face. I didn't bother to check Jen. I knew she still had her face buried in her hands. We saw those zombies, I went on to explain. They're following us to see where we're going. If we don't go home, they can't get to our loved ones. Jen sobbed in response. Now hold on, Talbot. I only saw a bunch of zombies milling about in a street. You can't for sure say they were following us, Ben said in reply. Carl forged on. And even if they were following us, and I said if, what makes you think they can track us to our home? They're stupid, brain-dead flesh eaters, he yelled. It was the most expression I'd seen out of him all day. He might be trying his best to not look riled, but this development was getting under his feathers. You saw Hector and the pliers. They're not completely brain-dead, I said evenly. Carl's face smoldered, then was looking from Carl to me in an attempt to garner some much-needed information. Who's Hector, and what has a pair of pliers got to do with anything? Ben asked. Carl began anew, but not in response to Ben. That still doesn't make them Einstein wannabes or Davy Crockett trail tracker wannabes for that matter. Carl was going to take some serious persuading. Listen, Carl, I directed my dialogue towards him. Where Carl led, then would follow. There's something different about these zombies. Carl arched his eyebrow. Different how? And what exactly does a zombie act like? I spent the next 15 minutes relating everything I knew about zombies, learned from movies, books, and comics.
Sure, it was an imperfect argument. How could I possibly make an informed judgment about our fact-based reality when I was using fiction-based perceptions? The only hard facts I could give them were my observations of that woman zombie, the one that had killed Spindler. None of them had been there. My explanations fell on deaf ears. Carl was of the mind to give me the benefit of the doubt, but I hadn't given him anything solid enough to leave what was left of his family and friends behind. Without Carl, my words fell on the deaf ears of Ben. Jen was no one's ally. "I'm sorry, Mike," Carl said. "The zombies, them I believe in. Hector was just an aberration, some legacy memory. The girl, I think she was a specter of an imagination in overdrive." I was pissed. "Carl, I'll admit, I'm more scared than I've ever been in my whole life, and I went to war. But I'm not a hysterical person. I did not imagine that girl showing me Spindler's head and nodding. I'm sure she was repaying a favor. That shows intelligence." "You're pretty sure, Mike, but you're not absolutely sure," he fired back. "Of course I'm not absolutely sure. How the hell could I be? They're zombies!" Anger filled my voice. Maybe they are following us, and maybe they're not. I'm not about to give up the rest of my life on a hunch, and I'd rather be with my family if this is the end than traveling the highways waiting for this truck to run out of gas. "Are you so ready to leave your family behind?" he finished. Those words stung. "If it meant they'd be safe," I said, although without much conviction. "Odds are, Talbot, some group of flesh-eaters are going to find our little haven sooner or later. I'd rather be there to help defend than up by the Nebraska border," Carl finished with a softer tone. I had nothing left to say. He was right, and now I felt crummy for arguing against him. "We good now?" Ben asked. When Carl nodded in agreement, Ben put the truck back in gear. The small heave forward brought forth another small sob from Jen. I could not help feeling like we were the Pied Pipers of death as we rolled towards home. Instead of leading rats away, we were leading the zombies to their promised land. This was a funeral procession. Of that I had no doubt, whatever Carl thought. The truck had no sooner pulled into the complex when I hopped off. It was still rolling. I headed out to find Jed. It didn't take me long. He didn't usually wander too far off from the clubhouse. I was relieved to see the old fart. "Welcome back, Talbot," Jed said. I could tell he had some sort of jest to say, but when he saw the look of consternation on my face, he held his tongue. "We've got to call an emergency meeting, Jed." My voice was forced from the adrenaline. "Now hold on, Talbot. It's getting late, and folks have been working hard all day. And that's not even including the ones that buried their kin, neighbors, or friends. They need time to mourn," Jed finished. "Jed, I'm not trying to be an ass or an alarmist, but if we don't have a meeting and real soon, we might be burying a lot more people. I don't necessarily want the whole population, just essential personnel," I said. That got Jed going. He wasn't thrilled about it, but he would have an assembly together within the hour. "Thanks, Jed. And make sure Alex is one of those essentials," I told him. "I'll try, Talbot, but he looked exhausted," Jed added resignedly. These are the stories that happened after I left to go to the armory. You don't even want to know how pissed off I got when I found out. Chapter 13. Justin woke as soon as he heard the front door open. He had always been a light sleeper, and now, with the way things were, it had only gotten worse. He came upstairs and watched as his father walked off towards the clubhouse in the pre-dawn quiet. He thought about following him, but first off, it wasn't much above 5 degrees out, and he was in shorts and a tank top. And second, if his father wanted him along, he would have come and gotten him. Justin's dad was a former Marine, a strong disciplinarian, and an anal, compulsive man. If he wanted something done, he was not afraid to tell any of his kids to get it done and get it done now. Knowing his dad like he did, Justin always thought it was funny how his father always deferred to his mother. Dad was the boss of the kids, and Mom was the boss of Dad. That was the hierarchy. For the most part, Mike Talbot had mellowed with age, but when something got him riled, all hell broke loose, and it would take all of Tracy's calm demeanor to put the genie back in the bottle. Justin turned back towards the kitchen to get a bottle of water when he noticed his father's BlackBerry lying on the table next to the sofa. Back in the normal days, his dad had the BlackBerry almost surgically attached to his hip. To see the phone was to see the man. Nowadays, the phone was not much better than a paperweight. Cell service was sketchy at best. It wasn't even worth carrying it. That was why Justin was puzzled when he saw a red light blinking, the telltale sign of a message waiting. This was intriguing to Justin. Sure, they still had electricity, thanks to a network of generators, but television was for the most part non-existent, except for some news, and they weren't broadcasting anything new. Telephones and cell phones were rapidly becoming instruments of the past.
Justin was tempted to wake his mother and see if she would listen to the message. But if it was a spectral collection call and he woke her for that, there would be hell to pay. He decided to wait a few minutes for his dad to return. When it didn't look like that was going to happen right away, he figured he'd get some clothes on and track him down. Justin no sooner came up from the basement wearing more respectable, seasonable clothing when he heard and then saw the tractor-trailer head out the front gate. Without actually seeing his dad, he knew for a fact his father was on that truck. "Damn it," he muttered. This meant it was going to be the better part of the day before he found out what the message was. Or from whom. What if it's Pops, he thought. Pops was his grandfather from back east. Nobody had heard from any of the East Coast Talbots since the zombie plague had begun. All the kids loved Pops. Where Dad was hard and angular, Pops was soft and easygoing. Not one of the kids could ever remember Pops raising his voice, unless of course it was to tell everyone that dinner was ready. Only Mike knew differently. Pops Talbot had also been a Marine. If anything, Mike at this age was infinitely calmer than his father had been. Mike remembered the days in his youth. If he had been caught doing any one of the myriad of things his father considered inappropriate, his hands would be bleeding from the task of digging holes and then filling them back in. The kids thought Pops was a saint, and Mike had no wish to smash their illusions. He loved the old man more than the man code would allow him to say, but the fact remained. He knew another side of the old man the kids didn't. Justin had never messed with his father's phone, first because of the privacy issue. Mike had striven to drive that into all of his offspring. Trust is a sacred institution, and once it is shattered, it is nearly impossible to put back together with the same integrity again. And second, because Mike probably would have been able to tell Justin was trying to listen to his messages. By the way, Justin would have had to position himself with his ear next to his dad's hip pocket. Mike also knew kids were curious by nature. If given the chance, they would find all sorts of new and unusual ways to get into trouble. His goal had always been to remove as many opportunities as possible and, well, the rest will follow. Justin didn't think it would be a big breach of trust if he just checked the call log. And if it was Pops, he could have his mom breach the code. Fumbling with the phone, Justin had a frozen moment of guilt and almost put the phone down, but his inquisitive mind wanted to know.
What he saw disappointed him more than he thought possible. Something had been lost in the electronic netherworlds because the BlackBerry screen only showed Upsilon U RR 7 2 5. Oh, that's crap, he thought. He had finally built up enough pluck to even look at the screen, and his reward was gibberish. Justin didn't hesitate long. In for a dime, in for a dollar. So he pressed the voicemail button. Can't, want, fell. End of message. To save message, press 7. To delete, press 9. Without even thinking, Justin pressed 9. Message deleted, came the officious voice. There are no new messages. Justin broke out into a cold sweat when he realized what he had just done. Oh, crap. The old man's going to have my ass for this. He was half tempted to erase the call log and further hide his evidence of tampering, but he couldn't do it. The message may have been incomprehensible, but the voice was not. It was his Uncle Paul, not by blood ties, but maybe by something even stronger. His dad had known Uncle Paul for almost 30 years.
They had grown up together in a small suburb outside of Boston. They had done everything together, from playing football and baseball on the city and school teams to exploring an old Indian burial ground aptly named Indian Hill. So when Paul's family moved away in their sophomore year of high school, they had vowed to remain friends forever. But things for teens happen at a different pace than the rest of the world. There are girls and Friday nights and football and countless other distractions to keep them occupied. Sometimes the two friends would go for months at a time without communicating, always able to pick up the easy flow of conversation as if only hours had passed. So it was almost not even a surprise when the two realized that, unbeknownst to the other, they had both applied for the same college, the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. For 4 years, they did not so much attend the school as they did frequent it. The two were much more interested in the social aspects of college rather than any educational benefits. When Paul went on the 5-year degree program, the two parted ways again. Mike, under some heavy lobbying from his then-girlfriend Lori, moved to Colorado. After a few months of the "we are so grown up and in love" phase, Lori and Mike's relationship soured by degrees until finally they broke up. The breakup affected Mike more than he had known. Booze was becoming more and more of a crutch to get through the lonely nights. After one intense drinking session and a 3 a.m. call to his friend, Paul flew out to Colorado. It had been 18 months since they had seen each other, but it might as well have been 18 minutes. The deal was sealed. Mike packed up everything and drove back east to live with his friend Paul, who now lived in New Hampshire.
Mike knew without a shadow of a doubt that Paul had saved his life by flying out to Colorado, just as surely as Mike had saved Paul's by pulling him out of a burning car some years before. Living with Paul had begun Mike's healing, but still the booze beckoned. 5 years with the love of his life suddenly over was not easily forgotten. Mike knew he had to make a radical change, so when he came home one night and told Paul he had enlisted in the Marines, Paul nodded in understanding, but internally was conflicted. If anything, the two of them were peaceniks, or at worst, apathetics. So again, the brothers from a different mother went their separate ways. For 5 years, Mike lived in dirt and battled foreign enemies. Whenever he could, he would contact his friend Paul, just so he could be reminded there was a world still out there where being shot at every day was not the norm. If anything, this separation strengthened their bond. It was during the Marines Corps days that Mike met, married, and began a family with Tracy. Paul had also married and moved back to Massachusetts. So when Mike told Paul that he was bringing his family back to Massachusetts once his current tour was over, Paul had nearly giggled with glee, or at least as much as was acceptable by the man code. Mike was 2 months away from his discharge from the Marines when he received a disappointing call from Paul. Paul's marriage had acidified. The breakup was imminent. Paul decided he needed the comfort of his family, who had, in the meantime, moved to North Carolina. Mike was understandably disheartened, so for a couple of years Mike toiled at the family business in downtown Boston, while Paul attempted what Humpty Dumpty had tried many years before. He began to put the pieces of his life back together. The two miscreants were able to get together a couple of times during this period, and subsequently just tore the living crap out of their livers, reveling in the good old days.
It was after one of those lost weekends that Tracy announced to Mike that her father was terminally ill and she was moving back to her home state of Colorado, with or without him. Flashback to the part about who's the boss.
The house was on the market the next day. Within a week, the U-Haul was packed and the Talbots were heading out west. Mike and Paul kept in more communication than they had during their previous hiatuses, so Mike knew almost right away when Paul became serious with his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Erin. Erin was good people. She saw some excellent qualities in Paul and knew this was the person she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. Paul, after already going through a nasty divorce, was not in so much of a rush. Erin, however, was skilled and patient in the ways of the heart. She didn't push Paul, but she was wily enough to keep him on the hook. For 3 years they played this game of cat and mouse, Paul always thinking he was a word away from being able to break up and Erin believing she was a word away from getting his commitment. When Erin got the call one July evening that her mother had been rushed to a hospital for life-threatening injuries sustained in an auto collision, she knew her place was with her family. They just so happened to live in Colorado. Paul knew the score. He either went with Erin and climbed a bunch of notches up the commitment ladder, or he walked away from a potentially beautiful union. This was not an easy decision for him. His first instinct had been to call Mike, who had been thrilled at the possibility that his lifelong friend might once again be within spitting distance. Mike did his best to temper the excitement in his voice during the phone conversation, but when they hung up, he almost cackled with glee. See man code. In Paul's mind, he wasn't sure if he was ready for this. Being that close to Mike, while not the deciding factor, was certainly a contributing one.
Bars beware. The dynamic duo was once again about to be reunited. Paul and Erin finally made the ultimate leap, got hitched, and moved into their own house. Mike and Paul didn't get to see each other as often as they would hope, living only 9.98 miles away from each other, but they more than made up for it when they did. Justin knew his dad loved Paul and Erin, and that not knowing what had happened to his friends was weighing heavily upon him. Justin also knew the only thing keeping his dad from going to get Paul, or find out his fate, was him. Well, not just him, all the kids. Mike would not sacrifice the safety of his kids, not even for his brother, Paul. Justin decided there and then that if his father wouldn't go get Paul because of the kids, then the kids were going to have to do it themselves. Justin went downstairs and, not very carefully, shook his younger brother to alertness. Travis came up from the depths of sleep quicker than Justin had expected. He was barely able to avoid the bat as it swung dangerously close to his rib cage. Mike had given everyone in the family a firearm to protect themselves if needed, but they were all expressly forbidden from having the firearm within arm's length from where they slept. It was in the first 7 seconds of being awakened that a person was not in complete control of their faculties, and Mike did not want any fatal accidents. Having other, less lethal weapons at the ready was not discouraged. Mike had warned the family to wake somebody, including himself, from a safe distance. Justin, in his haste and excitement, had forgotten this rule and had almost paid dearly for it. "What the hell, Travis? You almost crushed my ribs!" Justin yelled, in the grips of an adrenaline rush from his decision and partly from the added stimulation of having avoided the bat. "Huh?" Travis asked as he sat up, rubbing the torpidity from his eyes.
We're going to get Paul, Justin said, barely able to hide the enthusiasm in his voice.
Huh? Travis responded. Apparently, the lingering effects of his siesta had not been shaken off. Paul called, Justin said. That got Travis's attention. Uncle Paul called? He asked excitedly. Uncle Paul had always been a favorite of Travis's because he was Paul's godson, something Paul would never let him forget. How? The phones don't even work. I don't know how. He left a message on Dad's cell, Justin answered. When does Dad want to leave? Travis asked as he got out of bed and began to dress for the undertaking. Dad doesn't know, Justin said as he involuntarily lowered his eyes in guilt. Travis stopped midway through putting his three-way tactical sling on as comprehension dawned on his face. I don't know which will make Dad more pissed, the fact that you checked his phone or that you want to leave the complex, Travis told his brother. Justin sagged in resignation. So, when do we leave? Travis asked nonchalantly as he began to place spare shells in his multitude of pockets. Justin whooped with glee and then caught himself and lowered his voice. I want to leave now, but I want to get Brendan in on this. Can't, Travis said. You wake Brendan, he wakes Nicole, Nicole gets Mom, we go nowhere. Shit. I hate it when you're right, Justin said. But I wanted Brendan to drive his truck. If we take Dad's Jeep on top of everything else, he'd probably just shoot us without ever asking questions. He won't shoot me, Travis said, beaming. I won't be driving. Justin let a sickly smile ghost across his lips. Taking the Jeep was by far the worst offense of the many offenses he was about to commit. Tommy came in a minute later, a trail of Kit Kat crumbs marking his passage. What you guys doing? He asked, spraying peanut buttery goodness everywhere. Kit Kats? Travis asked.
We have Kit Kats?
We've did, Tommy said, spreading his chocolatey smile. Hey, Tommy, Justin said. Concern laced his thoughts. It would not be easy getting out of the house quietly with Tommy asking all sorts of questions. Did you just get up to get a snack? He was hoping that Tommy was merely getting a little bite before going back to sleep. Tommy was famous for sleeping in, so much so that all of his shifts at Walmart started no earlier than 1 p.m. For him to be up before the sunrise was an anomaly. Well, I was sleeping good, right? Tommy started. I was dreaming about working at Walmart before the deadheads came. You remember the time, Justin, when they were moving that huge pallet of Halloween candy and it tipped over? Justin didn't remember. That incident happened 6 months before he had started, but he nodded anyway. His being there wasn't relevant to the story. I was happy no one was hurt, but I was so happy the candy got all smushed. Joey, the manager, said I could have all that I could carry. Ended up I could carry a lot. Tommy was smiling at his remembrance. Didn't Joe get in trouble for that? Justin asked. Something about having to return the damaged goods for inventory control? Tommy's smile faded a bit at the memory of his friend getting in trouble, but slowly spread again as he said, Yeah, but I sure could carry a lot. That's a good dream, Tommy, Justin said, trying to hurry Tommy along and hopefully back to bed. Tommy wasn't having any of it. Justin would be more likely able to push over a non-sleeping cow than Tommy. Tommy began anew. Justin sighed. Hey, Travis, why do you have your gun on? Tommy asked. Alarm increased in the boys, and just like that, Tommy moved on, not waiting for a response. So, what I was telling you was not a dream, 'cause dreams are made up and all of that stuff happened. I wish I had some more smashed mallow cups, Tommy's eyebrows furrowed. But then Ryan Seacrest comes over while I'm carrying all my goodies away. He keeps following me, saying I dropped a Kit Kat, and I'm like, thanks, Ryan, but there weren't any Kit Kats on the pallet. He keeps following me and telling me about the Kit Kat. He starts pulling on my arm, and I start to drop stuff, so I was kind of getting a little upset.
Tommy paused for dramatic effect. Justin's attention was piqued now. He had heard the conversation Tommy and his father had regarding Tommy's inner voice. Justin tore away from his inner dialogue as Tommy started up again. So now I have to pay attention because if I don't, he'll make me drop everything. Joey said I can only have what I can carry, and I don't want to miss out. So I turn and Ryan tells me that there's a Kit Kat in the basement for me. Wait, did he say that? Or that I should go eat a Kit Kat in the basement? Why would he tell me to eat a Kit Kat in the basement? Wait, okay, so I got the Kit Kat upstairs, and then I came down here, but I started eating it upstairs. Do you think that'll make Ryan mad? Tommy looked ultra-concerned that he might be irking his spirit guide, a.k.a. the host of the now defunct American Idol. I don't think he'll be mad, Tommy, Travis said earnestly. So I ate most of my Kit Kat down in the basement, Tommy said loudly, possibly trying to appease his spirit guide. And then here were you guys, awake. Do you want to play Monopoly? He asked hopefully. No, Tommy, we can't play Monopoly right now, Justin answered. Oh, is it because you're going to get Paul? Tommy asked as he licked some errant chocolate off his candy wrapper. Justin swallowed loudly, his mouth having gone instantly dry. Travis's mouth hung slackly. Did you hear us talking? Travis asked. Justin just shook his head. He knew better. No, that's spying. My mom said that's not polite.
Besides, I couldn't hear you guys talking anyway. Don't you know how crunchy-sounding Kit Kats are in your head? Tommy, are you going to go back to bed? Justin asked hopefully, already aware of the response. Can't, said Tommy matter-of-factly. Ryan says I have to go with you. Quarter-inch goosebumps embossed up the entire length of Justin's spine. Are you going to tell Mrs. T? Justin asked. Tommy looked up to the ceiling as if trying to remember some missing facts. Oh, no. Ryan didn't say anything about her, but we should bring Allego's boyfriend. Tommy had become enamored with Nicole. He became flustered every time he thought of her. Because of this, he could not remember her name. She was known as Oleko most of the time, but sometimes she was Nickel, Coley, Colon, Coldstone, and even once as Dime. No one was sure where that one originated from. Most likely Tommy had been thinking of Nickel, and Dime seemed like the next natural progression. Tommy never mentioned Brendan by name. Everyone but Tommy noticed the slight. Something or someone was intervening in the boy's plans. Whether it was divine was yet to be determined. Brendan was out of bed, making an early morning bathroom delivery. Justin crept up the stairs, doing his best to avoid all the spots on the stairs that creaked. This was not an easy task. Tracy had been goading Mike for years to repair some of the worst offenders. Some of the creaks were as loud as a pistol shot, especially in the middle of the night. But Mike had staunchly held his ground. He had always thought of the creaks as his own alarm system. He had argued intensely that no intruder would ever be able to sneak up into the bedroom unsuspectingly. Tracy couldn't even begin to fathom the depths of Mike's survivalism and paranoia. Although, as he would tell you, it's either one or the other, and he preferred to call it survivalism. Then he would add that if someone could get past the security bars, Henry and the stair alarm system without garnering any attention, then they deserved to take some stuff. So maybe using Henry in the equation wasn't a great example, but still. Justin crossed from one side of the steps to the other, at one point climbing over one step completely to avoid a particularly nasty groan. He appeared to be playing some advanced three-dimensional version of hopscotch. He stopped at the top landing, directly facing his parents' bedroom. There were 4 hot spots on the landing. The problem, however, was that not all were active at the same time. It was like playing Russian roulette with floorboards. There was no rhyme or reason to it.
Justin had his suspicions that his dad somehow had the floor rigged. It wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Justin's right foot came down tentatively. Nothing. He sighed in relief. Next, he strategically placed his left foot as close to the banister as possible. More times than not, this was a safe bet. But not today. Crack! Justin froze. Only the sweat on his forehead had the audacity to move. Nothing stirred, not even Henry. After a 30-second pause in which Justin expected his mother to come bursting out of her bedroom, nothing happened. He took a quick left, which marked his first successful completion down the gauntlet. The next part was going to be equally difficult. On the left of the hallway was his dad's office, which was now Brendan and Nicole's room. Directly across from it was the bathroom. Justin noticed the light on underneath the bathroom door. If it was his sister, the jig was up before it ever got going. She would not be persuaded to not tell their mother. For the second time in 2 minutes, Justin found himself frozen. This time, however, it was with indecision. He needed to think of a valid reason for his being in the hallway at this time of the day if his sister came out of the bathroom.
Somehow asking her if she wanted to play Monopoly at 6:30 in the morning didn't seem like a viable option. He then had the idea of getting Brendan awake, convinced and out of the bedroom before his sister returned. Not an acceptable alternative. She would surely go looking for Brendan if she came back and he wasn't in bed. They'd never get out in time, unless, of course, she had fallen asleep on the john. Justin laughed a little at that picture. He couldn't for the life of him imagine his prim and proper sister falling asleep on the toilet. It was the smell that got Justin moving. For a fearful second, he thought that a zombie had broken in. When he realized that it only smelled like something had died and had not actually died, he sprang into motion. Without even looking, Justin quietly shut the office bedroom door. His sister was lactose intolerant, and even if she had downed a whole cheesecake, she was incapable of producing the noxious gas that oozed from beneath the closed bathroom door. Justin was now dead smack in the center of the hallway, between the bathroom and the bedroom. He didn't want to move for fear that Brendan would get back into the bedroom before Justin could intercept him. He was beginning to get woozy trying to hold his breath. Just when he began to lose his peripheral vision, Justin heard the toilet flush and the sink go on. He exhaled in bliss, only to be rewarded on the inhale with the full blast of pestiferous tang of Brendan's refuse as the door was opened. Brendan was momentarily stunned by the appearance of Justin at the doorway, but quickly recovered. "You might want to use a different bathroom," Brendan said quietly with a hint of a smile across his lips. Justin was trying his best to breathe through his mouth, but the mere thought that he was now tasting the essence of Brendan's offal did little to quell the queasiness that was building up in his stomach. "Gotta talk to you." Justin rushed out on exhale and pointed down the stairs.
If Brendan in any way delayed, Justin would have to go downstairs without him. Justin had promised himself that he would not take another gulp of air anywhere in the vicinity of the death zone. Brendan nodded and followed Justin down. The floorboards had not had sufficient time to reset, and both boys were able to make it all the way down without so much as a minor crackle. Justin took a few long pulls of fresh air, hoping to evacuate all the poison from his lungs. He felt almost immediately better. "What were you eating, a rotten rhino?" Justin asked when he had sufficiently cleaned out his airways. "Did you like that? I was working on that just for you. As a matter of fact, I was going to come down and get you so you could get a whiff," Brendan laughed. A greasy smile split Justin's lips. "Thanks, man, I appreciate that," he said sarcastically. "What's up?" Brendan asked more seriously. He could tell Justin had something to ask him, but was hesitant to come out with it. "All right. If I ask you something, you have to promise, if you say no, that you won't tell Nicole," Justin said tentatively. Brendan had to think about this for a moment. If she were to somehow find out that he had important information and had withheld it from her, that would not end well. Nicole was all of 4'11", but she was a veritable spitfire. Mountains would quake in the wake of her voluminous voice. What she lacked in size, she more than made up for in vocals. And to top it off, she was quick to anger and so very slow to mellow. Those were not great ingredients if one were to perpetrate a lie. Brendan had learned the hard way. "Justin, I don't know if I could do that," Brendan said in all seriousness. "You know how your sister gets." Justin nodded in reluctant agreement. Of course he did. He'd had 19 years of personal experience.
Justin was secretly attempting to find a workaround to this dilemma.
How about this? Justin started. What if I ask you something, but you don't tell her until she wakes up? Again, that depends, Brendan answered. If it's important, she'll be pissed that I didn't wake her to tell her. Damn it, Justin muttered. What's going on? Brendan asked, curiosity starting to get the better of him. Damn it, Justin said for the second time. Here goes nothing. I want to take Travis, Tommy, and hopefully you to go get Paul. Your dad's best friend? Does your dad know? Of course not, or we wouldn't be doing this whole covert conversation in the living room, Brendan said as he nervously wiped his forehead, even though sweat had not yet begun to form, although it would soon. What makes you think they'll even let us out of the gate? My dad just left on the semi. I think, Justin thought to himself. I'll tell the guys at the gate that he wanted us to follow. And hopefully they won't ask where, 'cause I have no clue, he finished his inner dialogue. Brendan turned to walk back upstairs. Justin became anxious, fearful Brendan had made up his mind and not in the appropriate direction. I'm going to get my stuff, Brendan explained as he now began to play the advanced hopscotch game. Justin was excited and worried at the same time. He ran downstairs to get the others and get out of the house before he changed his mind. This undertaking was of his design, and if anything went wrong, it would be his responsibility. This was a little bit more unnerving than making sure the shelves were correctly stocked for the frenetic holiday shoppers at Walmart. The boys had decided to take Brendan's Explorer after some initial resistance. Brendan's truck had the habit of breaking down at the most inopportune times, but this fact still seemed like a better alternative than facing Mike Talbot if something should happen to his beloved Jeep.
With nothing closing in and no elevated terror level, Brendan's truck, of course, clambered to life easily, just as the sun began to shine under an opaque sky. Brendan pulled up to the gate guard, who was putting his hand out to halt them, although this was a useless gesture. It wasn't like Brendan could miss the 5-ton yellow bus. Where are you boys going? Igor Drudarsky, the guard asked. Igor was a 50-something, fat Russian man who had emigrated over from the former Soviet Union some 20 years previously. He had not lost a hint of his former accent or his profound ability to drink vast quantities of vodka. The sour stench permeated through the truck as he looked over the boys and all the weapons they carried. Tommy smiled back, greedily stuffing a blueberry Pop-Tart into his mouth. We have Pop-Tarts? Travis asked softly. We've did, Tommy smiled weakly back. Justin leaned over Brendan a little and subsequently closer to the stink of Igor's breath. This morning was not working out well at all for his olfactory senses, which had just recently gotten over the assault at the bathroom. Mike Talbot asked us to follow him with some more firepower, Justin said, with a little more conviction in his voice than he felt. You are his boys, no? Igor asked. That's right, Justin answered. He already had 4 people with him. What does he need you for? Igor asked. Probably just guard duty, Travis threw in hastily. Justin silently thanked his brother. Igor looked at all of them skeptically. They left over 15 minutes ago,
You know how to get to the armory, yes? Oh, yeah, Justin responded, perhaps a little too eagerly. Igor pulled his head out from the driver's side window, not convinced he was receiving the truth, but his main function was to keep people out, not in. He waved the bus driver to pull forward and out of the way. Be safe, da? Igor yelled out. Brendan waved in response.
The bus driver closed the gate, not waiting for Igor's hand signal.
Which way do I go when I get to Havana? Brendan asked Justin.
Right, Justin told him, taking just a fraction of a second longer than appropriate to give the answer.
You know the way, right? Brendan asked doubtfully.
Most of the way, Justin said meekly.
Justin, Brendan bellowed. You are going to get us all screwed. This is going to be an all-risk and no-reward venture. Your sister's going to kill me, not including what Mike's going to do when he realizes I let you talk me into this harebrained scheme. It's not like we can ask somebody for directions. Hello, Mr. Zombie. Have you eaten anyone lately named Paul Ginner? No? Then can you tell us how we might get there before you? What? You can't talk? Brendan was working himself up into a frenzy. He pulled into a now out-of-commission gas station so he could turn around. What are you doing? Justin screamed in panic. We're going back before we get in any deeper over our heads, Brendan shot back. Tommy had finished getting the final few crumbs out of his Pop-Tart bag when he spoke up. I know the way. Brendan and Justin turned to look at Tommy. There was not a hint on his features that he was speaking anything but the truth. Brendan sighed and got back on the road, heading in the general direction of Paul's house. Travis was busy looking in Tommy's knapsack for a wayward Pop-Tart. The quartet passed 3 cars on their way. All 3 were packed with people and provisions. All the people in those cars looked haunted, harried, and in a rush. Not one of them so much as addressed the boy's presence with even a nod. They sure seem in a hurry, Travis said, putting into words what everyone was thinking. Well, maybe not Tommy. He had somehow pulled out another Pop-Tart from the bag Travis had previously checked.
Travis added for Tommy's ears only, Do you have a secret panel in there or something? Tommy just smiled, strawberry goo plastered to his teeth. Need any help with that? Travis asked. Tommy broke off half. Travis couldn't have been any happier than if he had won a shopping spree at GameStop. You're gonna need it, Tommy said cryptically. Travis almost immediately lost all pleasure in the Pop-Tart. Tommy led them unerringly to their destination. When they were about to make their final left turn onto Paul's Street, Tommy told them they might want to park here. Brendan didn't question him at all as he pulled the car over and shut the engine off in the hopes of not attracting any undue attention. Probably didn't want to do that just yet, Tommy said. When he didn't clarify, nobody asked for any further information, not knowing exactly what they would be trying to clarify. As Brendan opened the door, the telltale redolence of the dead blasted through the car like an Arctic breeze through a windbreaker. What little flavor Travis's Pop-Tart had maintained had now embittered. The next few minutes were spent securing weaponry and stashing all extra ammo into as many free pockets as possible, while still being able to move under the weight. All 4's boys slowly walked the 25 yards to the corner of Paul's Street. The smell was intensifying. What was more disturbing was the incessant sounds of the dead. There was no talking, only the loitering shuffle. There was no laughter, only the constant sound of bodies maneuvering for position. There was no human sound, so to speak. There were the plaintive sounds only the dead can make. Brendan peeked his head around the last privacy fence that marked the delineation between safety and demise. The other 3 waited expectantly a few feet behind. Paul lived at the end of a cul-de-sac, no more than 100 yards long. What Brendan saw almost made him turn tail and run. It looked as if the world's most successful block party was raging. There had to have been at least 300 lost souls wandering around. Most looked as if they had a purpose. Some, however, looked lost and were somehow relieved to be among their own. Brendan, of course, wouldn't swear to that. It was just a feeling he had perceived. He pulled his head back before any of those errant demons had a chance to spot him.
I'm not so sure about this, guys," Brendan said in hushed tones. "There have to be at least a couple hundred zombies. Most of them are clustered around one house. So we might be able to sneak by, but I wouldn't want to bet our lives on it." Which, of course, they would be. Justin asked, "Are they focused on the last house on the right, by any chance?" "How did you—" Brendan knew the answer before he finished. "That's Paul's, right?" "Of course," Travis threw in sarcastically. As if on cue, the three boys looked to Tommy to see if he had any insight into their situation, but he merely smiled back. Their contemplation was interrupted by the sporadic firing of a small-caliber pistol coming from the cul-de-sac. Travis ran up to the fence to hazard a look. Justin and Brendan followed. What they saw both lifted their spirits and simultaneously weighed heavy on their hearts. At the apex of the house was the distinctive outline of Paul's wife, Erin. It appeared that she had knocked out the attic vent and was taking some ill-aimed shots at some of her besiegers. The boys were happy she was alive, but saddened at the thought of the impossibility of a rescue attempt. So, obviously a frontal assault is out of the question. Brendan stated the obvious. Travis spoke up. "Let's go through the backyards on this side of the street and see if we can spot a way in from that vantage point." "It's not really the way we want to go," Justin said nervously. "You know what I mean," Travis answered.
"That's going to put us about 10 feet away from the nearest zombie," Brendan said. "Will they be able to smell us from that distance?" My dad asked the same thing when we went to get Justin. "I think they can. But if they are focused on something, it takes a lot to get their attention away from the first thing," Travis said optimistically. "Let's hope your dad's right," Brendan added. The brothers nodded in unison. Tommy was busy pulling wayward gobs of Pop-Tart off his shirt and popping them into his mouth. "All right, let's fall back to the rear of these houses," Brendan said, taking charge. He didn't like the position at all. The boys moved away from the zombie infestation to traverse behind the houses. Once they got to the house directly across from Paul's, they quickly climbed over the 6-foot privacy fence. Brendan had thought that they might have to leave Tommy behind because of the fence, but he was surprisingly agile and seemed to have the least amount of problem getting over. "Must be all the sugar," Brendan mumbled mirthfully to himself. The boys moved to the front yard, still under concealment of the fence. The smell was unbearable. Even Tommy, who seemed immune to it, stopped eating. "What's Paul's backyard like?" Brendan asked Travis. "It's heavily sloped down and away from the house, but it won't do us any good," Travis answered. Brendan cautiously looked over the fence. From his vantage point, he could tell that the fence that led to Paul's backyard had been destroyed, most likely from the press of dead flesh against it. The fence hadn't stood a chance. "Yeah, it's as likely as not to have as many deaders in the back as in the front." Over the preternatural quiet that enshrouded the neighborhood, it was easy to hear Erin shout to Paul that she had seen someone over at the Hendersons' house. Paul crowded Erin out of the small opening to take a look.
Brendan had quickly jumped down before any zombies could see him, but apparently zombies suffered the same affliction that troubled dogs. They couldn't follow a pointed finger. And that was exactly what Erin was doing. "I don't see anything," Paul said. "He was right over there by the fence. You must have scared him away," Erin answered. "Yeah, I'm sure it had nothing to do with the meat bags below," Paul responded sardonically. Travis climbed up the fence when he realized the zombies weren't turning to investigate Erin's claims. "See, there he is again," Erin said excitedly. "Wait, that's not the same person." "Travis?" Paul said softly, then a little louder. "Travis, is that you?" "Wait, don't answer. Just nod." Travis nodded.
"Is your dad here?" Paul asked as hope surged in him. If anyone could get his wife and him out of this jam, it would be Mike. The guy had a penchant for getting out of tight jams. The Marine Corps had only added to that legacy. When Travis shook his head no, Paul was dismayed. "How many of you are there?" Travis held up 4 fingers. Paul couldn't imagine that Mike would send his boys alone to get him. He prayed that Mike hadn't died trying to save him. "Where's your dad?" Paul asked. Travis shrugged his shoulders. There was only so much the boy could answer with body movements, but the fact that he didn't look too upset told Paul volumes. "Any ideas?" Paul asked. Travis again shook his head no. "I've got an idea," Brendan said from below. Travis held up 1 finger and mouthed, "Wait 1." Paul was left to ponder what this meant as Travis ducked back down off the fence. "You 3 wait here. When the coast is clear, get Paul and Aaron and get back to the car," Brendan said as he began to move back towards where they had come from. "Any chance you could be more specific?" Travis asked to Brendan's back, but he was already out of earshot of Travis's whisper. A few moments later, Travis got his answer. Brendan thought valor was highly overrated as he hesitantly walked out into the middle of the junction between Wheelspoke Avenue and Lacey Street. Couldn't it have been something a little more noble, like OK Corral Place and Okinawa Way? He muttered to himself. At first, not one zombie took notice of the interloper. Brendan had aspirations that maybe he was somehow invisible to them. However, when he cleared his throat as if he wanted to reap attention in a loud auction house, he was rewarded beyond his wildest dreams. A zombie no more than 20 yards away turned to look at this newest nutrient food bag. The lone zombie started its hunt. Brendan felt like a fox about to be released. Although his body was moments away from bolting, his mind was holding steady. Pulling 1 whole zombie away from the fray was not the distraction Brendan was looking for. He aimed his gun in on the unaccompanied zombie and neatly removed the mass of its head from the rest of its offending body with a loud explosion. Most of the zombies were so tightly packed in around Paul's house that turning around was an industrious undertaking. It was only after a fair portion of the zombie crowd had peeled off to pursue this new quarry that the rest were able to swing into a position where they could see what the fuss was all about. In the rudimentary works that passed as thoughts in the zombies, the dinner bell had been sounded. "Meat for me" would have been the vocalization of their thoughts if that were a possibility. "Hey zombies, dinner time!" Brendan yelled in encouragement as he punctuated his point with some well-aimed shots. A few zombies went down, a couple even stayed down, but it was the typical drop in the bucket. Brendan did not immediately turn and run as more and more zombies took note of his presence and began to come at him. He laid down shots almost on top of each other. If Travis hadn't known better, he would have thought Brendan had somehow obtained a fully automatic weapon with that rapid rate of fire. Brendan was holding his ground as best he could, only falling back a step or two when he should have been running as if hell itself were chasing him. In a few more seconds, his window of escape would close, but he was trying to get most, if not all, the zombies to come his way. Travis had knocked out a knothole in the fence and was just about to lay down some suppressive fire to help him when Brendan finally understood he could not hold his ground anymore.